Warning: the information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer: copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We pledge! We pledge!
They can't even do this because you're handicapping them by giving them free handouts.
Because they're snapping
Yeah, but a
turtles.
turtle is still a turtle, dude.
Mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. Go. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We crash our swords of reason.
It's interesting. Again, it's HIPAA
You
violation.
can cope laugh as much as you want, but you just made up an entire fairy tale and presented it as though it was true.
Gotta look something up real quick. Just
Yeah, give me anything that shows.
No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter.
See more people that are influenced by the 764, or do you see more beta man?
I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo!
Did good research finding there are flood stories that have been told before Genesis. Excellent. What is that?
Chain, no treason. We clash our
I'm the one that is the carrier. It is my choice. Hello?
If you let me finish, you might hear what I'm saying.
I'm the one that has to spend 9 months.
Hold on.
Claim a storm. We forge a
Merely assert that there is a necessity.
So again, a mere assertion is just an assertion, and there's no justification there.
Were to establish a new nation, a new identity by any means possible, is that fascist?
sorry, one more time just because the chat popped up and I read it like an idiot.
When you legalize
already
drugs,
have that.
police become lighter on crime.
What?
Can't see into the future. And so what we have to look at is the preponderance of evidence.
Never do it as an obligation to strengthen our society because
treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. No fear, no change, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
You're muted, Easy.
And it is a speakeasy stream.
That
Right
is
off the bat.
Wouldn't be a speakeasy show without starting on me, right? All right. So listen, welcome in everybody to Swords of Reason, the very first 2v2 Swords of Reason, right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right. If you're new here, the format is simple. It's a little bit changed up tonight for the 2v2. All right. So each side is going to have 15 minutes for opening statements, and then rebuttals will be 10 minutes for each side uninterrupted. And then we will go into a 90-minute open floor discussion. And if both sides agree, of course, and they want more time, we could go an additional 30 to 60 minutes. Closing statements, each side will have 10 minutes each, and then we will go into a 30-minute Q&A with the Cash Apps and PayPals getting number one priority. Super Chats and Rumble Rants come second, and then the questions in the Q&A chat there, they will be in last for priority list. And then we have the Chaos and Chill open panel after. This is optional for the debaters, but if it's always great
time anyways, okay? And today's debate prompt is feminism has helped modern relationships. All right, and taking the affirmative tonight, we have Vigilante, the voice behind the Vigilante TV, a returning presence in the Swords of Reason arena. All right, known for sharp political commentary and high energy gaming streams. He's built a strong following over on Twitch with additional content over here on YouTube as well. And if you enjoy bold takes and unfiltered analysis, you're in for a good one tonight. And also for the affirmative, we have Lethy Water Kai, a creator known for running streaming panels and laid back chill content for your enjoyment. But don't get it twisted, because behind the smooth atmosphere is someone who's no stranger to diving into hot topic discussion when it's time to get real. And you can find both of these debaters' links in the description below. And taking the negative tonight, we have Teriak, who thrives where controversy meets comedy, known for tackling the hottest cultural flashpoints, throwing down in political debates, and making frequent appearances on open panels across the platform. Teriak brings sharp takes with a twist of internet chaos. He is an aspiring professional memester and mastered the art of turning viral moments into pure panel madness. And also, if that's not enough, he hosts a Spin the Wheel show. All right, the Wheel of Madness. It's a show where viewers can pay to roll the dice and ignite some truly fire discussions. All right, and also for the negative tonight, we have Marte Reyes, a professional bodybuilder who's taken his discipline beyond the gym and into the world of pop culture commentary and political debate. And he's also been open about documenting his walk with God, bringing conviction, discipline, and willingness to defend what he believes into every arena he steps into. And you can find both these debaters' links in the description as well. And with that being said, we are going to get into the opening statements. Affirmative side is going to go first. So whenever you guys are ready, however you want to split your time, it's totally up to you, uninterrupted, and I'll start the clock up with your voices.
Yeah, so every argument you're about to hear tonight boils down to one claim. Feminism cost us something. And it did. It cost us a version of relationships built on coercion. And it replaced it. What it replaced it with is safer, more satisfying, and more honest than anything Marte and Teriak are about to defend. And by the end of this debate, you're going to know exactly why. Let's be precise, because most debates on this topic get cucked the second debaters stop agreeing on terms. I'm not going to let that happen tonight. We're not claiming every marriage in 2026 beats every marriage in 1955. Nostalgia isn't evidence, it's a mood. We're claiming the structural changes feminism actually won, legal, economic, and cultural, moved the average exactly where it counts. Who's safe, who has a choice, and who's trapped? 3 pillars. The first of which is structure. And this is where the idea that traditional marriage was better starts bleeding out. For most of American history, marriage wasn't a negotiation. It was a caste list. Breadwinner, homemaker, decision maker, decision taker. Roles handed out at the altar, enforced by law. Feminism didn't give relationships a vibe shift. It ripped the assigned script and made people negotiate their part. Negotiation beats casting every time. This has been checked. Couples who share childcare report more relationship and sexual satisfaction than couples where one parent, almost always the mother, is stuck carrying that weight alone. A study on 20 years of data from sociologists Alan Booth and Paul Amato showed egalitarian marriages. Sorry, I lost my place for a second. Egalitarian marriages beat hierarchical ones consistently. No exceptions worth citing. And here's the detail that should make everyone and anyone about to argue traditional marriage was more stable sit back down. The divorce risk spiked the second the wife out-earned that. When the divorce risk spike that hit the second the wife out-earned her husband was quietly disappearing since the 1990s. The old model wasn't stable because it was healthy. It was stable because nobody could leave. Second pillar, safety. And this is the one I want Marte and Teriak to try to touch, because I don't think they can. numbers on the table right now. Between 1993 and 2000, the 3 decades bracketing the Violence Against Women Act and its reauthorizations, domestic violence fell roughly 2/3. Rape and sexual assault fell by more than half. In a period when crime was falling across the board, the VAWA stands out. It didn't ride that decline, it built it. The first federal law to treat intimate partner violence as a crime instead of a family matter that is nobody else's business. It funded shelters, hotlines, and prosecutors that made it possible for victims to actually leave and stay alive once they did. Before, most rape reports never produced an arrest, and a rape case was twice as likely to get thrown out as a murder case. And before anyone stands up to call this a coincidence, riding a general crime decline wave, I already have the answer. Because the same mechanism shows up before VAWA existed. Dugan, Negan, and Rosenfeld tracked 29 American cities from 1976 to 1992 and found intimate partner homicide falling specifically as domestic violence resources grew. Years before a single federal VAWA dollar existed, Brown and William found a decade earlier still, when shelters and hotlines became available, the rate of wives killing abusive husbands dropped, and the rate of husbands killing wives didn't move. Give women a nonviolent way out, and she stops needing a violent one. That isn't a crime wave carrying VAWA along for the ride. That's the same intervention working the same way across 3 separate decades before VAWA even had a name. Relationships got safer because feminism turned safety from a private hope into legal entitlement. Sit with that before you try to argue that this made things worse. And third, and this pillar ties the other two together and guts their best argument before they can even use it, exit power. We know the meme argument Marte and Teriak are headed to, the divorce spike of the 1970s and 80s, waved around as if it proves feminism blew up the family. I'm not going to touch that argument yet. I'll get into it in a minute. For now, the mechanism underneath it. Betsy Stephen and Justin Wolfers found that when states adopted no-fault divorce, rates of domestic violence fell 30% among both men and women, and female suicide fell double digits over the following 2 decades. And here's the numbers I want you to sit with. The shelters and hotlines alone couldn't move just a moment ago. The rate of women killed by intimate partners fell too. Resource availability gave women a way out, a legal exit that is what finally moved the number that matters the most. Why? Because a credible threat to leave changes how people behave behind closed doors. An abusive, negligent partner behaves differently once the exit isn't welded shut. That's exit power. Not a threat to the institution of marriage, the thing that finally made it honest. And yes, divorce rates rose after no-fault divorce became law. Nobody here needs to dispute that. But before you treat that rise as proof something broke, ask what people were actually leaving. For most of this country's history, a husband had a recognized legal right to moderately correct his wife. Same legal category of correcting a child. Straight out of Blackstone. Even after the courts rejected that doctrine on paper, police spent most of the 20th century treating domestic violence as a private matter to calm down, not a crime to prosecute. Arrest was an exception, not the rule. So when someone says no-fault divorce, let people leave the marriage without proving abuse, the reality is the old system's definition of provable abuse was rigged that narrow from the start. No-fault divorce isn't lower. It doesn't lower the bar for leaving. It removes the bar that was never set in good faith. And the trend since guts this framing even more. Divorce has been falling since the year 2000, while marriage got equal, not less. more equal, not less. In 2024, the US divorce rate sit at a 50-year low, down 37% from its peak in 1980. If feminism broke marriage, marriage has a strange habit of getting sturdier the farther we get away from the years that they want to drag us back to. Now, the part that they probably think is the killing blow, the kids. Here's what the actual research says, not what people want it to say. A Motto and Boost national longitudinal study doesn't draw the line at divorced versus intact. It draws at conflict versus no conflict. Kids whose parents are in high conflict marriages ended up coming out better, less anxiety, better adjustment. Kids whose parents were in low conflict marriages that split anyway came out worse than if they'd say. This was never divorce is good or divorce is bad. It's conflict wrecks kids. Full stop. No fault divorce is what let families, long-winded, right?
I get 5 minutes of this?
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
Yeah, we split this time. All right, I want to start this discussion by saying there are good and bad people and good and bad times. None of these are mutually exclusive and all need to take accountability for their actions, but all actions require context to be understood for what they are. I think we all understand that different eras require different solutions, and some of those solutions restrain or allow for behaviors that require that context. Contextually, women for the greater part of most global histories were viewed as property, someone to be bought, sold, and traded as an economic strategy and political tool. Look no further than the Bible itself in Exodus 21, 4 through 11. If a master gives him a slave, a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be the master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave says plainly, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out for free. Then his master shall bring him to God, and shall bring him to the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear with an awl, and he shall be his slave forever. When a man sells his daughters as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who has designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has broken faith with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as with a daughter. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish her food, her clothing, or her marital rights. And if he does not do these three things for her, she shall go out for nothing without payment of money, and also broke. This is the same framework that followed how women have been treated until some form of feminism was adopted. Don't get me wrong, this isn't the totality of the world, but the part of the world that injected this dynamic into multiple cultures outside of its own. I asked the viewers, as a man, would I not want to have control of my circumstances to the best of my ability? Do I not want to be able to be educated, vote, and own property? Is this a world where if I am not tied to another, this shouldn't be possible? I don't think the viewers agree with that. If the shoe were on the other foot and men were subjected to their vote being invalid, relegated to manual labor and no means to generate income, and end a relationship in fear of abject poverty, we may have a different conversation on our hands. Going back to the context, in the pre-feminism world our opponents hearken to, women that were unhappy in relationships were diagnosed with hysteria, nerves, and funny enough, straight-up malaise. In the 1950s, thousands of housewives were lobotomized due to these diagnoses. Now we have a more accurate diagnosis and ways to address these issues that are a byproduct of feminism. Imagine as a man being treated to losing your frontal lobe because you were showing mental strain from being worked manually and had zero emotional support. Ultimately, it's the change in global markets and access to the internet that has caused most of the strain in human beings, both male and female are experiencing. The ability for most men to support a single income household and the release of women requiring that or being identified as spinsters and cat ladies for unfit society. If anything, feminism showed that the cracks in our ability as humans to forge strong reciprocal relationships without a power dynamic to enforce them. And with that, I'm going to say, if calling Marte a trash panda is wrong, I don't want to be right. Go ahead and close it out, Bitchy.
You still got, I was going to say you still got 3 minutes if you wanted to say anything else.
Yeah, I'll pick up a little bit. So, hold on. Yeah, kids don't need their parents to stay together. They need to grow up, not grow up in a war zone. So carry everything you've heard throughout this through the rest of the debate because it's what Marte and Teriak have to knock down tonight. I don't think they can. A relationship you can't leave isn't a good relationship. It's a cage with a ring on it. Feminism never came for the institution of marriage. It came for the coercion, propping it up, and told relationships to start being negotiated between equals instead of dictated by one. The ones who are standing because the ones that are still standing are because they actually work, not because the law welded the exit shut. And we can see the rest of our time.
All right. Thank you for those opening statements. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Teriak and Marte. And same thing for you guys. However you want to split the time, that's totally up to you guys. And whenever one of you is ready to start it off, I'll start the timer with your voice.
I'll start
Do you
right
wanna
now.
go first?
So, yeah, I'll go first real quick. So, Vigilante utters the most ridiculous, retarded thing ever. He says a relationship that you can't leave is not worth this. I don't think that anybody joins marriages and says, damn, I can't wait for that mad divorce party that happens. Nobody said nobody signing into a contract where they could lose half their shit. That's irrational. First, let me go ahead and debunk them. I had an original statement, but let me go ahead and destroy Vigilante's argument from the onset. He went ahead and said that, you know, when you talk about these dissatisfaction reports and all this coming up with women having more vocal voices and coming out and saying things, they have more ability to do this. That's technology. We can see things more. Cameras film everything. Oh, who's that due to? Thanks to men and modernity and the technological innovations that men have produced. This has given women more of a voice than anything else. Insert the chat men, and also the structural analysis of the environment all around us, the buildings, the AC, everything else has given women a more voice than anything else. That actually helps him to concede half of his argument. Now let me finish the rest. He says that domestic violence is raised. He brings up a stat. Let me go ahead and crush this from the onset. The most purest form of a feminist relationship, the utopia, is a lesbian relationship. Need I describe what the results of this are? If you could look to anything, feminism, by definition, is the move towards egalitarianism while destroying patriarchal structures. Which move is greater than two women together because there's no man in there? Oh, highest domestic violence rate, highest divorce rate. Oh, shit, this is really bad for you. That destroys your other premise. But let me move on to this. Leaky Water Guy doesn't have anything for me in his opening statement other than some biblical context, which he misframes, and I guarantee he doesn't want to get into a theological debate here, but then minces words with me at the end and says something about a trash panda, which tells me that he doesn't take this seriously. Now, let me get into my opening statement right now. So, one of the most hilarious phenomena of our time, something our future ancestors will look back and laugh at until they choke, is how we prioritize the whims of absolute morons in the name of feminism. Society now runs completely backwards. It's not just counterintuitive, it's aggressively fucking stupid. In the mad rush for feminism, egalitarianism, we collectively lost our minds. Picture this as a game of SimWorld United States Edition. You, the player, spend 100 careful hours building a happy, robust family society. On a single income with a real job security, mothers are honored for their matron status and the glory that comes with it. Fathers, the protectors and providers, hold authority to decide what's best for their genetic line and the immortality that comes with their children. A legacy. Children get decent education before choosing a traitor spouse. Little Susie and Johnny ride off into the sunset. Traditional gender roles. Mission accomplished. Great society unlocked. Then your dumbass, retarded little progressive little brother, fresh from college, fully indoctrinated, steps fully into the feminist ideology, picks up your controller of your PS4 and says, 10 hours of play, he turns women into debt slaves. Laws tilt against the provider class. You pour 5% of GDP into education and still graduate people who barely read, like my opponent here, who I almost had a stroke listening to his opening statement. The society stops reproducing because he moved women's prime fertile years into career building. Divorce skyrockets, single motherhood households explode, the population grows obese, mental health collapses. You demand to know, what the hell did he do? He shrugs, nothing, bro. I just took the weaker sex, the only one that can actually produce, and forced them into the roles of the stronger sex that can't, all in the name of fairness and egalitarianism. Then I sprinkled a bunch of gay shit in there just for funsies. That little bastard is everywhere now. That is exactly what feminism and its progressive enablers did and keep doing to our society. Feminism pushes women into careers from childhood, teaches them to distrust men as potential exploiters, and insists they always keep a backup plan in case marriage fails. You don't want to get into marriage thinking it's already going to fail, which my opponent already started with his opening statement. So they spend the entire reproductive years in a degenerate institutional funhouse of drugs, alcohol, casual sex, and abortion. Also, they can earn a degree in the field most of them will never work in. Mission accomplished, geniuses. I offer a different plan. This is the fucking obvious to everybody except for these two feminist plan. Government and culture should be used top-down incentives and propaganda to glorify the intact male to female family unit and discourage the breakup. We need to discourage the breakup. The social fabric itself depends on the stable cross-generational family units. Alternatives don't even need to be banned, just heavily stigmatized at the institutional level while the traditional family is celebrated everywhere. TV shows, kid shows, commercials, YouTube ads, and the same saturation currently reserved for progressive messaging. I'm almost done with my time. What do we get in return? Stable families for my plan, normalized expectations, cross-generational wealth, patriotism, high-trust communities, schools that actually answer to parents because mothers are home and invested, shorter school days, kids who aren't produced garbage food and fed into association with every social problem under the sun, a society that can still run on a single breadwinner while still allowing women to work, because they always have, just without pretending that prioritizing reproduction and families optimal for a civilization. I'm almost done. Tradition, by definition, means experiments that have worked. We've thousands of years of evidence that traditional gender roles reproduce functional societies. We have roughly 70 years of feminist experiments, and the results are social death sentence, collapsing fertility, exploding mental illness, SSRIs. When my opponent talked about lobotomies, more women are on SSRIs than anything else. Mass obesity, we'll get into that later. Older mothers reproducing higher rates of developmental issues, and even while rising infant mortality linked to delayed childbearing, absolute madness. This isn't complicated. Feminism took the only sex capable of gestating the next generation and took it as the highest calling, like everything else except for what we need it to be. The scoreboard is not subtle. I see my time to Terriac.
Appreciate you very kindly, Marte. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, right? We want to make sure we define or paint the picture of what feminism actually is. Now, a lot of people say, oh, it's about equality amongst the sexes. That's propaganda. That's bullshit. And we're going to get into it. Essentially, the goal of feminism, one of the stated goals, and I will read you a direct quote later on in this opening statement, was to dissolve the traditional family. This whole thing of abolish the nuclear family, that is a stated goal from the original feminists. So I don't want to hear this shit off. No, this is just modern day feminism. This is quite from the original all the way up to now. You're just seeing the fruits of this poisonous ideology. Also, another target was to get rid of Christian moral order. I wonder why. Must be because Christianity's morals and ethics are superior. And also to get rid of biological sex distinctions. Now, for the purpose of this debate, all I have to really do is just prove that feminism's goal is to dissolve traditional family, which again would be a negative towards modern day relationships. So let's get firstly in terms of the aspect of what was mentioned, this whole thing of the myth of the historic oppression of the women's and all this kind of shit, right? Plenty of cases of women owning property. You know, Margaret Brent, this was in 1600 when she was living. Deborah Moody, 1500s to 1600s. Eliza Lucas Pickney, 1722 to 1793. And just to point out as well, Margaret Brent was unmarried, and that's how she got her land. She didn't have to be married and inherited. She was actually able to purchase property herself. Elizabeth Frampton, plenty of other women have owned property themselves throughout history, but the two soy boy beta cooks over there would have you believe that women were historically oppressed and they couldn't do shit apparently. Also, a couple of women who were able to run businesses and taverns: Jane Vobe, Christina Campbell, Eliza Harvey, Hester Bateman, Eleanor Crode. Again, all these women are from the 16th and 17th centuries. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to hear shit about women couldn't do anything and all this kind of stuff. And in terms of access to education, We have the example of Sarah Pierce's Litchfield's Female Academy, which was founded in 1792. So this whole thing of like women being excluded from education, you guys have to explain why there are actual schools for women and education for women all the way back in 1792. So quite a bit before these feminists start piping up, apparently. You know what I'm saying? But let's get to the whole suffrage thing. Women couldn't vote, though, Teriak. Don't you know they were repressed and all this stuff? Women didn't want to vote. Okay? Here's a direct quote from Elizabeth Cady Stanton in 1848, which was a prominent feminist. The most discouraging, the most lamentable aspect of our cause were the indifference, indeed the contempt with which women themselves regard the movement. Where the subject is introduced among those even who claim to be intelligent and educated, it is met by the scornful curl of the lip and by expression of ridicule and disgust. Women literally looked at having to vote with ridicule and disgust. That's like, this is the whole thing. Like, if it was just up for women to vote, they wouldn't have actually passed women's suffrage. But let's get to the main, the bread and butter, so to speak, in terms of, like I said, dissolving marriage or targeting the families, because this is the main prompt in terms of the feminism, in terms of modern day relationship. Because if you have modern day feminists who are actively going against marriage and fighting against marriage and the nuclear family, you cannot make a case then why feminists are actually good for relationships when they're directly going against relationships. So this is from Shulamith Firestone in The Dialectic of Sex, which was released in 1970, argued that the biological family itself had to be uprooted. And this is a direct quote from the book. Unless revolution uproots the basic social organization, the biological family, the vinculum through which the psychology of power can always be smuggled, the tapeworm of exploitation will never be annihilated. She called for artificial reproduction so that the dependence of the child on the mother and vice versa would give way to a greatly shortened dependence on a small group of others. This is from Simone de Beauvoir, that stanky bitch, stated in a 1970s interview, no woman should be authorized to stay at home to raise her grandchildren or her children. Society should be totally different. Women should not have that choice. Can you imagine that, ladies and gentlemen? A fucking feminist saying that women shouldn't have the choice to stay home and take care of their kids. I thought we were pro-choice here. Apparently not, right? Precisely because if there is such a choice, too many women will make that one. This is from one of the early day feminists. So this whole thing of like, oh no, that's just modern day feminism's gone a bit too far and all this kind of shit. This is from all the way back in 1970, where they want to outlaw the choice of women being able to stay home and take care of their kids. Then we have Sheila Cronin, says, since marriage constitutes slavery for women, it is clear that women's movement must concentrate on attacking this institution. Freedom for women cannot be won without the abolition of marriage. These are all original feminists that are directly targeting marriage. So how, and this is what our opponents have to answer, is how can one be against marriage but pro-relationships? That's like saying I'm pro running a race, but I'm against winning the race. What the fuck is the point then? It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, I've got counters to the like what our opponents have been saying here, but I want to point out this other thing in terms of the Christian moral order and religion as well, since I have an extra 2 minutes, right? This is from the Woman's Bible in 1895 to 1898 with related writings. The only points in which I differ from all the ecclesiastical teaching is that I do not believe that any man ever saw or talked with God. I do not believe that God inspired the Mosaic Code or told the historians what they say he did about women. For all the religions on the face of the earth to degrade her, and so long as women accepts the position that they assign for her, her emancipation is impossible. You may go over the world and you will find that every form of religion which has breathed upon this earth has degraded women. Man of himself could not do this, but when he declares, thus saith the Lord, and of course he can do it, right? And like, this is a key thing because our opponents did bring up the Bible, right? Like, this key aspect of like law and order, discipline, humility, all this kind of stuff, this is good for women. Like, let's look at the modern day. Marte mentioned this as well, with all the drugs that women have to take just to get through the day. They're more depressed than ever. Why? Because there is no structure. There is no hierarchy. There's no law and order anymore. We're just throwing out the window. It's just pure chaos. But this is the stated goal of the feminisms. So, like, we're making women more anxious, more depressed than ever. And then we're expecting them to have a healthier relationship somehow. We're fighting against marriage and then saying this is going to benefit relationships somehow. It's ridiculous. It's completely inverted and turned on its head. And like I said, folks, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And if, like I said, if our opponents can explain how you can be against marriage but pro-relationship, I'm all ears to that shit, because that is, as they say, breaking the second law of logic. That's a contradiction, boys. And with that, I cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you both for those opening statements. So that is going to wrap up opening statements from both sides. We're going to move into the rebuttal round. So each side will have 10 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's arguments. So it's not a back and forth yet, no interjections. Some people will use the rebuttal round to do some cross-exam. If you would like to do that, you're more than welcome. Just keep in mind it's your rebuttal time that you're taking up. So we're going to hand the mics back to the affirmative side. Whenever you guys are ready for your rebuttals, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right, so straight up to Marty Ruckus, you sloth-eyed trash panda. I would like to know why you think that women shouldn't be able to have access to their own autonomy. I would think if the shoe were on the other foot and you weren't allowed to have the basic ability to do what you need to do to survive on your own and for your family, that should be an issue. And I think you trying to impose that on women is probably one of the most messed up things I've ever heard. And I know my whole point in talking about the Bible went directly over your head. It was straight up the rules for how women are treated versus men. So even in a slave dynamic, which I'm pretty sure you're fine with slavery, women got the short end of the stick in that as well. So as I hear Teriak say that the whole goal of feminism is to dissolve the modern family, that's not the case. Is to have individual choice. People can choose whether or not they want to have a family or not. That's entirely up to them. Nobody told them they can't get married. Nobody told them they have to stay in the kitchen. Nobody told them any of this. They can choose to be married and in a relationship, or they can choose to work and still have a relationship and have kids, do whatever they want to do. But unfortunately, men don't like that. And for some reason, men seem to be the most unhappy in this circumstance. I don't know why that seems to be. We're talking about the male loneliness epidemic. Women aren't complaining at the same level that men are. It's men effeminizing other men and trying to tell them how to be men, while never even trying to think about, hey, what do women actually want? And I'm going to say right here, the man whose hairline is running away from his mouth has no idea what women actually want. And going into challenging traditional hierarchies. When I heard Marte's previous debate, I really want to know what you think the traditional gender roles are that people are trying to skirt. Because I think people can choose what they want to do in a relationship, and as long as those things get fulfilled by one party or the other, it should be perfectly fine to deal with in a relationship. Whatever makes your relationship work works for you. Whatever works for somebody else works for somebody else. There have been long-lasting relationships where the man is cooking and taking care of the children, and the woman is out making calls, doing whatever she needs to do to provide money. And then they switch roles as needed. I'm going to say, if I get asked to watch my son by my kid's mom, by all means, I'm going to do so. And I may cook while I'm at it. It's not a problem. These things are things we can do. We can walk and chew bubblegum, unlike the people on the other side in the negative. So as we sit here and complain about the 70s and suffrage and everything else, I don't see where you have any determinate factor of what would actually allow for families to continue being cohesive as they were pre-1970. I'm going to say global markets changed, the world changed. A single income is not as common as it used to be back in the 1950s. So how do you account for this? And we're splitting time, Vigi? Okay,
yep.
On you.
Yeah. So sure, right? You guys could say that the goal of feminism was abolishing the traditional family. And that's obviously exactly what it was meant to do, right? And we're talking about the traditional family. We're talking about the version of the family where women were subservient to men, that where there was no equal partnership, where the whole point of it was just for women to be the man's fucking little bitch. Yes, that's what we are trying to fucking get rid of. That's the whole point of what feminism was about. It's not getting rid of the family in general. It's making it an equal fucking partnership, you retard. Now, apparently we could read. Apparently, Teriak can read the minds of women that fucking don't exist anymore, or that are most of them are dead, and say that women don't want to vote just because a few fucking women said that they could vote. And yeah, you could sit here and quote a couple of feminist extremists all day and say that they are representative of the entire movement. That doesn't make it a reality. That we see fucking extremists. All the whole we see the fucking extremists now. Still, it's something that every fucking movement has, right? Now, you said the whole their rights already existed shit, right? I totally expected that. Yes, you can find exceptions. Some colonial women traded as femme soul, I think that's how it's pronounced. Women were guaranteed the right to vote in 1969, decades before the 19th Amendment. A handful of widows inherited and managed property. Nobody's disputing any of that. In the exact same way, you can find exceptions before abolition. Free Black communities in the North, free people of color in Louisiana that own property, some documented cases, even owned slaves themselves. Free Black men could vote in New Jersey and several other states in the early republic, pointing at either list and concluding that the movement itself was unnecessary or manufactured gets the logic backwards in both cases. The exceptions don't refute the rule. They prove the rule was inconsistent, revocable, and geographically dependent, which is exactly the problem. A rights movement exists to fix. New Jersey and other states that allowed free Black suffrage in the early 1980s revoked it as the century went on. Pennsylvania stripped Black voting rights in 1883. A right that exists in one place and can be taken away in another isn't a right. It's a privilege being tested for how much backlash it draws before someone pulls it back. Same with women. Under coverture, the default legal status of a married woman was that her legal identity was absorbed into the husband. So Blackstone's own formula was that the husband and wife are one person in the law, and that person is the husband. She couldn't own property in her name, keep her wages, or sign a contract, or refuse her husband to have sex as a matter of law in most of the country for most of its history. The scattered exceptions were exceptions, precisely that. They were not the rule. Dressing them up as the rule doesn't make them one. And here's the part that really guts this propaganda framing. Even the earliest exceptions on that list, the Married Women's Property Act in New York in 1948, were things where women were simply handed. They were organized activism the same year as the Seneca Falls Convention. The movement didn't manufacture a grievance out of nothing. It's the reason the exception started, expanding it into the rule in the first place. You don't get a constitutional amendment or 50 separate state legislators criminalizing marital rape between 1976 and 1993 over something that was already settled. Legislators don't burn decades of rewriting laws that don't need to be rewritten. And since we're operating under a Christian framework tonight, right? Here's a third version of this exact same logic, straight from Marte and Teriak's own tradition. Christians in the Roman Empire had real structural tolerance before Constantine. Gallienus administration gave the church roughly 40 peaceful years starting in 260 AD, during which Christians were able to hold property, build meeting houses, and serve openly in civil administrations. If some Christians had de facto freedom in some place and time, this would be enough to prove that Christians never needed any form of legal protection, right? That 40 years of peace would be proof of this argument. And it would already be over, but it wasn't, right? Because after the policies of that administration happened to be in power, evaporated the moment the administration changed. Dialectian's administration changed the fucking hate my notepad sometimes. Gallienus' administration gave the church roughly where's my place? Sorry, Dialectian's administration launched the Great Prosecution in 303 AD, tore down churches, burned scriptures, stripped Christians of legal standing, and executed those who refused to give offering to the Roman gods. This shows that this propaganda framing is bullshit, because it's just a way to dismiss the fact that people actually need legal protections without actually addressing the argument. Yes, you can have a couple niche examples of protections prior to the overall protections being put in place, but those exceptions can be ripped away in a moment, just like they were from Black people and just like they were from Christians under the Roman Empire.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal from both of you. Now we're going to hand the mics back over to Teriak and Marte for your 10 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttal. So whenever one of you want to start it up, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So I'm going to only take 5 minutes because that's true egalitarianism, even amongst men's. But speaking of men, I noticed my opponent, Leaky Water Guy, would talk about men making other men effeminate. That's a non sequitur. I don't know what that has to do with feminism. That's a man issue in the manosphere, whatever that is. That's a whole different debate. But you showed up to a feminist debate. Now back to this. I never made an argument for autonomy. Like, that's a complete straw man. You might as well be in another debate doing this. So when you talked about, Marte's against people's autonomy, I never once said that. You might want to listen and plug your headphones in. But back to this, here's the problem that I have with this. So the thing with this is you made a universal thing, right, with feminism. Your whole point is like women voting, this and that. Universal voting is stupid. And the reason why I'm saying this, and I'm addressing vigilante, is because ever since we had this universal voting that feminism pushed for, now a lot of women are voting for Islam, people in our offices. You're making a railing argument against Christianity, but women are opening the floodgates for Islam. They could say, my body, my choice. Try that shit over in an Islam country and see how far you get. You'll probably be thrown off the roof if you bring some gay shit over there, which feminism leans heavily towards. What you're doing is you're switching something that you rail against Christianity and you're trading it for Islam, which is a Trojan horse in the United States offices. Women, for some reason, think that, Islam's good. We get a bunch of free shit because we're using a lot of people's money until it runs out, until they really find out what Islam is. It's the most anti-feminist shit you could ever have, which is the dumbest shit that women vote for. They vote for these people in the office. That's why I think universal voting is stupid. But when I listen to Vigilante's argument, he basically, his whole statement, which I had a mental stroke trying to listen to the comprehension of him struggling through this, saying he hated his notepad. He basically equated relationships in marriages to slavery. This is antithetical to even what feminism wants. Feminists want relationships. They want healthy relationships. They don't want to make a move towards slavery. So right now, which one is it? Are relationships slavery? Evidently, because what Teriak was pointing to, my good partner, said that, we want intact families, intact everything else, but all you're doing is pointing to this, saying that that's slavery. We have to talk about the law of identity here, and you're totally muddying the waters up when it comes to this. So here's the thing, though. if we talk about the gender roles, let me address this because you said I never made any kind of statement about what gender roles are. This is what we're most optimal for. It's not to say that women can't work, because let me clarify this. It's not saying that men can't be at home or doing these things. They're just most optimal. When we look at the stats, when women out earn men, the chances of them leaving these relationships go up 87%. Gee, go figure. I wonder why that is. Ever since women have entered the workforce, we force that, the chances of them losing their hair goes up 67%. I've done all the research on this. Not to mention this, they develop ovarian cysts at higher rates due to stress in combat because we're pushing them towards those scenarios. Work fields and police force, that's a combat field as well too. And not to mention this, firefighting, they have more chances of having ovarian cysts. And not to mention this, when women leave the military, because this is the true egalitarianism metric, their infertility rates go up to 39% and stay that way even after they depart. Oh, this is the gift of egalitarianism you guys wanted. Now we're pushing birth rates back and also fucking women's birth rate up as well too by giving them infertility process, making them lose hair, giving them more stress because we're telling them that they're going to be low-grade versions of men. We can't do this anymore. My solution is that we meet women where we're most functional at. This is the gender role that I'm pointing to. If a man is bigger and stronger and more capable at things, why should we not take the ultimate sacrifice and die for the women as we always have in history, sinking on ships as the women and kids floated off? That points to a gender role. Am I wrong for that? Even feminists would agree with that because they get to live while the men get to die for their rights and all this other shit. That's all that's pointed to throughout history. Now, if you're going to go ahead and lambast that, you're literally going against something feminists would literally agree with too. Now, I have a question that I want to get answered before I pass it over to Teriak at the 5-minute mark. If we're talking about the utopian version of a relationship, egalitarianism, while we're tearing down patriarchal structures throughout this debate, and that's what you want to do, the most utopian, purest form of feminist as far as a relationship is a lesbian relationship. There are no men lording over women, but they have the most SSRIs, most domestic violence, and the most marital rate, leaving in a marital rate. And when they abuse children, it's at a higher rate than hetero couples. Answer that, because that's the most feminist relationship you could ever think of, because there's no men. There's no patriarchal system in that. Anyways, I'll pass it off over to my boy here.
Thank you very kindly, Marta. So, firstly, this, like I said, this whole thing of like marriage is slavery bullshit that Vigilante tried to do. As a woman, why put in all the effort to become a doctor when you can just marry a doctor and get all the benefits without any of the fucking work or downside? You get all the status and you get all the wealth and you get to have kids. Whereas if a woman is to become a doctor, because of the amount of years it requires to become a doctor, she physically cannot have kids or maintain kids in terms of that. So this whole thing of marriage is slavery is bullshit. Then we have this whole like safety argument for women. What about the Rape Gang Inquiry report in Britain? And then, as Martha keep mentioning, the lesbian domestic violence rates. So are you saying that like lesbian women should not be allowed to get married because they got higher rates of domestic violence? That's what your logic says, but Vigilante, you got to be careful. It goes both ways, as we know with the LGBs. And then the no-fault divorce, right? You're saying that this is better. But with no-fault divorce means you have more step-parents. And again, the abuse rates to children is higher with step-parents than their biological parents. So again, your logic is fucked up the ass. But I think maybe you like that because you're LGB. And then in terms of Kai, right? This whole thing of like women were property. Women were able to own property. I gave you an example of Margaret Brent, right? In 1638, she was an unmarried English Catholic immigrant to Maryland, and she received the first recorded land grant to a woman in the colony, 70.5 acres. So this whole thing of women couldn't own property, women couldn't get educated, all this bullshit is propaganda. Okay, I hate to be the light bringer and like tear up your whole fucking worldview that was implanted in your head by a bunch of feminist cunts, but it's all propaganda. I'm here to share the light and all this kind of stuff. And then also, this bullshit, right? Where you were like, I don't know if you weren't listening, Kai, or whatever the fuck, but like at least Vigilante, at least kind of like, you know, bit the bullet in terms of this, but then he tried to hand wave and say, oh, like they're extremists. Simone de Beauvoir stated in 1970, women should not have the choice to stay home and raise their children. So who's against pro-choice now, motherfuckers? Exactly. Crickets, as they say. And because, like I said, you gave some Bible quotes Lethe, in your opening statement. Notice that it was Old Testament, not New Testament. Let me quote you some of the New Testament. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verses 3 to 4. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise the wife to her husband. The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. And now see, Lethe's chomping at the bit saying, see, but then the very next line, in the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife. That seems pretty egalitarian, which is what supposedly the feminists want, but what really the feminists want is to destroy Christianity and to destroy the nuclear family, as we're proving. And then in terms of mutual independence, again from 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 11 to 12, nevertheless, in the Lord, women is not independent of man. And then Lethe and Vigilante start going, see, it's sexist. Nor is a man independent of woman. This is the whole thing. They like to quote it out of context. They don't read the full sentences. For as a woman came from man, so also man is born of woman. But everything comes from God. This is the word of the Lord. Can I get an amen, chat? Can I get a hallelujah? You know what I'm saying? So this whole thing of like why they're so anti-Christian, why they're so against the families on so it's because Christianity gives you the best layout to actually having a solid and healthy relationship, aka a marriage. But apparently to our opponents, it's like, just work it out, bro. I'll take care of it. Like a woman who's going to be working 9 to 5, apparently is going to let her husband stay at home, cook the food and take care of the kid. What the fuck is the value of a woman doing that? Why would a woman take care of her husband as well as take care of kids? Why not, in terms of gender roles, which is the question you asked, Lethe, the guy goes out, he gets the bacon, she stays home with the kids, which is what she's naturally able to do anyways. You get double bubble benefit. And like I said, to put back in that question, how can you say that feminism is healthy for relationships or good for modern day relationships when they're actively fighting against both marriage as a concept in general, but also Christianity, which actually outlines the best principles for maintaining a marriage, a healthy marriage and all that kind of stuff? And furthermore, why the fuck would a woman want to become a doctor herself when she can marry a doctor, get all the benefits and put in none of the work and then also be able to have children? As a society, that is a much better option. With that, I see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal from both sides there. Great rebuttals from both sides. And before we move into the open 90 minutes of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you are watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. And we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming for you. Also, if you want to get on to the Swords of Reason and battle out yourself, make sure you join discord.gg/bearcave and send a message either to me or Tiny Pink Nugget of Chaos directly in the Discord there, and we'll get you set up. And also, reminder for the live chat, after closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. All right, the Q&A is there for you guys to put your questions in, but remember, the PayPal and Cash Apps will get number 1 priority. Super Chats and Rumble Rants will get number 2 priority, and then if we have time, we will get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you really want to guaranteed ask, to make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And finally, thank you to all our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to get this started off, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice. And just a reminder, I'm not going to be butting in here. As you guys know, the way I do things is I stay out of the way unless it gets way too crazy off the rails or nobody can hear you in the chat or something. But other than that, I'm going to let you guys go ahead. Whatever one of you want to start, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Ariak, did you
Yeah,
form
right
your
now,
mouth
so far,
to
this is
say
a
that women can just get male doctors?
You You have
Are you
never
being goofy?
demonstrated so far. This is a threshold argument. I'm going to tell you right now, this is a threat. If this were a threshold argument, you have to demonstrate how this is a plus compared to what it was in yesteryear right now. What are the benefits of women getting into relationships in 2026 that feminism has helped?
Exactly. That's the key question.
For start,
allowing for women to have autonomy, allowing women. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What are you talking about autonomy?
They've had
Simone de
autonomy.
Beauvoir saying that women shouldn't have the choice to stay home and save their kids.
Yeah,
How's that
she
more
fought
autonomy?
Yeah. So I mean, you want
crickets.
You want an actual answer, right, on the part that you're talking about, like what the benefits there are. I mean, for starters, there's the obvious benefit of the safety shit. The fact
I disprove that.
Yeah, me too.
You did not disprove that. You didn't disprove the fact that they're
Given your logic, you would be against lesbians being in relationships, which again would be bad for modern day relationships. And then a no fault divorce means more step parents, which means more child abuse.
Right, which I pointed out with the
Correct.
lesbians. There's no man there to abuse them. Where's the abuse coming from?
Precisely.
And they have the ability to leave
Yeah.
that relationship should
Hold
they
on.
choose to do so.
The
same way they
stat that
weren't
you're
able to
talking
leave
about-
relationships
That doesn't contend with what I asked. Can you
pre-1970s.
answer the question? Okay.
The stat that you're talking about with hold on. The stat that you're talking about with women lesbian relationships and domestic violence, you're using it as in a misnomer way. So what that stat it is, and I'll
You're
explain
the
why
one
here.
that's saying
I'll
safety, less
explain
domestic
why in a
violence,
second. Shut
apparently.
the fuck up. So specifically, that is talking about lesbians in general that have experienced domestic violence in a relationship.
Yeah.
So that
And
includes.
let's say, do lesbians get in relationships with men?
That includes.
Which means it's greater.
That includes.
Argument.
Why are you afraid to
That
let him finish? Let the
includes-
man finish. Shut the fuck up.
That includes women that are now lesbians who have been in relationships with men. That's where most
my sweet baby Jesus. Okay, then why explain why explain why homosexual men have the lowest rates of domestic violence.
Right. Why is that lower?
Crickets.
Even
Crickets
with
again. There's a lot of
self-reported.
crickets on this show.
There's some loud ass crickets here.
Yeah, this is literally about feminism being good for relationships.
Okay,
If
we
men
got
wanna be in a
Timu
relationship with men,
Mastermind in the
perfectly
corners
fine.
piping up. Go ahead, Kai. Go ahead.
This is the functional equivalent. Answer the question, please.
The question is, men can be in functional relationships, and it has nothing to do with feminism. I don't see where this is even drawn
What's
into
the
the feminism
functional
debate.
equivalent of two women being together? What would be the functional equivalent? What would mirror that?
Yes, a lesbian relationship.
No, what would mirror a lesbian relationship? The opposite, right?
Oh,
to
they-
see if that would work.
yeah,
the
right.
opposite. Right. So that just debunked your whole retort by saying, oh, it has no bearing. I just proved it did, and you'd agree with me right now. Anyways, Terry, this is a
I'm
slaughter.
saying the
You go,
numbers
Terry.
aren't necessarily in your favor for that.
So here's my question, gentlemen. How can feminism be good for modern day relationships when they're actively fighting against marriage?
Feminism doesn't fight
who's
against
actively
marriage.
fighting
It
against
fights.
marriage?
Can we get bug control or bug pest down here? Because the amount of crickets that we're getting from our opponents here. What's up,
crazy.
boys? Do you not prepare? Do you not
Feminism
Jeff, do
doesn't
you not
fight
hear us?
against marriage.
I told you to read Rachel Wilson's book because like I said, like these are just like proven facts and you've all
Yeah,
bought
you
into
can-
propaganda and it's been exposed now.
You can throw out a couple extremist examples of people, of feminists saying that they want to
These are the
get rid of marriage.
the women that led the feminism.
These are the leaders of feminism. Yes.
These are not extremists. These are not fringe opinions. These are the
arbiters.
fundamental beliefs.
Some of the
So
arbiters
you
of
understand that I agree with civil rights, but I don't necessarily agree with Malcolm X, even though he was a thought leader of the time. You don't have to agree with every single person in the movement.
Okay, so then answer Marte's question. What benefits does feminism bring to modern day relationships?
Yeah.
Again, functional relationships in the form of having shared interests and benefits from that relationship. No, they definitely did not. Because if the man decided he didn't like the woman anymore, she wasn't making her own money. So she goes out after he cheats on her, whatever the case may be, and then leaves her destitute and possibly with kids.
Great. I have a response for that. With a shared interest being like, you know what? I'm going to trade you protection and lay my life down so that way you can provide kids for me. Those are the duties that we can provide because those point to our strengths. That's a shared interest, meaning like, well, we're meeting in the middle here. Did that exist prior to feminism?
Yes, it existed.
Okay. So now that right. So you agree there is shared interest. So you can't say that. That just debunked your shared interest argument tangent that you're going on.
No,
so
it absolutely doesn't.
Yes, it does. You basically disagree with me. So back to this. Are women fulfilling this duty right now? Because they're the only people that can have kids and propagate a society. Are they emboldening this duty that they have?
Yes, women are still having kids.
60 million abortions in the last 60
What's
years.
the trend? What's the trend with the birth rates? Are they going up or going down?
Depends on where you're looking, but here in America,
they're going down. In America, they're going down. So they're failing the duty.
So are you telling me absolutely no men are pushing for abortion?
No, women are saying they're
Christians
autonomy.
Is abortion a Christianity Christian principle?
There's nothing.
Do Christians advocate for Christianity for abortions?
I'm sure they probably advocate for Christianity, but there's nothing in the Bible about abortions. But what I'm saying, you're telling me that no Christian man has forced a woman to get an abortion.
He just answered it. He just asked you a question. Can you answer his question because you didn't answer it? Are Christians advocating for abortions?
There are Christians that advocate for abortions in the example I just said.
Is that the totality and a majority? Is that the movement that you see? Or is it a rare, scarce minority?
No, I don't think it's scarce. I think it's always been that way.
Oh, that Christians have railed for abortion, that we push that?
I think plenty of Christians have had closeted abortions for multiple reasons.
No, advocate for abortions.
Advocating this, openly advocating for this. Has that been the mantra of the Christian movement in the West?
No, I'm going to say they're too scared to do so.
That doesn't answer
too scared.
the question.
Okay, so give me one Bible quote, since you're able to quote the Bible in the intro. Give me one Bible quote that advocates for abortion in the Bible.
Oh, actually, I got you on that one. I've already got it pulled up.
I can't remember that verse. Go ahead.
Yep, I've already got it pulled up. So it's
abortion, yeah.
Yep, it's Numbers 5:11. So then the Lord said to Moses, speaking to oh wait, hold on, let me find the actual
Oh my God, this is going to be one of those out of context clips again. Get ready, Clippers.
Not.
Get ready.
Oh yeah, no. So verse 12, speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relations with her, and this is hidden from her husband, or his husband, and her impunity is undetected, since there is no witness against her and she has not been caught in the act. If feelings of jealousy come over her husband and he suspects his wife is impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her even though she is not impure, then
where's the abortion?
It is fucking getting to it. I'm giving you the context since you want to say I'm going to take it out of context. Then he is to take his wife to the priest. He must also take an offering of that part's irrelevant, and then skip to verse 17.
Relevant.
Yeah, skip to verse 17.
Relevant though, no context.
I'll just go ahead and run this for you. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put the dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place it in her hand, the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, if no other man has had sexual relations with you, and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may this bitter water that brings curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband, and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with another man other than your husband, where the priest is to put the woman under this curse, may the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. This is a biblical abortion. If you think your wife has been unfaithful,
this is not a biblical abortion. Holy shit! You guys, oh my God, man!
How do you think abortions were done prior to us to being? How do you think abortions were done?
They drank some dust.
Ridiculous.
They drank some dust. That's an abortion. Drink some dust.
There are
from the tabernacle.
There are natural things prior to us being able to.
One sec, Vigilante. What is the tabernacle?
The church or the synagogue, technically.
Yeah, it was the portable thing that Moses brought around the desert as they were forming into Israel. So this whole thing of like drinking dust, they're in the desert, that drinking dust. This is a test to see whether or not the woman was faithful to her husband. It's the same thing of when King Solomon has the two women. Both women are claiming that this child is his or theirs. King Solomon said, cut the baby in half. It is a test for the woman, not let's all get abortion, guys. Yeah. Holy shit, you guys are retarded.
So here's the
advocating for an abortion in the case that you think your wife has been unfaithful.
Vigilante, I got a question for you. So are the 10 Commandments one rule that every Christian has to face as a rule, right? Is that true?
Technically not, because of the new covenant.
Correct. Okay, let's even say technically not, but does that supersede a lot of other things in the Bible? We would say yes. When you say thou shalt not kill a human life, we can call a fetus, an embryo, whatever this is. We could say it doesn't deserve autonomy, whatever this is. It's still a life. So when it says thou shalt not kill, is that a kill because we're ending a human life? Regardless of whatever identity and pronouns you guys use every day, I'm referring to this fetus. Is that the ending of a human life?
It is the ending of a potential human life, yes.
Okay, so that is a kill, which violates one of the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill, so you're violating that. Christianity does not promote that by that rule alone.
Then you're just dead ass wrong, because in Psalms 137:9, they basically tell them to dash their babies across the rocks. They're killing their babies in protest.
Do you think that was a special circumstance? Do you think that was a universal rule by Christianity? Or do you think that was one situation that happened?
That was the rule at the time. This isn't Christians.
No. This is just what I'm asking.
Oh shit, I was on mute. This is a false, a load of bullshit, Martha. Are you saying in that passage, it's God is telling the Israelites to dash stones against their kids' heads?
Sorry?
In that passage you're quoting, are you
got a thick accent.
That
Try
God
again.
is telling the Israel? Oh, okay, sir. I'll use my southern accent then. Are you claiming, sir, that in that passage that the Lord is saying to the Israelites to dash rocks against their own children's heads?
No, he's telling them to throw their own babies into the rocks and kill them.
Their own babies?
Yes.
Not the Amalekites?
No, not in this case.
Not in this case.
They just went in
you're
and
wrong,
they just
sir.
went in
Again,
and
this is
killed
the
the
whole thing
Amalekite
of drinking dust apparently means that you're having an abortion. This is the backwards.
Okay, let me read it to
logic
you.
that they
So
say.
apparently you're illiterate.
Yeah.
Happy shall ye be that taketh and dashes thy little ones against the stones, not the Amalekites' little ones, thy little ones.
Yeah, thy.
So what's that with the
your.
concept?
Yeah, their.
Thy, yours.
Yes. The song is directly it's a chant that they sing against the Amalekites, saying that we're going to destroy you, even your children. This is not the saying that the Israelites are pro-abortion. This is saying these people are so evil, we'll even wipe off their children. We will wipe these people off the face of the planet.
Are you trying to warp reality as you're speaking, or are you just
What is Psalms? What do Psalms mean? What do Psalms mean? What does Psalms mean?
It doesn't matter what Psalms mean.
It does mean it means songs. It means songs.
Chill,
it's a war song.
Chill. Calm down. Calm down.
I have a question.
Happy and blessed shall he be who takes and dashes your little ones against the rock. Happy and blessed that they want the Amalekites to be
as
happy
in the
and blessed?
Amalekites. They are singing that song to the Amalekites.
Okay, reading comprehension isn't strong in Ireland. I got you.
Water guy. You know what? I'll even meet you on neutral grounds.
What is it, Marty?
Do you believe in Christianity? Is this your fundamental resource? Right. Oh, good. We got that. Let me meet you here. Does feminism support Christianity?
Yes.
Feminism supports Christianity?
Feminism
you just
has
made an
no
argument
basis in
against,
the ideology of religion.
Hold on. No. You made an argument against Christianity using feminism. Now you're saying feminism supports Christianity. Let's get back to this. You yourself don't believe in this. Let's throw Christianity out of this. Does the deduction of babies from the human populace decrease the future dating pool that we have in the future? We're talking about relationships. Are we destroying people's future husbands and wives potentially?
No, because they shouldn't have been with them in the first place.
Wait, if the population decreases 60 million deaths because of abortion and the dating pool shrinks, how is that helping relationships? Answer that.
The relationships that will be had will be healthier and stronger along the way.
So an extermination is helping relationship by having less people to date and less options, which feminism fights for, more options. You're contradicting yourself right now.
Hold on. I have a question for you.
This is crazy.
Marte, Teriak, do you guys like poverty? You guys like domestic violence?
You mean the domestic violence that happens more often in feminist relationships, like lesbianism?
Wait. Are you saying that feminism is the cure to poverty and domestic violence?
This relates.
What the actual fuck is going on here?
This relates to your retarded abortion point. This relates to your retarded abortion
to get people off the street.
Right.
Feminism is going to decrease poverty.
No.
Tell me how.
No. So there was a study done. It's called the Turnaway study. You can look it up. Women that were denied abortions are 4 times more likely to be in poverty 6 months later, and they are also more likely to stay in contact with violent intimate partners. So, in a lot of these cases, and when people are turned away from abortions, it worsens their outcomes.
So hold on, let me follow your logic real quick, Vigilante. Let's say that I like choking people during sex, and that increases the chances of somebody suffocating and dying and increases the chances of death. If I choose not to engage in this and I know the result of my consequences, would I be less likely to engage in this and be more wise about the decisions, having sex or foreplay with my spouse?
I mean, there's a reason most people don't do kinky shit like that.
Right. Given the outcomes, meaning that this could take place in death, meaning I could end up in prison because of this. Would this be a deterrent saying I don't want to go to prison, meaning I may not engage in this activity unless I take precautions to be more wising and vetting my options and choices that I have?
There are some people that will take those precautions and stuff. Yes.
Great. So that means that people, before they engage in sex, they know the outcome could be childbirth and babies. People need to take more precautions. We need more deterrence. You're taking a deterrent off of the board, thus increasing the amount of abortions people are going to have. Thank you.
Hold on.
What you're claiming, Vigilante, is that if someone has like a disease or whatever, a cure to that disease is putting a bullet in that person's head, because technically if they're dead, then they don't have to worry about the disease anymore. That's what you're claiming with the abortion. And also, Lethe, just to be a thing, I have to hold myself accountable. I was wrong about that Sam's quote. It wasn't the Amalekites, it was the Babylonians they were talking about. But this is the thing, context. You guys have no context to the Bible, but you'll whip out fucking verses on this kind of shit and claim that automatically means abortion. That's not, they're talking about the Babylonians. So again,
no, they're talking about murder. But I wanted to get to the whole idea of, like, you're complaining about abortions. So are you saying
murder is unjustified killing?
Are female doctors a net positive for the medical field?
Female doctors are net positive. I don't see how. Why would it matter?
Because when it comes down to infant mortality rate, are women better off with a female gynecologist or a male gynecologist?
It depends on who's more well-versed in it.
Wait, this goes against your egalitarian argument that you're having. So you're saying they're not equal?
Wait, let me counter.
Why would they be equal?
Let me counter. Is it better that we have more white doctors in the medical field?
Right.
I don't think it's better or worse. I'm saying it's good to be able to have
exactly. Alhamdulillah, Habibi.
So, when you get lower mortality rates in studies, you find that female patients treated by female physicians have statistically lower mortality rates and readmission rates. Same goes
for
preventative care. Same goes for childbirth.
What's the percentage?
The percentage is about 30% better.
All right, so
30% better.
I have a question, Leaky Water. So right now, they're doing studies right now, and I can prove to you that 2 biological males can now possibly have a baby. Scientists are achieving this through a historical, I think it's through Sweden, it studies that they could do this, right? So leaky water, since this pertains to you because this is sprinkling in some gay shit, if men themselves can get pregnant, rape would reduce according to feminists. Individual autonomy that what you're fighting for would increase, and choice would be more available if men can get pregnant. This would help feminism cause, it gives you a loophole, so you don't have to do your gay shit feminism advocates. Would you dick yourself down to aid feminism because this helps benefit the benefits that I just described? Would you dick yourself down?
I already knew you couldn't help yourself, as you claim that feminism emasculates men, and you're here emasculating me to the best of your ability.
It's
and
not
it's just
gay
not going to work.
Yourself. Hold on. You're not even answering the question. I need you to engage with this.
That's a dumb question.
If you answer the hypothetical, if you can get yourself pregnant with another man, because this eliminates rape with women, men can reproduce by themselves. Would you, because there's going to be slang, there's going to be new words and terms. This could be like dicking yourself down. It's not homophobic if you touch yourself or get yourself pregnant. Would you dick yourself down to prevent female rape happening in the future and creating more safe spaces for women? If you can get yourself pregnant, could you do this? Would you do this?
You're assuming I want to have kids, and this is the whole thing that we're talking about with feminism. Some people don't want to have kids.
Right. The people that do want to have kids, this prevents female rape. Not only does it prevent female rape, it prevents the lack of safe spaces for women, because now you can get yourself pregnant. Women don't have to worry about advancement from men.
I'm perfectly fine with that being the case. If you want that to be the world you live in, by all means, it can happen.
I don't care about what I want.
I'm telling you, I have no interest in bringing children into the world. So my answer would be no.
Hold on. Would you make a prescription for men to dick themselves down to aid feminism because it helps the benefits that I just described?
Their primary goal, and if they're crying like you are about the birth rates, then by all means, go ahead and dick yourselves down and have kids. Do your thing.
So you just advocated for men to dick themselves down. That's it. All right, go ahead.
It's what you want. I don't know why.
Again, to bring it back to why having kids is an important thing, is the crucial part of the relationship. It's the main reason why you get into a relation. It strengthens the relationship, because then it's not just about your emotions that you have with your partner. There is a higher goal, a higher power to aim towards, which is the actual family. So again, my key question, which you guys keep running away from, is how does feminism help relationships? And by marriage is the end goal of a relationship. How? And you can't say that that's not a goal or that's not the end goal, because even the gays and the lesbians want to get married now, and all of a sudden we had a whole fucking ordeal over that shit. So if marriage is the end goal of relationships, meaning that is a more powerful or more strengthened relationship than just a casual relationship, how does feminism help modern day relationships if it's actively fighting against marriage?
Whoa. I think you're misrepresenting what we agree with on marriage. I don't think marriage is a great institution, but I think people...
So would you get rid of gay marriage?
Hold up, bro. Let me finish. If people want to get married for the tax breaks, for the ability to share insurance, things like that, for the financial reasons, by all means, they should have the ability to do so. But
So
I don't
are you
think
against gay
it's
marriage?
No, I think anybody that wants to get married should be able to get married for the reasons I just specified.
Because why do the gays want to get married? Why not just be in a relationship?
Possibly for tax breaks. The ability
they can get a
to
civil
if we got rid of the tax breaks, would you be against gay marriage?
If we got rid of the tax breaks or any of the benefits that people get from marriage, I don't think anybody should get married. I think it's stupid.
What?
That's crazy, bro.
What? All right, hold on real quick.
So
Hold on.
He's against gay marriage. If we just remove the financial benefits, then we can also get rid of gay marriage.
Crazy, bro. If your principle leads to faster human extinction, which you've demonstrated and agreed with, would you be okay with the result, leaky water?
Depends on whether or not you get to procreate.
No, I'm asking for you. As a general prescription, are you willing to tolerate and accept your principle? If your principle leads to faster human extinction, would you be okay with the result for for female happiness?
Honestly, yeah.
So again,
that's the way it's going to go. If all of a sudden everybody's going to lose their biological drive,
if we wipe out humanity, how does that benefit relationships, Kai?
In what way would that wipe out humanity if people can't get married or whatever the case may be? Like, can you give me some demonstration of how this would be the case?
60 million deletions of babies.
Over what time period? Over what time period?
Over the last 60 years. Go look it up.
It's 1 million abortions a year.
Yeah, 60 million in totality up until now. That's insane.
And how many people are currently alive in America?
It's decreasing as we speak, and we're outsourcing to Muslims to replace us. Is that good? Is that more? Is that more matriarchal to bring more Muslims in our populace because we can't birth our own?
Are you afraid that Islam's going to emasculate you?
We're afraid that Islam.
Is that why you're afraid of Islam?
So that's an empty assertion. I'm afraid that Islam is going to take over to replace our country with the new Iran that we're looking at in 40 years. If we keep at this rate, we can't replace our own.
And if you genuinely cared about women's safety, you would also be against Islam because a woman gets the shit kicked out of her just because she shows her hair.
Correct.
Yeah, we're acting like Islam is the primary people that are immigrating here, knowing full well it's like Indians, well, Asians in general. Like, what is the Muslim population in America?
Did you know that it only takes 30% of a nation to become co-opted and for them to have a Trojan horse to upend their legal system?
Can you answer the question?
Oh, hold on. What countries do we have the most restrictions on immigration against?
Wait, say that again. What country?
Wait.
What countries?
Wait a sec.
What countries
religion is Mam
do
Dani?
we have?
What
on.
religion is Mam Dani?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Muslim. He's the point.
So the mayor of New York is Muslim. Oh, okay.
What religion is it?
Sure, we have a few Muslims in the country. Sure.
Right. This is being offended right now.
Hold on. I have a counterpoint.
You're about to get wrecked here. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
I'm not. What
I'm not
countries?
I'm letting you go right now. Go ahead.
What countries do we have the most restrictions on whenever it comes to immigration?
I'll even answer this. America has one of the most restrictions when it comes to immigration. That's why it's attacked the hardest. I can even demonstrate this with a dual commission. Hold on. I let you go. Specifically, I'm talking about the United States right now because we're talking about modern relations. I don't live in Afghanistan, so I can't tell you the relationships there. Let's go back to the United States and stay relevant.
You're misunderstanding the question.
I need him to answer my question so fucking bad.
Let me finish. You have to let me tie this in because I'm going to answer your question. Abdul's running for office and eliminating voter ID, and he's also tearing down our borders and restrictions right now. So regardless of what country has the most restrictions, right now our border wall is being torn down actively by the left, which is being voted in by feminists as we speak.
Border wall in New York is being torn down, you goofy ass man.
The political border wall that we have, the safeguards of
political border wall.
That is in conjunction with the wall that we have. That supports a wall. We have to have
this is why
these are
bodies that tried to stop you. You misunderstood my question. The question is not what country has the most restrictions. It's what countries does America specifically have the most immigration restrictions against?
Afghanistan, Burkina Faso, Burma, Chad, Republic of Congo, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Laos, Libya, Mali, Niger, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. So about half African and then half Middle East. Yeah.
What's the religion of the majority religion in most of those countries? Islam.
The people we don't let in.
Great. Stay right there. Hold on. No, let me address this before we get to you. Vigilante, let me go ahead and address what you said. It's the primary religion, Islam. Who are feminists voting into office in creating a communist, I would say socialist environment, i.e. like New York, Michigan? Were those men that voted these people into this office and leaning towards Islam in America?
There are Islamic men that are voted towards office, specifically progressive Islamic men, which is
Alhamdulillah, Habibi. And also, furthermore, to that point, Vigilante, the whole okay, if we ban the countries, what are they doing in Europe? They're just going to migrate into Europe because, like I said, the whole point was that North Africa just goes into Europe, and through Turkey they go into Europe, and then they just migrate from Europe.
So again,
the ban on the Muslim countries don't mean shit. Muslims can still get into the country.
Trash panda mouth to let me know what the percentage of Muslims is in America.
Why are you obsessed with my mouth? That's pretty gay.
I want you to use it to tell me the answer.
Also, you're going to tell another man how to use his mouth? That's extra gay. Be more gay.
And
Go ahead, say another thing.
Then say less. Let me deal with Terry.
You can't really say shit about being
how many Muslims we got in this country?
Yeah, you can't really say shit about being a trash panda when you look like a Team Move version of Mastermind. I'm just saying. All right? It's a very swollen head. But what was the question?
What's the Muslim population in America?
this whole thing of percentages don't mean shit, because the percentage of Pakistani Muslims in Britain was like anywhere between 2 to 3%, and we've seen 250,000 British girls get raped.
And then Teriak, here's the other point that I'll jump on that. It only took less than 2% of the population to be trans to start changing bathrooms and us to appealing to a minority because of simp votes from feminists
you're
alone.
saying Islam just took over for the Catholic Church?
And flying the whole aspect, the whole kind of flag of the trans thing, even though it's only 1% of the population.
Yeah,
Exactly.
a small percentage, and they co-opted the whole movement.
What's the percentage of Muslims?
Classrooms.
What's the percentage of immigrants that are Muslim every year? Do you know that?
I'm asking.
Well, there's a shit ton. I can't give you a percentage,
really
but I know it only needs to be a minority for them to co-opt everything. Hold on. Is Mamdani less than 1% of the population in New York? And who's controlling and bringing in socialism, i.e. communism? All it took is one person. Is that not correct? For one person to get in office with a feminist agenda being led by a push towards communism.
And just so we don't get too far off topic here, I want to make sure you guys tie in how the immigration is either for or against each
feminism.
side.
The reason, the reason why we went on this tangent is we're pointing out that feminists on the one hand will be so, like, they'll use the same arguments that the likes of Vigilante and Kai done, where it's like, oh my god, Christianity is like enslaving women, all this kind of shit. And then what do women vote? What do all these feminists vote for? They vote for more Islam, which is literally, you don't wear your burqa, you get the shit kicked out of you. We're pointing out the hypocrisy of feminism. Yeah. They just want to destroy the nuclear family. They want to destroy the West. That's their stated goal. That's why I read out the quotes that they say about the nuclear family, the quotes that they say about Christianity. That's why they're so against this shit. So in terms of, to my main point that they keep running away from, is how can you say that feminism is benefiting modern day relationships when they're actively against marriage? Because even the gays and the lesbians want to get married. They've done a whole fucking ordeal about trying this. It's our right. This is egalitarian. This is a fucking civil rights issue. We should be allowed to get married because we love each other. So if the highest form of love is marriage, why the fuck are the feminists against it if it benefits relationships?
Right.
Feminism isn't against marriage. It's against the Christian version of marriage.
Oh my
God. The leaders have never said it's against the Christian version. They've said marriage. Sariak stated this by quote by one of the formal leaders of feminism. She never mentioned Christian.
I'll read it again.
Yeah,
I'll read it again. Simone de Beauvoir stated in a 1970s interview, no woman should be authorized to stay at home to raise her children. This is not saying that, like, we just want more women in the workforce. It's saying they shouldn't even have the choice to stay home with the kids. At no point is Simone de Beauvoir, the French bitch, saying anything about Christianity. She's saying that no woman, regardless of religion, regardless of creed, should be allowed to stay home with her kids.
All right, and just let Vigilante
literally
answer what he was saying there.
And I would say that is an extremist statement, and it's also more than likely hyperbole. A lot of the times when we have situations like this, people tend to speak in very hyperbolic language. There are a lot of civil rights leaders that also spoke in hyperbolic language as well.
So this is ridiculous because you're talking about hyperbole, yet you talk about infants being bashed against rocks. You bring up hyperbole on your end, but let me go ahead and point to Jesus Christ. He's hyperbole when we talk about the most meek and the most fierce man ever. That points to masculinity. If you look at my definition, Christ is masculine, most meek, most fierce. If we talk about that, the feminists would have no quarrel with his behavioral analysis and his character analysis. If we see this on a screen, that actually comports right with everything that women want in healthy relationships and everything else, because he, unlike Muhammad killed people. Muhammad had slaves. Christ didn't kill anybody. Christ didn't have slaves or any of this stuff. Yet you guys are leading towards a religion that goes against feminism for Christ, who never killed anybody and oppressed women. That's crazy. Six-year-old marrying person, by the way. Insane.
Yeah, and Simone de Beauvoir, by the way, is not a fringe. She's a feminist icon that wrote a 1949 book, The Second Sex, which helped start modern second-wave feminism. So this whole thing, she's a fringe element, she's an extremist. This is second-wave feminism, one of the leaders of second-wave feminism. We need to get pest control. The amount of crickets on this debate is crazy, man.
Cricket's
The core
crazy.
goal of feminism has nothing to do with eliminating the modern family. It's just looking for some measure of equality, ensuring autonomy, and accepting diverse structures. So things don't just work the way you've always wanted them to work, where a woman is in the kitchen and the man is the breadwinner. You can have different dynamics of how those things work, and even allowing for mixed family structures.
Yeah, real quick, Kai. Is eliminating the choice of staying home with your kids more autonomy or less autonomy?
No one said to eliminate that. You keep
Is it
saying
more or
it's
less?
not.
Simone de Beauvoir literally
Can you
said
answer
it.
the question though? Even though nobody said this, can you answer the question? Which one is that?
Is it more or less autonomy?
Yeah.
Eliminating the choice
less
of staying with
autonomy
kids.
if they are actually prescribing that this is the case.
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
This quote does not exist, though. No woman should be authorized to stay home and raise their children. Women should not have that choice because there is no such there is such a choice. Too many women will make that one. Is not an actual quote from her. I don't know where you got it from.
I need Speakeasy to call 911 to wipe all the blood on the left side of my screen off to clean this up real quick so we can continue. This is insane, bro.
Where's the quote from?
An interview she done in the 1970s.
So when I look this up,
And furthermore,
I see it supposedly came
I just
from
noticed
her work
I
with
just
second
noticed,
sex.
I have this. I have this as well. No, I said the second sex is what led to the second wave of feminism. So I was directly countering that to Vigilante's bullshit argument. This is just the fringe bitch. She's not part of the feminist movement. She literally kickstarted the second wave of feminism. Also, this whole thing of like women being abused and like that was like encouraged or some shit like that. In 1904, President Theodore Roosevelt publicly advocated for implementing a whipping post as a corporal punishment for men convicted of domestic violence or wife beating in the District of Columbia. So this whole this whole narrative that you have in your little heads, where it was like women were oppressed and we had them locked in baby cages and they were fucking whipped and all this. That's not the case. Like any dude that was a wife beater was a piece of shit and he was shamed.
And rape was also always illegal no matter what. And I'll even demonstrate this. Vigilante, since you're the one that brought up marital grape, real quick, marital grape. If my spouse is in the bed besides me and gives me a BJ, even though I'm unconscious and wakes me up that way, she never asked me for consent and does this. Did I get graped?
Depends on whether or not you had an agreement to be able to do that kind of stuff beforehand.
Let's say that we didn't talk about whether I had an agreement Saturday morning. She wake me up like this.
If you don't have a pre-described agreement, yes.
Oh, so I got graped. So would it be appropriate for me to grape her back and wake her up the same way by being a sniz licker? Would this make me a grapist? Now we're in a grapist relationship. Would that be classified as a grapist marriage now?
If you do these kinds of things without some sort of negotiated consent beforehand, then yes, it is rape.
And nobody complains. Nobody goes outside the relationship and makes an effort. And no consent is being done within a marriage yet. She makes my coffee, doesn't poison it. And we have a beautiful relationship. Our kids are here. We're graping behind our doors. You're just going to say that marriage is just full of grape. That's what that is. It's a grapist marriage, right? According to you.
So we already have the stats that domestic violence reduced post no-fault divorce. So in understanding that you cannot financially keep somebody beholden to you and force them to stay in a marriage where they're being abused, those numbers went down.
No, the reason why that went down is because we have a lot of other issues that you're not making in there. Women weren't allowed to have debt back in the day. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing for women not to have debt, even though they're the most indebted people in the nation and highest consumer buying people in the nation? Do you think it's a benefit for women not to have debt?
Why could they not have debt?
Nobody to have debt.
No. Answer the question not with the question. Do you think it's a benefit for women not to hold debt?
If it means you can't have property.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're falling into another
Explain
pitfall.
Margaret Brent. Explain Margaret Brent.
Right. This is crazy.
An unmarried English Catholic immigrant to Maryland in 1638. That's a long
Yes, I understand survivorship bias. I understand survivorship bias.
Received the first recorded land grant to a woman in the colony. This is freehold initially 70.5 acres, with her sister Mary expanded significantly, accumulated further holdings through business, family transfers and grants, including on Kent Island and later large tracts in Virginia. Family holdings reached thousands of acres by her death.
Yes, you can point to
Margaret
exceptions.
Brent.
That doesn't
glad
make it
you
a
found
rule.
one.
1638.
So what was the percentage of
No,
women that own property?
Okay,
What was the
we don't want to do
percentage?
one. Let's do the next one. Deborah
let's go.
Moody, right, who lived from 1586 to 1659, English widow and religious dissenter, after leaving Massachusetts, received a formal land patent from Dutch authorities in New Netherland in 1645 for the settlement of Gravesend in the Brooklyn area, making her the first European woman to have found a North American settlement and hold such a patent.
Somebody call pest control real quick.
Again,
I'll give you another
what
one.
is the
Eliza
percentage?
Lucas. What? Eliza
What is the percentage
Lucas
of women
Pickney.
that own property at the time? Was it common?
Hold on, I can answer this. Do you know why it wasn't common? Who can be the best at protecting property?
Men.
Literally anyone with a
And
shotgun.
second, and
Oh,
men,
shit,
yeah,
bro.
men.
Come on, man.
And furthermore, why, as a woman, why the fuck would I have to do all that work to get land when I can just marry a dude that owns land? This is why I gave you the doctor analogy. Why should I spend all that time and sacrifice my childbirthing years to become a doctor when I can just marry a doctor, get the benefits of the status and the wealth, and then I also get to have children?
Maybe
So you
because
want
they're
more
an
shallow
autonomous human
relationships?
being that wants to pursue a career that they think they may help people in.
But you have
Oh
to
my goodness.
sacrifice, Kai. You're not listening. You have to sacrifice your childbearing years.
Right.
Hey,
You want more? So you want more gold diggers and shallow relationships?
well, he absolutely does.
Why are
But
they
what I'm
gold
saying
diggers?
is-
Why-
No,
we're just gonna
this is
assert that.
one sec, Vigilante. Like, you the ones that bringing up women couldn't bring up debt. It's like that was the trade-off.
Yeah.
So
That was the protection against man, that she wasn't just going to be a gold digger, which means she can't just rake up a bunch of debt.
That
That was
negates
the
your
protection
argument.
against gold diggers.
So
So
you're telling
by
me
your own argument here, Vigilante, that was a better system because you
Yeah,
didn't have gold diggers and women were able to get children.
there's
Yeah.
three problems
You're-
here.
you're literally-
saying A, women
This is
can't have
an
kids
annihilation,
while they're
I
going to
think.
medical school. Are you
crazy,
saying
bro.
that women can't have kids if they go to medical school?
They have
Do
to
you think-
sacrifice
wait.
their childbearing years. Yes.
They don't have to. You can
Do you
have a
think it's
kid.
easier? Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's easier for women to go through a complex system of medical school with kids or without kids?
I would say without kids would be easier, but
Oh,
you know, some people actually persevere.
Ain't that a
Are you,
coincidence?
Marte, are you saying that
Crazy,
people
bro.
can't persevere
Yeah.
through hard circumstances?
Why would you want to make life harder for women by doing that, Kai? Answer that.
Life is harder on everyone.
So you're just going to make it harder? That doesn't answer the question. Why would you want to? Why would you want to burden women with that?
I'm
Is
not
it easier or
burdening-
hard?
Okay, let me one sec. Let
Is it
me
easy-
walk
easier
Kai down
or
this
harder
because
for men-
I
hold on.
genuinely think he doesn't understand, right? Like I like as humans, right? We tend to pick the easier option, correct?
No,
Right, Kai?
not
Yeah.
everybody uses the path of least resistance. Some people have aspirations.
No, but generally speaking, you would pick an easier option than the more difficult
The
one.
comparison
If the
Generally
outcome is
speaking,
still going to be the
goes both
same.
ways, anyways.
If the
Generally
outcome
speaking,
is
that
the
works.
same, yeah, you pick the easier option. So back in those days, women could just marry a doctor, still get the status and the financial, and also did not have to sacrifice their child rearing years. Whereas now, women are tax slaves, and if they want to become a doctor, they're like, even doctors are struggling to survive on like a single household income and all this kind of shit. But now you're saying that the woman now has to sacrifice her childbearing years to get the status and the wealth of a doctor. It makes no sense, Kai.
Again, if you
Is it
have a
e-
partner that's more than willing to help take care of the kids and share the burden and allow for his wife to have a better outcome in a place that she wants to actually persevere and aspire
Why
to
would a
be,
woman get into a relationship with a guy that's just going to take care of the kids when she can just outsource that job to a childcare facility?
if she doesn't have the money to do that because she's going through
Again,
school.
it does not benefit relationships.
That's cyclical. You're robbing
Most
from
people,
one to pay another. This is crazy.
you understand most people can't afford childcare, right?
Then why would you have them be sent to childcare if they can't afford this? They're already living at
Your argument goes both.
Which means they can't, if they can't afford the children, if they can't afford the childcare, which means they can't afford the children to get through medical school, which is my point that, going back to my
being
example of the
stupid.
doctor, it was a much better system back in the day.
Hold on, you're being stupid. The argument that you're making goes both ways.
I'm being stupid.
Is it
The motherfucker that couldn't even read his own intro statement.
That's
crazy. I have a fucking stutter. Leave me alone. Fuck.
No, it's not a stutter. It's a fucking illiteracy issue.
Bro, that's
You
crazy.
wrote
It is,
the thing.
it is literally a stutter.
You don't even speak
but anyways,
English.
Regardless, remember, is it easier for a
Bicycle.
man to go to college
FIFA,
with or without kids?
Прости меня, Господи, но они не знают. Да,
Would it not be harder for a man that has kids to fucking go to college?
Exactly.
So I have okay. Let's nip this in the bud. I have a question,
Yes.
Water Kai, whatever your name is. So if women are, would you be for like closing the gender gap as far as equal pay? Do you want people to make equal money?
I want people to make the money that they should be having for
Okay,
whatever job it is.
You want men and women to make equal pay because this is the fight, right? This is the relationships. You want them to be equal, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, no, I'm asking you this. This is what I'm asking.
I'm trying to answer you, you Sambo super soldier. I'm
Cool.
telling you
Answer the
that if
question.
you work 10 hours and a woman works 10 hours in the same job, you should get paid the same. If a woman takes time off for childcare, whatever the case may be,
That
they're
leads
going
to
to
my
make
next
less.
question. Great. That leads to my next question. If you want men and women to make the same, yet women will always argue that they want a man that makes them more than them because they don't want somebody on their same pay scale than them, how do you reconcile this paradoxical equation?
That's not always necessarily the case.
No. Answer the question. Women more often than not want a man bigger than them, taller than them, make more money than them. Why do you want them to make the same? How do you reconcile that problem?
What I'm saying is ultimately the women are going to choose
No
the men
answer.
that have the most time for them.
Exactly.
You're proposing a false dichotomy.
It's not meant
here.
one sec. No, it's not a false dichotomy. It's not like this whole hypergamy thing is a real thing. We can pull up clips of the whatever podcast. All these women have some sort of financial number in their heads.
Let me
where a
ask
man,
you-
shut the fuck up. A man must earn X amount, otherwise he's not even going to date me. When have you ever heard a man say, "I'm not going to date a woman unless she earns X amount of dollars a year"?
There are
Never.
some dudes that do that,
Never
but
been said.
To give you a firm example,
Exceptions
think no
don't
further.
prove the rule.
Think no further than the man Destiny himself, who lost his chick to a dude that made no money while he's a multimillionaire.
Having a
The
side
exception is not
piece
the
is
rule.
not the same as getting into a relationship with a
Yeah.
motherfucker.
He was
That's
married.
In an open marriage, which is
Feminists
not a
don't
marriage.
either. Yeah,
And
that's
the person
not-
left the open marriage, so she could still fuck whoever she wanted to.
Wait, are you
she
arguing
chose
for
to
healthy
leave him
marriages
for
or
someone
regular
else.
relationships? Are you arguing for healthy relationships or the unhealthy one that you just demonstrated with? Not making your argument.
I'm just giving you the point that women will leave dudes with money for dudes without money.
You're using. Hold on. I want the ladies and gentlemen in the
Well, maybe
audience
if
to
it's a Christian,
understand
she
that
would've stayed.
he's using Destiny's relationship as the base of his argument, saying this is what we should lean towards as the metric of what we're
Yeah.
going to compare this to.
No, it's just a real world example
Yeah,
of something
Destiny
that
is
happened
a
that you know
feminist.
about, you can
Yeah.
see.
That's
Very
crazy.
often, women will leave a relationship
Yeah.
to be with someone who's broke.
Is Destiny a feminist?
I have no idea.
Well, it seems like the feminist principles of like open marriage and all this kind of shit didn't really suit them. But if they had a Christian marriage, maybe they would have lasted.
Yeah.
Marte, what is the divorce rates in the Orthodox Church?
9%. Only 9%.
Per capita?
Alhamdulillah, Habibi.
Not even per capita. This is a generality, right? Overreaching here. It's not
And
even
what's the-
hyperbole, 9%.
And what's the average divorce rate across the whole of America? What percentage?
78% for atheists or secularism. That's crazy.
So, in terms of you want a long-lasting marriage, it seems like you'd want Christianity rather than feminism.
So,
we want high quality marriage. We want high quality marriages, not not necessarily long lasting marriages.
How'd you?
It doesn't-
Okay. Yeah. How'd you work
matter
out?
whether-
How'd you measure the strength of a marriage or a relationship? Would the length of the relationship not be a factor?
That is one factor, sure, but a lot of the other
So,
factors.
like, are you saying that
are
like a
contained
relationship that only
within-
lasts a year would be a better relationship than a relationship that lasted 70 years?
Wait, Teriak just brought up a good point.
It
And the
can
reason,
be.
the reason why
Go ahead,
Teriak's
Martha.
point is so good, the reason why Teriak just brought a good point, and I'm going to go ahead and lay this up for him. The reason why it's a good point is because if you're talking about the quality of relationships, we have marriages decreasing more than ever. Unhappiness rates are going up more than ever. Feminism has appeared on the map. What is it, 50, 60 years from now? And happiness rates are going down. Marriages are going down. And we have a sexual economy now as women are becoming material products and telling you that they don't need a man while they're dependent on men to give them money for their sexual services. How is this giving happiness to more women, even though feminism is more egalitarianism? We have more freedom on the map.
Again,
Where's the
when
benefit?
you look at a healthy relationship, like an actual healthy relationship versus somebody who's staying out of duress or out of fear, you're going to have mutual respect. You're going to have open communication. You're going to have emotional safety. You're going to have healthy boundaries, which is something you definitely don't seem to like. You're going to have fair conflict and mutual support.
Teriak, this coming from the guy who used Destiny's example of his relationship to say, hey, this is the example I'm going to compare it to. This is wild.
If you ask
Do you not understand why I gave that example?
It seems like Andrew Wilson has a much healthier relationship than what Destiny had, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I actually have no idea.
Pest control, bro. We need
the Christian had the Christian had a healthier marriage than the feminist.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know.
I think Vigilante was looking up towards God. I think I might have actually converted Vigilante. He's there saying, God, please help me. I'm getting absolutely cooked.
Well, I have 3 monitors. This one is my primary monitor. The one right here, I have Discord.
You don't need a tutorial. You're giving us a tutorial. Can we get back to the debate?
You could have 10 monitors. It's still not going to help you in this debate.
Yeah, you guys are. Oh, this is a bloodbath. Crazy.
He's the one that was fucking questioning while I was looking up. That's why I was explaining.
We're still waiting for one thing, one argument.
Can we get one benefit that is back that we would even? Can you convert us into feminists? How would you do that? Give us your sales pitch on what the benefits are since the advent of feminism with 60 million kids dying, decreasing the dating pool in the future, decreasing our options, and also marital rates going down, happiness rates going down, more SSRIs. Give us the benefit. Sell me feminism. I'm waiting.
So pretty clearly, it's being able to have a relationship where each individual is going to fulfill a role that works for that relationship, not necessarily the traditional expectation of what's going to happen in that relationship. So should say you become...
Is having births a part of a role? Is having births a part of a role?
It can be, but not all relationships require that.
Okay, I'll even grant that. Not all relationships, but in order to sustain a populace, is that part of a role?
Yes. As a society, does it require marriages to produce children?
No, it doesn't require marriages to produce children because children are going to be
Okay, so then how does a society maintain itself without children?
Yeah. When did I say they'd be without
so
children?
It is a requirement.
Did you not hear what I said?
In order for a
people
society
to maintain
itself,
kids out of wedlock,
it is necessary that marriages produce children. That should be
that only
sense.
Marriages produce children. Are more people that are married or more people that are unmarried having children current?
I'm saying in terms of the lens of a society, it is a necessity that marriages produce children, otherwise there will be no society.
I don't think that's a necessity, and I'm telling you that right now. More unmarried people produce
for there
children.
to be a society.
Maybe some of these married people should be adopting more if they're not having kids. I'm really not in that.
Can you answer the question? Can you answer the direct question? You're evading.
I'm not evading anything. He's trying to produce a false
as a society. It is a necessity in order for marriages to have children.
Right.
No.
Oh, good Lord. This is crazy. I got to go piss. Teriak can do the 1v2.
Yeah,
this is an easy W. I'll be right back.
Don't worry about it. So this whole aspect of marriage, building a family. Yeah, go ahead.
Just so we don't, just so Lethe can explain, I think he's saying he doesn't accept, if I was hearing that right, he doesn't accept that premise that you're giving, and if he wants to explain.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that people have kids outside of marriage and still continue to take care of kids. As a matter of fact, black fathers are seen to be the most in their children's life, whether they're married or unmarried. So you can still have a functional society. You can still have a family help take care of children, your grandparents, your aunts, your uncles, so on and so forth. It doesn't have to be in a marriage. As long as people are producing children and taking care of them, you're going to have a functional society.
Yes, but when we look to what is the optimal, what should be the principles that we put forward? Those are the things that we're looking at. We're looking for that the biological parents stay in a union, stay in a marriage together, because if you have, and this is what they destroyed Vigilante's no-fault divorce being a good thing, apparently, is that you will have more single parents with no-fault divorce, meaning you will have more step-parents that come into the household. And when you look at abuse rates, it is higher among the step than it is among the biological. and this is not a blanket statement saying that biological parents never abuse their children, all this kind of shit. Evil does exist, right? But in terms of what will produce a healthier outcome for society, it is clear that biological parents maintaining and staying in a marriage is more optimal for the children. It produces a healthier family. It produces a healthier nuclear family, and by proxy, a healthier society.
Is it better or worse for children if the parents stay together and it is a high conflict marriage?
Define high conflict marriage.
So when we're talking about high conflict marriages, we're talking about like constantly arguing, things like that.
You mean like lesbian relationships, which are more feminist, as a utopia?
No, I could even grant that. It's like, yeah, like when it's a bad pairing or a bad like relationship, like that's clearly not. But to weigh that against the bringing in step parents into that situation,
okay,
we look at the statistics and we clearly see that with step parents, the abuse is higher for the children. That situations and outcomes are worse off for the children in single parent households. So to make the claim that just because the parents are fighting a lot, you can fix that, called going to your father, going to the local church, and seeking help, seeking guidance to remedy that. Not just saying, I have arguments with this motherfucker, I'm out the door.
So nobody says they have to get in another relationship. And again, I want to point to mixed family or mixed generational raising of children works out very well, and we've done it for most of human society. It takes a village isn't just a statement for a reason. It actually is what it used to be. So I don't see why you're saying that it has to be a nuclear family or whatever. As long as people are meeting the needs of the children and producing less conflict in the process in doing so, I think the children are going to have better outcomes.
Great. So I'm glad you brought that up. So now that we have no-fault divorce, which is increasing and skyrocketing marriage rates, and a marriage would be a mini village, are we destabilizing villages with the advent of no-fault divorce, which was pushed mainly by feminism?
What does that even mean?
When you say a village, it's a common culture, it's a common common beliefs, common religion, common all this kind of stuff. But when you start mass important people with different cultures, different beliefs, different values, is that still going to be a cohesive village? No, because you've imported in a bunch of Jews and a bunch of Muslims. They're now having a fucking a proxy war and all this kind of shit, which is not a good environment for the children. So when you're talking about a village, it's about having one culture, one religion, one set of beliefs.
And not even that.
Your village would be your family. It would be the people in your family.
And that's what I'm talking about. Marriage. A marriage is a mini village because you're going to have children. Women and men used to have tons of babies because you had to till the land. That's why people had tons of babies, because before we had farm equipment and all this other stuff, you and I would have been farm equipment back in the day. You would agree with that, right? Before all these racial jokes you're using right now.
You loved it for some reason.
We had to have had a bunch of kids because somebody had to milk the cows and do all this other shit. That is a mini village. Now that we have no-fault divorce, we're decreasing the amount of people in these mini villages, i.e. a marriage and a relationship. You brought up Destiny, which goes to get your whole point. All he did was outsource everything to decrease the opportunity for his village to succeed. We do this with daycare. We do this with side pieces and all that other shit. You go, girl, chase the bag. The bag is now the new man because now we're obeying a new boss. When your husband asks you to make coffee, nope, I'm not doing that, but you'll do that for your boss every day. Money is now women's new god in feminism.
And to go back to something,
just for a second, guys, because I don't want the whole debate to end up turning into about divorce rates. So, Lethe, you were about to say something, so I apologize for interrupting. You can go ahead and continue what you were going to say. But then after that, I was wondering if we could maybe move away from divorce statistics and get both sides to address what feminism has changed inside of intact relationships. Like, what does a relationship between two people actually look like before versus after feminist influence? In intact relationships, I'm saying, right? But if you can go ahead and finish what you were going to say, Lethe. Sorry.
No, I'm good to get into that because, when it comes down to traditional gender roles in a relationship, why is it bad for the man to be the person that's cleaning the house, taking care of the food, making sure things are in order, making sure things are fixed around the place? Like, what exact role should men be playing in a relationship and beyond just dying should someone break into the house?
I'll actually explain this, because before the advent of feminism, we had shows like My Three Sons. We've had other families like All in the Family, even the Brady Bunch. They would have called the guy a cuck because those weren't his kids he was taking care of. Yet they've had a most successful relationship. Now, since the push and advent of feminism, we've now have men being lambasted. Homer Simpson's a dumbass. Al Bundy is looked like a fool. Now all of a sudden we have boss babes and all this other shit. But guess what's happened? We no longer have fathers in the home because feminism pushed this. This is media push. And when we have this, we don't have a good examples. Feminism disabled this in media, entertainment, and everything else with Boss Girl, Babe, and all this other shit. Now our population is decreasing and women's happiness is plummeted. I think we should go back to it to where we had My Three Sons and all those other things. We don't see solid families together in media and even movies and entertainment and shows.
And this is the key thing as well. Like Lethe, like basically kind of took the piss there, or like made a kind of sly jab saying, other than like a man, like, you know, sacrificing his life and all that kind of shit. But like quite literally, a man is stronger, and in terms of labor and all this kind of stuff, that's the whole vibe. The man is supposed to sacrifice his body for his family. That is his role. That's why he goes out and gets the bacon and all this kind of stuff. But a woman equally sacrifices her body for the children. That's why they breastfeed and all this kind of stuff. This is quite literally natural. It's based in nature. So when you see the like this whole aspect of Lethe kind of saying, well, why can't the guy just stay home with the kids and all this kind of shit? Because in terms of the breast milk, all this kind of shit, where are you getting that stuff from? Unless you're kind of saying we're just going to circumvent that and just like have all this powder shit and all this kind of stuff. But then also, why would a woman want to be with a man who's not actually earning or contributing to this to the household? She's out there working a 9 to 5 and all this kind of shit, stressed out her fucking brains, all this kind of shit, and she does not get to see her children. Like the whole kind of thing of like the hormones thing. There's so much shit in terms of like the biological aspect of like a woman being around her children and all this kind of stuff. So in terms of like proper gender roles, that's why it was like for thousands of years, that's the way it was done. Now feminism comes around and literally tries to invert that on its head, purely just to create a nightmare situation, trying to get into women's ears with saying, you deserve more, boss babe, you deserve more, and all this kind of shit. Allow like no fault divorce and all this kind of fucked up shit, and go against the likes of Christianity, which gives you a solid framework of how a marriage should operate.
It seems like you started to answer like what the roles would be, and then you just fucked off somewhere.
I'll tell you
what the
general principle. A man, one sec. A man sacrificing his body for the family, a woman sacrificing her body for the children.
That's an answer.
That's all you got? Okay. So are you saying that if the situation was up and say the man was out at work and someone broke in, that the woman's not going to attempt to protect the children?
What's more optimal?
Apparently the man being out at work, from what you're telling me.
No. Both people are home.
Why should the man not be home doing work, taking care of the kids, and being there to protect them?
Bullet. Yeah, no. The woman steps in that situation, but that's a suboptimal solution.
Yeah, it is suboptimal.
We live in an age with force multipliers. A woman can handle a shotgun the same as a man can handle a shotgun.
I'm glad you brought this up. Women are 65% more likely to become disarmed than men are at 11%. Do you know why that is?
No, go ahead.
They're not even as good as men at the shooting range, because men are quicker, men are faster. Even when we talk about expert marksmanship and shooting, men do better because we have to carry this shit. We have to deal with recoil and strength and all this other shit, core strength. And then not to mention this, but women in the police force, and try as we might to try to make things equal, you may have a wife, right? Let's say you have a wife and you're saying we want to be equal. All you did was create a gay ass relationship because she's no different from you. But then reality is going to enter the chat and she's going to get disarmed because women, whenever they're in a conflict situation and the guy gets the ground on her and they're struggling for the weapon, 65% chance she loses the weapon and she's going to get disarmed. Men will retain their weapons. It's weapons retention because of the strength that men have.
Yeah,
especially things like grip strength and upper body strength.
Yeah, most shooting instructors will say that women are better shooters than men are. Just down the line, when it comes down to snipers, women
trust
got better
me, bro.
numbers.
So you're just going to say, trust me, bro? Yeah, it's crazy. Most shooting, do an appeal to authority fallacy next. How about that? Let's go all the way then.
This is from the NRA. This is from the NIH. Like, what do you want from me?
You're saying that women handle guns better than men.
Women are better shooters than men. Now, whether they handle the guns better,
more accurate.
They're more accurate shooters.
My God, man.
No, that's false. That's completely false. They're not better shooters than men. Can women handle recoil at the same rate than men do?
No.
Probably not in all
Oh
instances.
shit! Oh, that's
Okay, so
Terry.
they can't
Are
handle
we talking
recoil.
about averages?
What about reload times? Who holds the record? What record for the fastest reload time?
Men, because they dominate the sport.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
So they can reload, they can handle recoil, like all these factors of like if it's a home invasion, which is the example you put up, Kai, it is much better for a man to go down and handle that situation than a woman. Now, sure, if the dude is like
Never said
myself, a
that.
leprechaun and 2'5", and I'm dating fucking Big Helga, who's fucking like 7 foot tall and built like a fucking tank, okay, yeah, in that situation, but exceptions to the rule don't disprove the rule. Generally speaking, there are guidelines set forth in Christianity that produce the most healthy relationships and have been doing so for thousands of motherfucking years. Then all of a sudden feminism came along, and now all of a sudden we see massive divorce rates. Like I said, you can compare the Orthodox Christians, which have the traditional outlook in terms of things like marriage and all this kind of stuff, Orthodox Christians versus the average divorce rates of America. Which one's higher? It's clearly the average of Americans and not the Orthodox, which would point towards Orthodoxy producing better and more healthier marriages and relationships and families, so on and so forth. Whereas feminism, which is what the atheists preach and all this kind of shit, is what 70 or 80%, as Martha was outlining, which is clearly a net negative for modern day relationships.
Bro, are you trying to tank the birth rate? Like, because literally, what percentage of Orthodox Christians are there in America to be making up the numbers you're complaining about?
It's growing like wildfire.
Yeah, one sec. The principles, the fact that the statistic, that makes no difference with the current amount of Orthodox Christian and stuff. It is the principles set forth from the tradition.
And don't matter.
Hold on.
9% of 0.5%, beautiful.
So the success rate is high. It does matter.
Yes.
Hold on. So if we were to like apply this across the board, right, and we force atheists and stuff and non-Orthodox Christians into this framework, do you think that without the support of the church, you're still going to get the same results?
No, you're misframing this. You're saying force. No, we would convert them by using the same media that feminism has done through propagandization. Let's say we frame that way, right? Frame it that way, because only Muslims force other people to do things through the sword. Christianity doesn't do that.
No,
Can we frame that?
It's a hypothetical. If we were
wait, hold on. So in your hypothetical, Christians are forcing people to do things?
No, I'm not saying forcing them into the church.
You just said force. Sorry.
I said you misunderstood.
We can bite this bullet.
Hold on. Let Vigilante finish what he's saying. Let him finish.
You misheard where I used the word force. I said force the framework, not the religion.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay. No. We can bite this bullet. We can bite this bullet. Yes, because if let's say atheists and all non-Orthodox adopted these principles, would you see a better outcome? Yes, I think so. Because, for example, a core tenet and teaching of Christianity is humility, meaning these women won't be there constantly trying to say, I can get better. The grass is always greener. A woman would actually be grateful for her current husband, the fact that he's willing to sacrifice his fucking body for the family. A woman would be grateful for that.
I'm not talking about the principles. You don't get the principles without the religion. I'm talking exclusively about the framework.
That's a part of this. That's baked into the pie.
What is the framework?
Yeah. What the hell? This is, bro.
No. Don't let him actually, like, I want to see him sweat now. He's already starting to already see the shine on his forehead. What is the framework?
Yeah, so the framework that I'm talking about is the man being the only person to go out and work and the woman being the person that stays home. Exclusively just that framework.
That's all that orthodoxy brings. That's what you think the only difference is.
I tried to get you to elaborate earlier, but you weren't really willing to do so.
This is crazy.
So let's get back to the gender.
One sec, Mike. Let's fucking. We got plenty of time here. Let's fucking roast him a bit more on this.
Gotcha.
When we're talking about Christianity,
do it, bro.
when we're talking about Christianity, we're talking about humility, the cure for the ego, the Luciferian ego, right? What feminism preaches is this whole boss babe, you're better than everyone and all this kind of shit. Go out and make that bag, honey, and all this kind of shit, right? This whole thing of like prostitution, OnlyFans, and all this kind of shit. Christianity destroys that. It reminds women to be grateful of what they actually have. It preaches humility, that you shouldn't be arrogant and like this whole like boss babe mentality, go out and get the bag and all this kind of shit, sell your coochie online for $4.99 and all this kind of shit. Christianity gets rid of that. Meaning
And
you will have more
replaces
virtuous
it.
women. You will have more women that don't have a fucking massive body count and all this kind of shit. You'll have women that actually care about their kids. You'll have women that actually be grateful for their husbands.
You can't
Shall I go
force
on?
the
And you have
you can't
Go ahead.
force their religious principles onto people. You can force the
Your hypothetical said if they take these principles on, would we see better outcomes? Yes, we would, and I demonstrated why.
that is not what the hypothetical was.
You said you would take you literally said that you're not saying force.
I said structural framework, not religious principles.
Okay.
If we
Structural framework. What is the structural framework again?
The structural framework is the man being the one to go out and work and the woman staying home. That is what the structural framework. Anything else is religious principles.
So with this structural framework, we've seen a decrease in divorce in the past. And if we're talking about mitigating happiness, we can even go back to the gender roles that Leaky Water guy was talking about here. Now, I pointed this out real quick. I'm kind of changing the subject just a tad bit. Science is moving towards innovation to where men can get pregnant. Now,
You really love that picture, don't you?
Hold on, let's get back to this because you're trying to be entertaining. It's not working here. So if men are going to get pregnant, who's more optimal at this gender role at getting pregnant? Men, if they can get pregnant in science, it creates this innovation for men to get pregnant. Who would be more optimal at having babies then?
Bro, you are holistically ignorant to science. Why do women have wider hips than men?
Piss. We'll fucking take the piss.
I'm not taking the piss. I'm answering his question.
You are taking the piss.
Why are women more physiologically suited to have children?
Because they have a womb.
Can we breastfeed?
Even beyond that. Even beyond that.
Can we breastfeed better than women?
We're talking about structure here. Women have wider hips. We have big heads.
Okay, you're taking the piss big time. This is wild, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is crazy.
No, you're not
This is
understanding. Men's physiology is not necessarily equipped to have children. If we were to change the entire physiology of men, if that was the case, then maybe it'd be perfectly fine, but it's not the case.
Yes, and if my auntie had balls, she'd be my uncle. It's irrelevant to this fucking prompt.
Which one is more suited to this gender role? Because you question about gender roles. I'm grilling you specifically about this gender role. Who's more suited to be a mother of a child? Let's say a man can be a mother. Who's more suited to do this?
Women are childbearers. Done deal.
Oh shit! Fuck!
We finally got there. We finally got there.
It's a pretty easy concession, but the point is, if you don't want to have kids and you want a proper functioning relationship, what's going to be the case of the gender roles in that instance if you don't have kids?
When you say it's an easy concession, you get in about 50 of them, but I can answer your question directly. When we're talking about the gender roles in relation to kids, when you're dating and you have a proper relationship, because feminism is supposed to increase the quality and care of relationships and keep the structure sound. We, both feminists and us, agree that we want people to stay together. Now, when a young man is looking at his mom, he's going to find his mom in women that he dates in the world. If they're not present in the home, they don't know what to look for. That's why women are running through men right now. Do we have this intact family now because we have no fault divorce? So kids can look for their mother in women that they date.
So question:
from daughters? Do daughters have that option now?
No, they don't.
Repeat
They effectively removed that.
So there's no referent that kids can use to increase their dating market potential, meaning I can find somebody that's a good dad because I know what a good dad is like in the dating market, but because they're not present, because feminism is pointing to no-fault divorce, there are no dads present, which means that women do not know what to look for because they don't have a reference point.
Exactly.
You also realize that people
unless they go to church.
Yeah.
You also realize that people with
unless they go to liturgy.
Rent a dad, or what are you going to do? Rent a dad or something like that? Like, what are you guys going to do? What's your option?
Well, basically what you're saying is that if these daughters had fathers around and those fathers were shitty, then that's what they should be looking for. That's the role
you're
model.
Making a false. You're making a false dilemma now. You're saying
exceptions don't prove the rule.
Are we saying that fathers don't come around? They aren't around their children?
I'll even bite this bullet. I'll say that, let's say that does happen. Do you think that the rates of two people coming together are higher, the success rates? Because when we see women raising kids by themselves are 2 times more likely to go to prison, jail, and incarcerated environments than two parents together. Matter of fact, in the least feminist environment of fathers raising them by themselves, it's the same as two people together that are mother and father. This is crazy. You guys got to at least win 1 point in this debate.
So you've
This
never
is
seen not a
steamroll.
single dads. I don't know where you're going with
They
this.
haven't even been able to present an argument. But this is my whole thing, right?
I'm
like
being pretty
fundamentally,
clear.
do
You have
let me-
multi-generational families. You have grandfathers. The daughter can see the grandfather, can see their uncles. Do you act like this? Just we live in a singularity.
Hold on, no.
Yes, but uncles are. It's all like a family tree is all nuclear families stacked on top of each other.
Yeah,
that's why a
it's all
nuclear family is the atom.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like this whole thing, if you're trying to point at the community or the village on stuff, you're just pointing to the larger structure of what a nuclear family produces. Okay, so like, but this is what because maybe you guys like let me try the slogan aspect because I know you lefties love the whole like slogan things. when feminists say a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle, do you think that that's conducive to building a relationship or probably a bit negative towards building a relationship?
For the percentage of people that are saying that, it's a negative. Vigi?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably mostly negative.
Yeah, so this is what like feminists get in their ear and they say you don't need that man. You're an independent woman. You don't need no man. So how is that productive or helping a modern relationship when the women are constantly being propagandized into thinking I don't actually need this guy? Like this is why I point back to Christianity and being humble and being showing gratitude towards their husbands. This is a better outcome for the marriage. And like I said, in just in case you try to do the but Christianity is misogyny. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise the wife to her husband. The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have the authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife. Nevertheless, in the Lord, women is not independent of a man, nor is a man independent of woman.
So can we ask a similar question?
They need each other.
Will you field a similar question? For women that are telling other women to only accept relationships where they're respected and are treated properly. Is that a net negative for relationships?
Is that exclusive to feminism?
For the most part, yeah.
No, it's not exclusive. Not even for the most part. Lesbian relationships are most feminism. Are most feminist.
What did you think I just read out?
Yeah, bro.
The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife. What, like, this is what I think. Like, you guys get. I genuinely think you guys have like fucking twisted like Islam and Christianity, and you think that like Islam is actually Christianity and Christianity is actually Islam because nowhere in Christianity would you see if a woman doesn't wear a fucking burqa, she gets the shit kicked out of her. And like I pointed out with the Theodore Roosevelt in 1904, he was there saying that we should have whipping posts for wife beaters.
So what's the purpose of? So in your opinion, right? What's the purpose of a relationship?
Produce a nuclear family.
Yeah,
that is the only purpose of a relationship.
Not only the primary purpose of a relationship. That's what you asked.
That's the core purpose.
So if you are infertile, you can't have a proper relationship.
Yeah, we'll even bite the bullet and say those exceptions exist, but what's this still pointing to? She still has a uterus, and we're finding modern inventions because Ocasio-Cortez is now shooting herself with a lot of medication, so now you're eliminating more excuses than you would ever have because before she would have been infertile. Now because of men, patriarchy has given these inventions for you to freeze your eggs. Oh, shit, feminism didn't bring you guys that. That's men doing this.
And if a woman is infertile, is that a positive or is that a negative? Is that a tragedy or is that something that should be celebrated if a woman's infertile?
Right.
It's neutral.
It's a tragedy.
It depends on what. It's
not
neutral.
It's a
It depends
tragedy.
on whether or not. It depends on whether or not that person actually wants kids. So it's a neutral.
Okay, if I lost my leg, is that a fucking tragedy or is that something that should be celebrated?
I want to ask
I would
Marte.
say that's a tragedy, but it's also a false
Yes,
dichotomy.
losing ability of your body parts is a fucking tragedy. Holy shit, these guys are bad faith as fuck.
Is a man's ability to not protect his home a tragedy, meaning he's incapable of protecting his family and they get massacred in the process because that's leaning towards a duty that men have? If he's incapable of doing this, is that a tragedy?
If they get hurt, then yes.
So he's failing in this duty. That's a tragedy. Okay, there you go. That's all.
I mean, you assume that every single man has the capability of protecting their home.
Most men.
Most men have the
generally speaking.
That's the duty. Like you said, the women that can't have babies, most women can have babies, right? Yeah.
But back to the whole fertilization thing. Who was the first person to successfully vitrify an egg?
I'll even bite the bullet. Let's say it's a woman.
Absolutely, it was a woman. So women being in the field of medicine has allowed for better outcomes for women on a whole, for more women to be able to get pregnant, including women who are in nuclear relationships.
Kai, no one is saying that women should not like lock them up into the kitchen. Like, this is why I done with the whole propaganda thing and pointing back to even in the 1600s, women own property and all this kind of shit. What we would say is that a woman should not be using her prime fertile years to have kids to go become a doctor and all this kind of shit. If she wants in her 40s to go become a doctor and all this kind of shit, no one gives a fuck because the kids are raised and all this kind of shit. Nobody gives a fuck.
I'll give you a good example.
Like J.K. Rowling, one sec, J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter when she was like 40.
And I'll give you another good example. Rachel Wilson had kids earlier. She's now on podcasts. She wrote a book after all that. So we've worked women in this inversion to say, no, because you should be afraid because you won't be able to have freedom. Now we're having more retarded kids. And, pardon my French if anybody's offended by this. And more detrimental kids and more kids that are unsuccessfully delivered and having health problems because we're staving them off at later years, increasing geriatric pregnancies.
I appreciate that you mentioned the boss babe, Rachel Wilson, and her stepfather husband, Andrew Wilson, literally two examples of exactly what you were against. Stepfathers aren't always abusive, huh?
Yeah, but it's generally higher rates of abuse as opposed to biological. That's not an absolute, it's a general statement.
So this maybe we should know how to pick our partners better?
What religion was the stepfather that you're referring to?
Which stepfather am I referring to?
Yeah, the boss babe that you're referring to. Who was the stepfather? What was his religion? Yeah, what's his religion?
Ortho at the time. I don't know what his
religion
was at the time.
I think both sides have already agreed that not all stepfathers are bad and some can be. So let's move past, let's not use people's real life examples.
We're saying in terms of the principles at play, what is the most optimal situation? And Christianity preaches the most optimal situation.
It does.
That's and even in the Bible, and even in the Bible, it has all this like outline in terms of like what happens if a woman gets widowed, and it doesn't say she should never remarry and all this kind of stuff. It actually says that you can get married and all this kind of stuff as well. So it's like this is a complete bastardization and all this kind of shit, which just proves our point that we've been saying with this whole thing of the propaganda. They've been fed a bunch of bullshit, and they think the Christians want to lock women up and all this kind of shit, get them out of education. You can't let them own property and all this kind of shit. When we've said time and time again that like after the kids are raised and all that kind of stuff, you do you, boo. If you want to go to college, get yourself an education when you're 40 and all this stuff. The kids are all like out of the house and they're all like going about their business and all this kind of shit. No one gives a fuck.
Terry, I know easy told me not to
if I could real quick ask a question maybe to the panel to see where this brings you guys, because it seems like, I think if I'm wrong here, just go ahead and correct me. But it seems like the negative is saying that prescribed gender roles make the relationship stronger, where Lethe and Vigilante saying not having these prescribed gender roles is actually making it stronger. So I'm wondering, so does eliminating those prescribed gender roles, does it make it stronger because couples can negotiate their own roles, or would it?
Yes.
Would you say it's weaker because expectations become less clear? Like, where is that? Where would you guys answer that?
That's part of the feminism is that you are able to clarify through communication what best fits for your relationship. Say that the dad is working at home, and of course he's going to be there to watch the kids if the case comes down to it. Why shouldn't you be able to clarify that?
You're talking about more freedom. You and Vigilante think you should have more freedom in a relationship, right?
Yes.
So in a marriage, Destiny's wife had most freedom. And when you open up your relationship and you go away from these gender duties and you outsource your sex and dick to another person and all these other things happen, what's the result of that when marriages have more freedom?
I mean, we're not saying necessarily more freedom in the case of like having multiple partners. That's not feminist.
A lot comes with that. It's not just sleeping with people. It's saying I'm going to do my own thing, despite what you say. I don't have to have kids because Destiny didn't have a kid with this woman. But going back to this, she neglected to fulfill these gender roles. They had more freedom in their marriage. Do you think that helped out their marriage? Let's look at this example. How did that help?
That's an
You could
outlier
argue-
type of marriage.
Okay, right. Let me give.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Now they understand what exceptions to the rule are, Marte. All of a sudden, you know what I'm saying?
Crazy,
But
bro.
here's,
So
here,
conversation
let me give
revolves around the exceptions to the rule.
let me give a generic example, right? Right. There's a certain body type and certain characteristics which would make a person like better at being a quarterback than being a fucking offensive lineman, right? You'd look at the offensive linemen; they're tall, but they're fat as fuck, and they're the big weight and all this kind of shit. No one is saying that someone with the body physique of a fucking offensive lineman can't physically become a quarterback, and vice versa. But it is way more optimal to do so. This whole thing of like negotiating out like the different terms on this kind of shit, like no one's saying that there's specifics to what makes your particular relationship work best and all this kind of shit. But generally speaking, okay, the gender roles dynamic has worked for thousands of years, and it has produced far better relationships than the likes of feminism, which all feminism does is seeks to destroy the nuclear family and to destroy Christianity. They're actively going out of their way to destroy marriage and the nuclear family, and part of that is they also have to destroy Christianity, because Christianity gives you those principles, gives you that framework, gives you that dynamic.
The goal isn't even to destroy it; it's to make it optional.
Okay, great. Let's go with your optional. Let's go. Shariak, I can bite this bullet real quick. So if a woman's making this optional, she seeks independence, right? Because that's the optionality we're pointing to. We call this empowerment. You would call this empowerment. Leaky Water Guy calls it empowerment. But if a man seeks freedom from his obligations, what do we call that?
Who said they're seeking freedom from obligations?
No,
it's different
if
obligations.
If a man does this, what do we call that? Was there a name for that?
I mean,
yeah, there's a name for somebody that shirks their obligations.
Is that empowered? Is that man now empowered, just like the woman does? Because feminism tells women that they're empowered if they have an option to become more independent and leave these obligations.
You're referring to the term deadbeat, right?
No, it's not what I'm referring to. If he leaves, like, let's say we even refer to this as deadbeat. Let's say if men do this and they leave their obligations, leave their gender roles, what does this do to their dating market?
Ooh, wait, hold on. Now you're saying this is the gender role. So what is the exact gender role you're talking about that's the obligation?
She doesn't feel safe around me because I don't step up. I'm a simp, and I tell her yes and everything else. And she now has to become the assertive person, and I fail on all these metrics. She feels emotionally.
Being assertive is a gender role?
No, not saying that, but
your gender role is to be assertive. Why can't you just fucking say what it is?
I'm telling you right now. She feels less safe around me. I'm the protectorate class. All that comes with the protector means there's a feeling and there's a physical obligation to stop the crime that's going to happen to my woman. I fail in this regard. What does this do to my dating options if I'm that kind of guy? Because women can fail and they call it independence. But when a guy does this, what does this do to his dating market?
So you're saying the gender role of a man is to step in front and protect a woman is the primary thing.
Sacrifice his body for the family.
Yeah,
a woman's
okay,
duty is to
so
sacrifice
you
her
may
body for the
feel
kids.
like this individual isn't going to do this. What happens when it happens and he does so?
No. I said the feelings come with this. It's part and parcel with the physicality and having to protect them. So if a man fails in doing this because he wants to become neutral and egalitarian and equal with the woman, what does this do to his dating options?
It destroys.
I'm going to say this is a false fucking narrative.
Oh, you're fucking
It's
right.
not.
Can you answer the fucking question?
It's like this whole thing of like women, like literally there's a woman on the Joe Rogan podcast and she's seen her boyfriend at the time get knocked the fuck out in the ring. And she was like, that instantly gave me the ick.
Yeah, her sexual attraction plummeted through the basement. So
And
can you answer the question? Go ahead. Can you answer the question that asked? What does it do to his dating options? I want to hear it from Leaky Water Guy.
So in the instance that a woman doesn't
can't answer fucking question.
Oh, so you don't want me to answer?
Oh, go. My bad. That's me.
Let him answer.
So in the instance that a woman feels that her man can't protect her, and she can quantify that he can't protect her, then if that's what she's looking for in a relationship, it's going to be a negative. If she feels that way and it's not true, and he actually will protect her and has protected her, then her concept of that is an entirely different issue.
This is equivocation that you're doing right now. It's not a good master class at it, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to ask you, Can you tell me, generally speaking, because Teriak went to generalities, can you generally give me a more concise answer that's more black and white instead of like something ambiguous? Because you're leaning to ambiguity. Can you tell me, generally speaking, if a man abandons these roles and she doesn't feel physically safe from him, what does this do to his dating market? Because he doesn't take action. He's less likely to take action, stop the threat. What does this do to his dating
we're
option?
talking about two different things here. If a man abandons his role and says, hey, if you end up caught up in some mess, I'm not helping you, that's already abdicating the relationship in itself. That's
He's strong and independent. You got it, girl. I'm strong and independent. I don't need to do this. He's doing what women are doing. What does this do to his dating market?
Okay, if you knew, go ahead.
Let Leafy finish. Let Leafy finish.
If you got knocked out, like say you were in your home and your woman's there, and you got knocked out, and she would absolutely do nothing to keep you from getting murked in your sleep, would that be a good relationship still?
What?
It's the expectation, bro.
Oh my God.
I have an expectation that someone that cares about me is going to have my back.
The expectation, right, is that the man is going to protect the woman. And if the man can't fulfill that expectation, she gets the ick. That's what the ick is. Right. So this whole thing of like dating options, all this kind of stuff. Vice versa, though, it doesn't work the same way. A man's not expecting his wife there, like whip out the fucking like John Wick fucking like load out and start fucking popping caps and all this kind of shit.
If a woman's a part of the protector class, it actually is not a part of the attraction measure when I see this. Just like if I look at a woman and I'm a broke guy, she's not saying I'm not attracted to him because he's broke. She's actually attracted to my ability to provide and secure this because staving off financial storm is a form of protection as well, too. She's attracted to that. I don't go to a woman and say, damn, I'm turned on by her effective knockout abilities. It's fucking retarded.
No, but knowing that she's going to protect your kids if something happens in your home is something that you would appreciate in a mate.
Nobody sells relationships like that.
This is the whole thing. Like a woman gets like turned on, but like finance. This is why they talk about. I'm not going to date a man unless he earns X amount a year. I'm not going to date a man unless he's got a six pack. Those two things, just to use an example, is he can financially provide for me and protect me against like the financial risks and all this kind of shit, and also he can physically protect me. Equally with a dude, that's with the whole hourglass shape. It's like she's got like big boobs so she can like feed the kids, and then she's got wide hips, which means it's safe for birthing.
So your only worth as a man is your wallet and your height and your physicality.
Not the only word. This is what we see with the ick. When women say they get the ick, this is what they mean.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. That is reaching on 9 minutes, but like I said, if both sides feel like they still wanted to get some points across, we could put another 30 minutes on the clock if you guys are up for it.
Do you guys want to get cremated? That's what he just asked. Do you guys want 30 minutes of roasting? Because the oven's done.
No, I actually gotta end pretty soon, so I'd rather get through Q&A and everything else.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
So that is gonna wrap up the open floor back and forth. Okay, excellent exchange from both sides tonight. So we're gonna enter into the final phase of the debate, the closing statement. All right, so each side is gonna have 10 minutes each, because usually we do 5 minutes for closing. So I figured give 10 minutes for each side. So we started with the affirmative. So for closings, we're going to be starting with the affirmative again. That'll give the negative the last word, because I like to give one the first, one the last. So whenever you guys on the affirmative side are ready for your closing statement, I will go ahead and start the timer. Oh, sorry, really quick. And one more reminder to the chat. Get your questions in, okay? Because after the closing, we're going to be doing a 30-minute of Q&A. And so get your questions in the Q&A there. And if you do a PayPal or Cash App, those will take priority. And if you do a Super Chat, Rumble Rant, those will be second in priority list. And then if we have time, we'll get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of those priority options. And if you're like sending like some real like crazy shit, I'm probably not going to read that in the Q&A. I'll read that after when we're in an open panel. So just letting you know now. But with that being said, whenever you guys are ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I will start the timer up with your voice.
So what I've heard is the most oddly offhanded Christian talking point I could possibly think of. Martyrdom is the cornerstone of your ability to have a traditional relationship. If you can't and aren't put in the position to give your life for your significant other and your children, you never get to prove your worth as a man. If your wallet at any point becomes small, then you're just not man enough from what I'm hearing. Because these seem to be the only gender roles that Marty gets into. And the idea that for better or worse, for richer or poorer, is what is within the marriage vows. So I would say being able to have a relationship where you can give and take and you can be flexible in what's necessary to maintain that relationship is what is most healthy for a relationship. And if that relationship can't do that, if it's only held together under duress for fear of, hey, I'm going to be poor, or hey, society's going to look at me a certain kind of way, or hey, my family's going to have an issue if I don't stay in this relationship, or I'm going against God himself and I'm going to end up in hell for not acknowledging these marriage vows, that is a relationship built under duress, which is extremely unhealthy. It will reflect in everything that you do in life. It will reflect in your kids. I think this is a net negative. I think it is positive to be able to have good communication, to be able to generate flexible roles, for both parents to be able to bond with their children, because both men and women do bond with their kids. And without that bond, you're not going to have the same kind of relationship and they won't have the same measure of growth. These are things that you should be aiming for. And if it comes down to having a mixed generational household with the grandparents watching the kids, because usually if the mother or father weren't able to take care of the kids back in the day, they would drop them off with the grandparents or the aunts and uncles, and they would be who raised the children. That's not what I would hope for, but I would hope that we can strive to make it easy for both parents to be there with the kids. And if that situation requires that the woman be out and making money and the father be there working from home, doing whatever, and maintaining the house, which would also put him in a better position to protect the children if anything went down, I would say that would be a net positive. Whereas if people want to maintain those gender roles, no one's saying they can't do it. If that fulfills you in your relationship, by all means do that, but we're aiming for the flexibility for you to do so. So whatever the case may be, whatever is most healthy in the benefit of having a stronger union and people feeling heard and knowing that they matter in that relationship and they're not just there because they're bulk and brawn and they lift things they can reach off the top shelf, or that you're going to be someone pumping out kids and staying in the house. This isn't what you need. We need to be able to communicate. And Vigi?
Yeah, so we got to realize here that a lot of the stuff that feminism deals with in order to improve relationships are things that are the exceptions to the rule. Not every man is abusive. Not every man is somebody who's going to go out there and fucking rape people, right? Not every person is somebody that is going to neglect their responsibilities. Not every person is somebody who necessarily wants, not every woman is somebody who wants to be out there working, right? But the thing is, we make laws based off of the exceptions. We don't have the law of like not to murder people because of the fact that everybody wants to go out there and commit murder. It's an exception amount of people that do this that we're trying to punish because it is something that's bad. The things that feminism benefits relationships on, the things like reducing domestic violence, providing domestic violence resources, these are all things that go to the exception. You have to be able to provide the resources for the exception in order to fix society and to be able to make these things better. It's so like, and a lot of these things don't even just benefit women. Domestic violence resource shelters and stuff affect men as well. It affects men's ability to leave relationships, because the reality is women can be abusive too. And we have to provide these resources for both men and women. It's not the feminism isn't the idea that, women are like the only ones that need these things. Feminism, at least first, second, and third wave feminism, at least, it's the idea that of making or putting both genders on more equal ground in order uh, for society to progress and for people to be able to escape these unhealthy relationships in order and not for people to be indefinitely trapped in these things. And like when we talk about like the abuse situations that why we need no fault divorce, the reality is not all of these situations people are going to be able to prove these things in court. There are more types of abuse than physical or sexual abuse. There's financial abuse, there's emotional and mental abuse, and these are things that are significantly harder to be able to prove in court. That is the whole reason as to why we have to have these things, because when we don't have these things, that's where we get like the high conflict marriages and how like this study that I referenced earlier, where when we studied this, children in high conflict marriages have worse outcomes than children in low conflict marriages, because the reality is if you think that this is like the main purpose of a relationship is to have kids, you don't want kids to be stuck in these situations because they affect the kids as well. But also the idea that relationships themselves are like the whole goal is just to have kids is an unfortunately shallow way to look at things. A relationship is more than just, oh, let's reproduce. It's a partnership in order to build on and be able to rely on each other and have an emotional connection. And without that emotional connection and the focus being just, oh, what's best for the kids, it's a sad state of reality to think that your only purpose is producing children, because it's not. Whether you're a man or a woman, it's your capacity to connect to other people and your ability to have a relationship with your partner are very, very important. And feminism, the whole purpose of feminism is to expand that and expand the negotiation between partners in these roles. When we don't have that, it in some cases does make things turn out worse. And I'll see the rest of our time, unless Lisa has more to say.
That pretty much covers it. The whole idea that feminism allows for people to live their lives the way they choose to, and not by any rigid guidelines that society is going to reject them based on, is a net positive for society. It's advanced many fields of science study, medicine, all the way around. It has been a net positive that 50% of the population is allowed to contribute to all these different fields, as diversity is a strength of humanity, and to lock that away is to the detriment of the society that we live in. And I think that we've seen that over time, and I think it's going to improve over time that more people are allowed to contribute to these fields of study, these ideas and conceptions, and will further humanity as a whole.
All right. Thank you for those closing statements. Excuse me. Sorry. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to the negative side. And whenever you guys are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with whoever wants to go first voice.
Yeah, I've been taking notes. So Leethy's whole thing is we need to be able to communicate. All I heard from the HR department on the left was feel, felt, found mechanisms. If we just communicate more, it'll be great. We actually have more communication brought to you by the onset of modernity and technology that men have given, not what women have provided. So if we're talking about that, you're also talking about this whole thing about expanding coverage and relationship. So we're not isolated to one little thing. Teriak, my amazing debate partner who cremated you guys on his side, has stated that there was a woman who owned property. Now, this goes outside of the spectrum which you guys are talking about. And then he proceeded to list and lambast you guys with the whole list and said, do you guys want more people that own property? And went on to this. And that was just the reckoning that I was relishing to see. Now, on to Vigilante's point. His whole argument is not everybody is going to be able to. Yeah, not an argument against anything that we disagree with. In fact, most of Lethe's argument when he talked about this was an argument for our side. I didn't even hear an argument in the closing statement to where he provided one benefit. All I've heard from these two HR gentlemen is this is what we need to do. And I'm just like, yeah, we have no, issue with that. That we believe that too. So that's what the argument is. And then here's the thing, though. He says that women can be abused too. It can be abusive too. That's actually to our purpose. Yeah, we've been saying that. That's anti-feminism, actually, if we're talking about lesbian relationships, because you said that too. And we're talking about we need to be able to escape relationships. How does that help relationships if we're looking for an exit going into one? That's actually to our point. That doesn't make any sense. Nobody goes to a marriage and looks forward to the divorce party. The second thing is when you talk about it isn't just about kids. Yeah, we would agree with this too. Another point that doesn't move the goalpost or any other metric when we're talking about this, because if I don't protect you or I do protect you, that isn't the only thing that men do in relationships. The whole time I've heard the HR department make these statements, and there's been no logic on their side. Meanwhile, let me go ahead and do a little math since my opponent wanted to go ahead and make fun of me and do all these slang terms towards me. And I'm going to end on this before I pass it over to my amazing Irish competitor here that's destroyed them thoroughly. So we're going to do a little bit of math. You're going to call me names. I guess I'll do a little thing to make it even because this is equality. Lethe Water Guy, you are a black flag. We're going to do some subtraction. Take the L out. What is that? Because you guys took one. Pass it off to Teriak.
Appreciate you, Marte. And again, like I said, shout out to Marte for the cremation. The roasting was superb and all that kind of stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, you might notice that like me and Marte were wearing our shirts where we came here, dressed to impress, so to speak, because like this is all business. And again, to Lethe and to Vigilante, none of this is personal. This is just pure business. Because we need to essentially wipe out this mental virus, this scourge on our society, which is feminism. Speaking of which, shout out to Rachel Wilson. She has a book called Occult Feminism, so I want to give a shout out to her. If you want to see better arguments made than the arguments that I currently made, I highly recommend you get that book. But ladies and gentlemen, essentially like our opponents here just like proved our point, essentially. You know what I mean? Like our whole kind of thing here is that like feminism has no prescriptions. They're just against the prescriptions that Christianity makes, and they're against having a nuclear family and marriage. And when that's why the key silver bullet question I kept asking them about is like, how can feminism be good for relationships when they're fundamentally against marriage? And you can't even say like the thing of like Vigilante was trying to say in terms of like having kids and all this kind of stuff, because why would the gays and the lesbians want to get married unless that's the ultimate form of a relationship? So the feminists are against the ultimate form of relationship. So how's that good for a relationship? You know what I mean? It makes no sense. And essentially like the reason why they go against Christianity is because Christianity actually gives prescriptions that lead to better outcomes and healthier relationships. That's why they go so hard against it. And their only really counter is that it's like, well, wouldn't it be better? Don't you know, folks, wouldn't it be better if there were no rules and there were no guidelines and principles to obtain to? Because like having rules or guidelines in place, that's a bad thing. But they want rules of the road, they want laws and all this kind of stuff. So like why would we have laws but then don't have like principles that we should follow? Like we should follow principles for legal, but we shouldn't follow principles for like marriage and things like that. It makes no sense. Like this whole thing of like having rules or guidelines is a bad thing. It makes no sense, and they don't actually have a reason for it. And like I said, the case in point is just compare Destiny to Andrew Wilson, who had a healthier marriage. Seems like Andrew Wilson did. And he's a Orthodox Christian, by the way, for anyone that wants to replicate that. And the final point I want to kind of bring up was what Lethe, again, like he takes these shots at stuff, and it just baffles, or it makes no sense. Like his whole thing is that it's like, like doing martyrdom or sacrifice for a relationship, that's shallow. You know, like that this is a wacky religious position that we should, like, you know, practice sacrifice for the relationship. And like this is a problem with feminism because it's all me, and I don't care about anybody else. Which again, how are we supposed to have a relationship if that's your mentality? But to say that this is like a fringe Christian theory, like the story of Jesus, Jesus died on the cross. He sacrificed himself for our sins. So to say that like this is not a Christian principle or this is a wacky principle or whatever, that is like the core aspect to this. This is why Christianity is the best principles to follow for a relationship, because the main story of Jesus, it has that central tenet in it of sacrifice. That's why the key argument I gave back towards it was that the man should sacrifice for the family and the woman should sacrifice for the kids. And this is a physical thing that we do with our bodies. A man will sacrifice his body for the human labor. Well, even when it comes to a life and death situation, a man will put his body on the line for the family. Same with the woman. A woman will sacrifice her body to actually produce the kids, to create the kids. And also, once the kids are born, she will sacrifice her body to feed the kids. It's all about sacrifice. And it's all about humility, modesty, you know what I mean? Gratuity, being gracious, being like, this is the whole aspect of like this like Luciferian kind of like pagan kind of aspect. And Rachel Wilson goes into this in the book, like this whole kind of like aspect of like these like pagan cults and all this kind of shit is what really backs a lot of this like feminism thing. Is this like kind of like Luciferian kind of like rebellious, like egotistical kind of like nature to it. That's why I've been saying on my stream for like past like months at this stage is that like essentially the cure to like that like evil ego aspect is Christianity, because it does preach the likes of humility and gratuity. Like it's no mistake that like feminists are all about, you know, going out and making that bag, doing the boss babe thing and all this kind of shit, because it's all ego. It's like you deserve more, when really we should be telling women you should be grateful to have a guy that will literally be like, he will sacrifice his body for you, be it through labor to bring in the bacon, or when it physically matters most, when it comes down to like actually putting their body on the line when it's a life and death situation. So again, like I said, nothing personal. This is all business, because this is what we need to do. We need to destroy feminism and wipe out this mind virus. And like I said, appreciate Marte for being my partner on this. Appreciate our opponents for the good spirited exchange, and also appreciate Speakeasy for hosting the first ever 2v2 Swords of Reason, baby. And like I said, with that, I see the rest of my time, unless Marte has any other points.
I do want to say something. I appreciate my opponents for showing up. It takes a lot of humility to show up, and you guys had an uphill battle, man. So mad respect to you guys. You guys didn't run when I asked you to, unless, I mean, with the exception of the two challenges I've offered, you ran for those two. We're not going to bring that up here. But to Speakeasy, mad respect to one of the best debate platforms, if not the best debate platform that I've ever been on, for giving us the chance to actually tackle these social issues moving forward, and for me to actually represent or to have the ability and freedom to express my concerns for Christendom being under attack in America. This is a primary example of us having free speech. Speakeasy supports this extremely well, better than a lot of Americans in our Western liberal convert section, and the guys in Canada. He's way more American than a lot of people do. So I consider Speakeasy a patriot, and I'm grateful for his platform, as well as you two, Teriak and everybody else, and even my two competitors over here. I appreciate you guys meeting me, and mad respect, you guys, the spirited back and forth. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for those closing statements. And that right there is going to wrap up the closing statement section here. First off, great work from all the debaters tonight. All right. And if you're enjoying out there what you're seeing, all right, make sure you don't only like the stream and subscribe to this channel, so you don't miss any of the debates that we host here on the Swords of Reason. All right. I told you we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy, video games, anime. We literally, anything there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. But also, don't forget to go subscribe to all of tonight's debaters, all right? Their links are in the description. Make sure you guys go show them support into the arena for sharpening their arguments tonight, all right? And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question to each debaters based on things I heard, argument I want clarified, maybe something I think deserves another pass, things of that nature. And then once those questions are answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A from the chat. And remember, chat, PayPal and Cash App will be first on the list, then Super Chats and Rumble Rants, and then it's the questions in the Q&A there. So get them in there. Okay, so tonight I'm going to start on the negative side since yesterday I started on the affirmative. So we heard from your side tonight about how the nuclear family it produces the most stable society, and feminism attacks the nuclear family. So if we were to grant the nuclear family is optimal, how do you establish that feminism caused its decline rather than simply just asserting feminism opposes it?
We go back to the leaders of the movement. Like I kept quoting like Simone de Beauvoir, like in her 1970s interview, and this is she's just one example of all like these feminists like that. Like literally, like this is why we have abolished the nuclear family from BLM of all places. Like this is where this gets perpetuated and all this kind of stuff. You just go back to and this again, shout out to Rachel Wilson in her book. She does all the work where she pulls all these quotes and she basically puts it all in front of you and she says, "This is what the original feminists were all saying." They all wanted to destroy this nuclear family and wanted to come up with like wacky solutions to socially engineer different things and all that kind of stuff. So it's like we just go back to the original feminist words essentially and look at what we see in modern day in terms of the feminists. They're all for things like no fault divorce to get out of marriage and to destroy the relationship so they can get into their ear with the propaganda and kind of push this whole thing. You deserve more. You deserve more. The same way the socialists and communists do. And in terms of the aspect of like abortion, now they're starting to legalize abortion all the way up until birth and all this kind of shit, like even after birth and all this kind of shit, crazy shit now as well. So like who's pushing for this? It's all feminists. It's not Christians that are pushing for this.
Oh, one last thing, I'll tie this in real quick. If we look at a diagram of when birth control is introduced, we can see it like a topographical map. It'll slowly start plummeting as women have more options, more freedom that feminism espouses for them to escape the voluntary outcomes of their actions. And then it goes down and it plummets. Even so now, feminism has produced this escape clause, which is the birth control pill. And you notice that marital rates started going down after this and all that. So a lot of this is not just what he's talking about, Teriak, but also the propagandization, the slogans that we hear. Girl, I don't need a man and all this started perpetuating. It's just sloganeering after sloganeering that led to this too as well.
All right. And the affirmative side have anything they wanted to say to that?
You want to go first, Fidget? Okay, so speaking to nuclear families, just relationships in general, you're going to have better outcomes with less conflict and more resources to fix any conflict that happens. So you need to have a healthy relationship. It's not just any relationship. So if you have like Vigi was saying, a high conflict marriage, those children are going to have depression. They're going to have difficulty in future relationships. All the way around, it's going to be bad. Same thing goes when you look for the most part, research says that access to birth control and reduction of unwanted fertility has helped to lower long-term crime rates. So you're having fewer unwanted children, fewer children in destitute positions, and overall less of a drag on systems in general that are harming people. We don't want kids in the system. We want people taking care of kids. We want wanted kids. So I think if people are able to make family planning decisions, we're in a better position to produce a better future. As somebody who worked in Department of Children and Family Services, I've seen horror stories of people that did not want children, people who just straight up abused children, and those kids ended up in group homes and had overall bad outcomes all the way down the line. There are some exceptions, of course. There are some people that ended up, once they ended up in the system, had some level of advocacy and some resources for them once that happened. But that's still probably not a better outcome.
Well, you would agree, Kyle, like putting women on hormonal birth control as well as was it like both bipolar medication or depression medication, like all these things like that, that warps their sense of like it makes it more difficult for women to actually pick out a good man, a man that's willing to sacrifice for her, and even to be grateful for that man, which would then like lead in further to bad relationships, having like more arguments and all this kind of stuff as well, and not being compatible. Correct?
Yeah. So are you saying that women having disorders and going unmedicated is worse?
Hormonal birth control and antidepressant medication.
So you're saying that having antidepressant medication is going to cause them to make worse choices?
Yeah, a woman being on drugs, fucking with the hormones and fucking with the serotonin in her mind is going to make it more difficult for her to find a mate that genuinely cares about her.
What
Teriak is referring to
make better choices if they're not medicated?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
because
asking.
when women get on birth control, the moment they get off, they're actually not attracted to their man anymore, because women, in studies, you can look at this correlative study, that women are attracted to a different subset of men who are more softer and nurturing. That would be the man that they would be attracted to when they're pregnant, not the man that's a masculine, strong, assertive person that's a stronghold of the relationship. They come to find this out, that when they take women off birth control, they're no longer attracted to their men. So it doesn't change. It changes your attraction metrics when you're in a relationship. So yes, Teriak is completely right about this. The drugs do change who you're attracted to, and it wrecks relationships up demonstrably.
There are a lot of different medications that change, like not just control and SSRIs.
They're called SSRIs. Like what I'm saying is what you've done by doing these drugs. One sec. What you've done by doing these drugs is
finish though. Let him finish.
This is just like a generally anti-medicine argument, which is retarded. Like there are different medicines. There are other medicines that do the same shit. One of which is like changing your taste and shit. One of which is one that I actually take.
What I'm pointing out, Vigilante, it's not anti-medication. What I'm saying is you're basically giving women an option to sleep around and not have a consequence. You've removed the consequence for her making a bad decision with sleeping with a man or picking a man to sleep with. Back in the day before birth control, a woman had to be very, very serious about her choice of who she's even willing to sleep with, meaning that she had to make sure that this man was willing to sacrifice for her, for him to get access to the coochie. Now the fact she's got birth control, she doesn't have to worry about getting knocked up and all this kind of shit, which then has all these other further side effects and consequences, that it fucks with her brain, it fucks with her mind, and then on top of that, she's now starting taking SSRIs, which then even further complicates it, which means her actually making that choice, there's less of a consequence for that choice, which means she's sleeping around more and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, it's one of those things that leads to more relationships that are bad outcomes, rather than just picking a guy that was actually supposed to be the soulmate, so to speak, to use the poetic language.
Picking the better guy the first time.
The clock's supposed to be static at 30 minutes.
With the depression?
Yeah, because these are my questions before the... Yeah, this is my questions before the Q&A. Yeah, so we'll go to my second question for you for the negative side here.
I just said that because you don't want to roast a turkey for 5 hours. So kind of... Yeah.
No, yeah, I start the clock when we get into the chat Q&A. But so for my next question for the negative side, because so basically I'm gonna kind of piggyback off that first question, and instead of granting the nuclear family is optimal, I'm gonna basically ask, how do you establish that a relationship is actually healthier with when those roles are socially prescribed rather than voluntarily chosen by the people in the relationship?
Yeah, so it gives you an external source for both people to work about that. It's not just about my feelings and all this kind of stuff, about the feel good vibe and all this kind of stuff. It's actually something that it's a higher principle to orientate towards, because we've all been, even in friendships, there have been days where it's like you've been with your boy or whatever, and he's just pissing you off, whatever, you have a bad thing, and you just go your separate ways, all this kind of shit. With a family, you have more incentive to actually stick together, because there's a higher principle at play, the kids and all this kind of stuff as well. Furthermore, in terms of like the nuclear family, this was pointed out in terms of society. As society, it's necessary for a society to exist is for like these relationships to have children. If we were to sterilize everybody, everybody might feel great and all this kind of stuff, but then the society would die out. So it's a necessity for society. When you look at it on the societal level, it's necessary for you to have children in a relationship. Not everybody, you know what I mean? Because like I said, there are people that are infertile, but that's a tragedy. We don't celebrate people who are infertile and all this stuff. Like this whole aspect of like, that's why like having kids is a blessing and all this kind of stuff as well.
One thing I'll say just to piggyback off of that, I'll be real quick, is the social externality. When we talk about this, when we're talking about social cues and things like this, we're talking about sloganeering and all that, the propagandization. I've not once heard my grandmother make body count an argument. That has never been the conversation. Ever since the onset of feminism, the whole body count thing has been an issue. All that points to is men saying that this is not what I want. Nothing that feminism is doing is pointing towards anything that's going to help men, which women want somebody in a relationship. All this has is turned women into harems. And when I say women are now becoming harems, they're dating the top 20 people. So they're now having to share men. How are they not creating a society of harems by doing this? Well, women don't care about body count, which means it doesn't matter how many times they rack it up with the top 22%. My grandmother never had that problem. Her grandmother never had that problem. But since the advent of feminism, this is what we're talking about. Us decreasing the stigmas that we've had. Now, all of a sudden, the woman staying at home, married and pregnant, is now a slave. We've reversed everything, and now everything's the inverse. The positive is bad, the bad is positive now. That's wreck society.
All right. And then did anyone on the affirmative side have anything they wanted to say to that?
So, to the idea that these relationships produce better outcomes, or whatever the outcome's going to be, especially when it comes down to like birth control, body counts, it seems to be men that care more about body counts, whereas men were more than happy to sleep around and bring home STIs to their significant other. Same thing goes when we were dealing with the
that makes our argument, by the way.
The traditional framework. Well, again, so we're talking about actual sexual health understanding. And I think we have that better now than we did then. But when we're looking back to the time when these rigid gender roles were in place, you had a lot more people that were homosexual or had a different, something different going on with them, but they were in a marriage and sleeping around on the outside. So this created even more discontinuity within relationships that was never able to be addressed. So these are things, allowing people the freedom to be who they are is better for male on male, female on female, and men and women in relationships all the way around. Why shouldn't you want to have honesty and openness?
Yeah, but it's not a thing about, it's not a thing about like not being allowed to be who you are and all stuff. It's just saying that there are like particular duties that like one ought do. But even like if we take society A and society B, in society A they're only having one child per relationship, and in society B they're having 10 children per relationship. Objectively speaking, society A is going to die out and society B is going to thrive, and you're going to have more relationships, which means in just from a numbers, mathematically speaking, society B is going to have more prosperous and healthy relationships. Just based on a numbers thing, based on the children.
I'm going to refute you here in saying that ultimately we have better medical care at this point. So back then when they were having 10 kids per family, a lot of those kids were dying. And some like even died during childbirth. We don't have homesteading. We don't have kids out there doing farm work at the rate we did. So we have less demand to have as many children now in our current modern society. We have technology that handles more things. And if people want to have kids, they have a better chance of living through that situation and those kids living to be 60, 70, 80, 90. So ultimately, people are living longer and being able to have healthier lives over time.
Great. I'm glad you brought that up. So we experience a trade-off. People are living longer due to the innovations and modernizations that men has brought. Once again, pleading toward the patriarchy. But now that we have longer lives that people are living in, we don't have a sustainable population, which means that these people that are living longer are going to have less people taking care of them. Because back in the day, we had more people taking care of grandma. We didn't have to put her in a nursing home. We're going to be at a civil endpoint in our civilization where we don't even have nursing homes to put them in because we have less staff to even support the nursing homes. So what you're providing now is an argument against yourself. You're committing verbal seppuku right now in this debate. Just letting you know.
So, like, say we grant the birth rate thing as a problem, right? Like, what is your prescription that we should do? So we require every fucking couple to have 2 kids?
Incentives. We should incentivize first. Yes, first. Go ahead, Terry.
And this is what Donald Trump is doing in terms of like new families and all that stuff, like making it easier for them to actually purchase their home and all this kind of stuff as well. But even just like I said, from a numbers point of view, Vigilante, you have to agree that if society A is only having one child per family and society B is having 10 children per family, you're going to have a greater number of like prosperous relationships in society B, while as society A is eventually going to die out.
I mean, not necessarily. Like the whole
Yes,
reason, like
necessarily.
no, because like the whole reason, like why the birth rate thing goes down over time, and is because of
No,
technology.
in
Like,
society B, you're going to have
uh,
more people, which means you're going to, on average, going to have more like healthy relationships
yeah,
versus a society that's going to die out.
Birth rates fluctuate though, so like just because now
what they fluctuate. That's your argument. They fluctuate. Go ahead.
That's part of the reality of birth rates. They go up and down. Like also the reason why we're not meeting replacement rate right now is because of the fucking boomers and how many like sheer amount of like people were born under that generation. It would be an insane number of people in order to like actually match that.
Well,
Yeah,
then we're
Vigilante, it's a
ignoring the idea of
hypothetical.
consumption versus population. So if you don't take into
it's-
account the population of the planet versus what is sustainable on the planet, which is, I'm going to say, half of what it is right now, you're going to have a resource issue. And how are you going to deal with the resource issue?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical because the original question was in terms of like why is like, you know, a nuclear family a good thing? Having children, why is that a good thing? And that's why I gave the hypothetical of society A where everybody only has one kid versus society B where everyone has 10 kids. You're going to have more healthy relationships, even just based on the numbers thing.
All right. So here, let me go to my questions for the affirmative side. So for the first one here, so on your side, we've argued that feminism has helped relationships by giving more women more freedom and reducing like their dependence on marriage and things of this nature. But if the evidence for feminism helping relationship is that women are now less dependent on relationships altogether, how does that establish the relationships themselves became better than rather than just less necessary?
Yeah, it's because they allowed for people to be more picky in who they actually get with and stay with, because there is no requirement for dependence.
Some people are actually in relationships they want to be in more often than not, rather than being put into a structure in which they're viewed as lesser for being this certain age and not having kids yet or not being married. This put a negative stigma on a lot of women. So I'm going to say the happiness levels kind of balanced out for men and women in the advent of feminism being in place, whereas now men are far less happy in regards to relationship standards versus women who are doing pretty much what they want to do.
So that's a misnomer right now. And not to mention that, but if the women's happiness rate was higher then, do you think a lowering is a balance of this? Lowering happiness is considered balance to you?
No, I'm saying that these things are going to fluctuate over time. So whereas women were happier initially, things balance out over time. And now we're about equally to just slightly
What does that
happier.
mean? What does that mean when you
Marte,
say... Go ahead.
Notice he said that like women are now choosing the perfect guy or whatever. They're actually choosing the most optimal partners, but that's completely wrong because we've seen the higher rates of divorce.
Right, and then the 20% of men they're being chased.
Are you ignoring the fact?
So this whole aspect of a woman
the-
don't need a
hold on.
man, a woman
The
needs a
divorce
man like
rate-
a fish needs a bicycle is not conducive.
The
to
divorce
healthy
rate is
relationships.
actively going down. The divorce rate,
Yeah,
as
because
of
less
last
people
year,
are getting less people are getting married. Do you understand the correlation? If less people get married, the divorce rate's naturally going to go down because nobody's fucking getting married. That's why.
So ultimately, people should not have to stay in marriages if they grow apart, whatever the case may be. And some people stay together forever, never get married. You're not looking at the stat that just people just stay together.
That doesn't say anything.
No. Like
Go ahead, Terry.
what we're pointing out is again like there's biblical reasons for divorce. You know what I mean? Like we're not saying that like we're against divorce completely. There are biblical reasons for getting divorced. We're against no fault divorce, where all of a sudden the woman can just say, "I'm not happy with this guy anymore. I'm going to fucking turn up everything and just walk out and leave."
okay,
and
well,
take
what
him
do you
for
do
half
in
the stuff.
situations where it's financial, verbal, or mental abuse?
Oh, the financial, like Steven Crowder, that was financial abuse, paying the bitch 25K a month.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that would be an example of financial abuse. Yes.
$25,000 a month is financial abuse.
What?
So
this is crazy, bro.
You're quite literally funding somebody else's life.
I'm
He was
wondering
paying
if
her 25 grand a month, and she was saying that's financial abuse because he wasn't paying her more. 300 grand a year to take care of the kids.
I think Vigilante was saying it's financial abuse to Steven Crowder.
Yeah, actually, I was.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying that he's the one that was getting financially abused.
Even
yeah.
It was her claim of financial abuse to him.
I know, but I'm saying that the reality is that he was the one being financially.
I'm the one that brought up the example of Steven Crowder.
I know. I'm not. I'm saying that there was financial abuse there, but it wasn't her that was being the one that was being financially
you want to
abused.
get rid
It
of
was
alimony
him.
and child support then?
In a lot of cases, yes. Not
What?
necessarily
Like
child
that,
support.
It's like you're against your
Not child support. Hold on, not child support. I wouldn't be against. I would be. I wouldn't. I would be against getting rid of child support, but I'm in favor of getting rid of alimony.
Welcome to our side.
Right.
We have converted you away from feminism. Thank you. You're much more on our side than anything. Yeah.
All right. So real quick.
Yeah, no,
so
I
for
still
my.
think, oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. No, if you had something to say on that, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I'd prefer having no-fault divorce with lower suicide rates, a reduction in domestic violence, and better bargaining power on both ends. I wouldn't want to trade that for people being forced to stay in marriages.
Terry, I can understand that they never offered a solution. Just I would rather. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Speak.
And again, like I said, divorce was always an option. There's biblical reasons for divorce, but no fault divorce is batshit crazy. But go ahead, speak easy.
Yeah. So for my second question, for the affirmative side, it would be because you guys brought up like the reduced domestic abuse, greater freedoms, women not needing the marriage to raise children. So like what would be the thing that you use to establish that, like the evidence or whatever that you would use to establish that feminism itself caused those improvements, rather than like broader changes in law, technology, cultural attitudes? Like, is there a separation of those causes or?
No, I went over that in my opening statement. So the what caused the like decline in domestic violence rates. So it started declining prior to the VAWA, because like women's shelters and stuff and like hotlines and stuff started to show up, but then it declined even more, 30% to be exact. Like at a rate of 30% to be exact, after the VAWA was passed, because it provided those shelters and resources for women to be able to leave. Also funded, like changed the way the prosecution worked and made it so that way domestic violence was actually prosecuted.
So I have a question real quick. So because you mentioned DV rates in marriages. So if we're telling women that they have an escape clause from marriages, yet DV rates are higher than non-marital couples, why are we offering an escape clause to women for women to have an escape towards something that creates more domestic violence when marriages have lower domestic violences than non-marital relationships, and you're making this out to be like slavery? Why are you directing women towards more domestic violence?
Allowing them to leave is directing them towards more domestic violence?
Oh, marriage is slavery, though. But if they can escape easier, which leads to them being in more domestic violence situations, which what non-marital couples have, higher than marriage relationships, that's what you're doing.
So your prescription is stay in the abusive relationship, otherwise you might get into a
no. Again, that's a straw man. What Marte is saying. One sec. Let me clarify.
What
Marte is saying. There is more domestic violence in casual relationships than there is in marriages.
Yes.
So it goes against your logic to say we need to have no-fault divorce because these women are getting abused so they can have more casual relationships, which means they would experience more domestic violence.
Right. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate it.
Yeah, who's saying that this individual that gets divorced from an abusive relationship doesn't go on to get into a good, healthy relationship and remarry? without any abuse? Why shouldn't you have the option to do that?
That's
Wait,
certainly
what?
possible, but when you're doing balance of probability, you would rather a woman in a marriage than in a casual relationship. Because
Yes.
on average, there's a more likelihood chance she's going to experience domestic violence in a casual relationship than in a marriage.
Yep.
You're saying that they're going to go from a marriage to a casual relationship. I'm saying that may not be the case. They may stay single for a while, then they may find a person, and they get married again immediately after with the next person they end up with.
Yeah, there's exceptions to the rule.
Why shouldn't you?
But even if we grant this and women choose not to do this, you're talking about still foregoing their marriage years, and you're talking about cat ladies now. Which one is it? Leave a relationship, not get in a relationship, but then you talked about the eventuality of them eventually getting into a relationship, which leads to marriage. You guys are chasing your own tails at this point.
I mean, is it better to be single or be in an
saying-
abusive relationship?
Cross dialectic. Great job at that.
Yeah, so one sec. Okay, you're saying it's better to be
That's
single than
semi
to be in
what
an
you're
abusive
proposing to
relationship.
begin with.
So are you saying
No.
Vigilante, it's better for lesbians to stay single than to get into a relationship because the domestic violence rate is so high in lesbian couples?
I think we're literally saying the second you're in an abusive relationship, you should have the avenues to leave.
We would
no
agree
one should
with that.
want to stay in
We
an
would
abusive
agree with that
relationship.
over a period of time. Yeah, we would agree with that, but that
Hey,
doesn't.
but you're literally arguing against the mechanism for that to happen.
No, that's not what we're arguing for. We're arguing against the promotion of this rather than feminism not promoting. You need to fight through a storm. You need to work through your marriages. Any feminist that Periak has noted never said that, hey, you guys are going to counter all this other shit during the eventuality of happiness that you seek and working through the fiery storms that you're going to have in relationships. They've always preached jump ship, escape, all this other shit. Meanwhile, not providing a solution, which we never heard this whole debate.
Do you think abusive people show their true colors prior to you getting into a long-term relationship with them?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
No,
anything.
but you're
Anybody
talking
can do
about
that.
a minority of
Yeah.
cases.
Yeah, that the whole reason why the rule has to exist is because of the minority.
Yes, but we're not saying that we want domestic violence victims to stay with the fucking abuser.
Yeah, it's not an argument at all. That's
So,
crazy.
Like we said, we're not against divorce. We're not against divorce as a concept. There are biblical reasons for divorce.
Okay,
We're
but how
against
do-
no-fault divorce.
Yes.
Bro,
How
it is
do you
annoying that you
prove
bring up.
non-physical abuse?
If the
All right,
husband
hold
is
up,
abusing
boys.
his wife, that is fault. Correct?
Hold up, everyone's
do you
everyone's
prove
going at the same
non-violent
time.
abuse?
We'll give let the affirmative side give their last thoughts on this here, and then negative. We'll do it like this. We'll do Vigilante, Teriak, Lethe, Marte. All right, that's how we'll do it here. So go ahead, Vigilante, then give it to Teriak, Lethe, Marte, and then we'll get into the chat Q&A, just so we don't
You
take
can't-
too long here.
Okay, so you can't unless you have the foresight to be able to fucking go on your phone and click the fucking record button. You can't prove non-physical abuse. That's not a fucking thing. That's the reason why you have to have no fault divorce, is because the reality is there are other types of abuse besides fucking physical and sexual abuse that are significantly harder to prove unless you have the fucking foresight to actually hit the record button on your phone.
Yeah, so again, this whole aspect of we're talking about no-fault divorce. And this whole thing where he's trying to smuggle in abuse and all this kind of stuff, technically every single husband is being financially abused by his wife then, if he's going to smuggle in that shit. But in terms of domestic violence, to be clear to everybody, because they like to paint this picture that Christians are wife beaters and all this kind of shit, domestic violence would be a fault. As in the husband has fault, you can't divorce him. Whereas this whole concept we've been arguing against is no-fault divorce, which is what the feminists want.
So first off, your art, or do you want to tackle that, Vigi?
Go ahead.
Well,
Okay,
even
so
if you're saying that,
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Let Lethe go, and then you go.
When we're
back.
speaking to no fault, if there's clear physical abuse, yeah, you could call that a fault. But if there's mental, emotional, financial, and other forms of abuse that can't be quantified in that way, you're going to end up in a situation where a person wants to leave and you can't prove fault. But as you promoted that there's this one particular feminist was anti-marriage, there's multiple historical pro-marriage feminists, including Gloria Steinem, Mary Estelle, Betty Friedan, who was the co-founder of the National Organization for Women, who said that devaluing traditional life, marriage, and motherhood, arguing instead that feminists must work in partnership with men to embrace and redesign private life and the family. There are women who are feminists and people who are feminists that are pro-marriage. none of these things are mutually exclusive. You can be both. So I don't see where you can argue against the idea that feminism can promote marriage, healthy ones at least.
Okay, I just heard the dumbest shit ever tonight. And the dumbest shit I've ever heard was, well, you can't prove this and you can't prove this. Feminism hasn't moved the dial on whether or not it's made things more provable or not. So that's a dumbass argument. The second thing, since you want to bring up feminist names like, Teriak did a way better job than you did, let's bring up Margaret Sanger since we're both apparently coons by your book. What did Margaret Sanger say about the black race? Staunch feminist, by the way.
I believe she said Marte is a coon.
Yeah, can I hear what she actually said about the black race?
No, Marte, like Margaret Sanger was racist towards black people, and Lethe was just racist towards you as a black person. Calling you a coon.
Right. Yes. So you're alongside Margaret Sanger. Makes sense. You're on the feminist side. What was Margaret Sanger's project towards black people? This is in relation to relationships, right? No. What did she want to do? She wanted to what with black people? Exterminate them, right? Didn't she say this?
I don't believe she ever said she wanted to exterminate black people.
She did. She outwardly said this. She said, I hope black people don't hear about this because this is my plan to eradicate black people. It's literally what she said. These are her own words. You should research your own.
Can you provide a fucking quote? Can you give me something true here?
Yes. I'll pull it up.
Because I'm going to say that quote does not exist.
It does exist. Hold on. It's called a Black Something Project or whatever.
So if you're looking for the quote, and I'm going to say that you're just way off here, it says, we do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister is the man who can straighten out. So we don't want to exterminate the Negro?
No. The Negro Project was a 1939 initiative launched by birth control pioneer Margaret Sanger, and the Birth Control Federation of America later on stated that it wanted to eliminate black people.
At no point does it say that.
Ties. What was the Negro Project for? What was the purpose for this?
Birth control.
No, it's not for birth control.
Literally positive eugenics coming from this woman who never said she wanted to exterminate. So do you think all eugenics are bad?
Okay. Why was it called the Negro Project instead of the White Project or Hispanic Project?
Because she literally noticed that black people were having bad outcomes and not being able to do family planning properly was going to be a net negative to black people.
Cool. And why not white people or anybody else? Why only black people? How racist is this?
Because she thought you were a coon and tried to fix the problem ahead of time.
Yeah,
but literally, you can't find a quote. You can't find a quote that says she wanted to exterminate black people. You're lying.
Yeah, can you list off those? Can you list off those women, those feminists that were pro family?
Wait. Here's the quote. We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and the minister is the main man who can straighten out the idea if it ever occurs that any more rebellious members occur or pop out.
Yeah, saying we don't want people to think this is what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
if you can understand language.
She didn't want to be found out. She
didn't want that to be what people thought.
Why did she not want people to think that?
Because if you're putting out birth control for a particular group of the population, it could be thought that you were trying to exterminate the population, and she's trying to say, this is not what we want.
Was this leaked or was this publicly stated?
It can be publicly stated. It's not saying what you think it says.
No.
I'm sorry, your reading comprehension is dog water.
A letter was discovered, which is called a leak. She didn't publicly state this. They found this letter where she stated this, where it was discovered. That's called a leak. She didn't publicly state this. So what does that imply if this was leaked? It implies that she didn't want people to know about this because the extermination is what she was pointing to.
If I said to Speakeasy privately and it was leaked, hey, I don't want people to think that I think Marte is a fucking moron.
It didn't say think. What does it say?
It says we do not want word to go out that we want.
Yeah, it doesn't say think. Thank you. Yeah, we don't want the word to go out that we want to. It doesn't say we don't want them to think we do.
At no point is that a positive.
Yes, that's a positive. We don't want people to know that we want to exterminate the Negro population. Not we don't want them to think we do. big
So
distinction.
right here, it says historians view. Other historians argue the quote is warning against malicious rumors, meaning she wanted local black ministers to clarify that the program was not about extermination, but health.
Can you read the quote? Can you read the quote verbatim, please? I'll even let you get the time to do.
Read the quote. You need me to read it again? We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. To say we don't want word to go out that we're trying to do something that we're not trying to do would be the goal.
That's all I wanted to hear. That's all I wanted to hear. We all know what that means.
But, but real quick, I just want to get what was the list of the feminists that are pro family, by the way?
Yeah, I want to hear this too.
Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem.
Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem. Is there any of them that's Sarah Bessie, Helen LaKelly Hunt, Sheila Ray Gregory?
No, I got Louise Perry. I got Mary Estelle.
Yeah, because there's a lot of like these women that will infiltrate the church. Feminists that will try to infiltrate the church. That's why you have like churches that like fly the LGBTQ flag.
So Gloria Steinem saying that egalitarian partnerships can coexist comfortably with lifelong feminist activism. But none of this is about Christianity.
Yeah, it's about building the nuclear family. And Christianity having the best version of that.
All right, let's go ahead and get here to the Q&A from the chat. So remember, chat, Cash App, PayPal's, these will get priority first, and then we will get to the super chats and Rumble rants. And then after that, we will do with what time we have left. We will do the Q&A chats there. So let me go ahead and I got a few in the Cash App and PayPal, so we'll start with those. Okay. First one comes from the Cash App. Where was that question here? I got it in my banner, actually, I think, for you guys. No, I do not. Hold up here 1 second, sorry. Okay, so it's kind of based off what you were just talking about. But Planned Parenthood was a very, very carefully planned out way to subvert the U.S. government. What do both sides have to say?
Yeah, Marta, I'm going to let you continue to Susan beyond anything. I need to get some water.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as this, we read in the writings that I brought up with the Margaret Sanger project, but what my opponent wanted to do was put words in there that didn't exist. Like, they didn't want them to think this. I'll reiterate again real quick, just for the sake of argument. We do not want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And then he scrambles to go ahead and just try to give his own interpretation. We don't need an interpretation for this. It was outwardly known that Margaret Sanger wanted to basically decrease the black population because of her other work she did. If we're talking about the support through African-American projects, we not only have black single mom as the highest epidemic in America, but they also have the most baby deletions ever. I think her plan was successful. When you talk about the Negro Project, he can't ever state the positive that came from Margaret Sanger. That doesn't make any sense. But anyways, I'll leave it at that. That subverts the U.S. government because we're decreasing the population. That could be also in the government made up of a people. So.
All right, and did Leafy?
So I would say Planned Parenthood was not planned out to subvert the U.S. government. It was created to give people better reproductive health outcomes, to provide birth control, to give people reasonable medical options for their sexual health. Like, these are things and services that have benefited society and have allowed for people to like have fewer births when they're young. To allow for people to plan their families accordingly. These are net positives. Like, you don't want a bunch of kids having kids because they didn't get birth control. And this is one of the things that happens in like more religious societies throughout the world. They end up having kids super young. They don't know how to manage it, and they have overall bad outcomes. So you want to have reasonable sex education available to anybody that is within the range of getting pregnant or having a kid.
All right. right, and nothing for you, Vigilante. All right, all
No, I
right.
think we've covered it.
All right. Awesome. So the next one here is coming from the second part of this comes in PayPal, so we'll do his super chat first from Tiny, if you want to bring it up. It's Senior Missile Monkey on there. Yeah, there you go. Lethy, you mentioned that people are always going to have babies, yet birth rates continue to drop because people choose not to have them. Do you think there are so many people that birth rates aren't a problem? And then the second part is, oh, well, okay. So this second part says, oh, here, let me bring it up. And if birth rates are a problem, how does feminism solve this? And how does it solve it while keeping society that allows feminism to exist? Importing an example, importing Islam and the third world. So I guess that's the follow-up, I guess. Okay. So bring the first one up so it's not so long there. And you can start with this one here. Sorry.
So I don't think declining birth rates are the problem that people make it out to be. Again, we have a sustainability issue on this planet with a finite amount of resources and the amount of people to consume them. So I think that the current birth rate that we have is a byproduct of the technology, the systems, and the modernization of the world that we're living in. People aren't going to be pumping out 10 kids because they don't have a farm to work or anything on that order. So with the idea that our planet comfortably sustains about 2.5 million people and billion people, and there's about 8 billion people on the planet, that's something we're going to have to contend with, and why people are trying to like run off to Mars. But at the same time, this is a problem for certain societies. So like Japan, Korea, like homogenous societies see a bigger issue with the birth rate being a problem. Whereas other societies like India doesn't have an issue with the birth rate, Africa doesn't have an issue with the birth rate. So if you want more people, just start importing people from there, or allowing for them to be the predominant people that are repopulating the planet. Not really my problem.
Also, with the birth rate thing, the problem causing that isn't feminism. If you actually look at the polling data for why people are having children later, it's because of financial stability. The primary reason behind the declining birth rate is economic issues, not feminism.
So that's a misnomer. Economic issues are spurred on by feminism because we have more women in the workforce. So now employers can pay women less and men less, because if they evacuated from these male-oriented positions, employers would be forced to pay women more, which means that there's a sustainability of a one person working in the house, which affords the women to work more. We can go into the economic situation. You're going to get buried in this. But here's the thing, though. When we talk about Korea, since you mentioned this leaky water guy, when you talk about those systems, all you did was made an argument was like, we're not on life support yet. Okay, because we can point to these countries that never heeded the warning and it's far too gone for them. Well, we're not there yet. That's what your argument is? Shit, this is crazy.
Are you saying
bro.
South Korea is ultra feminist? Are you crazy?
The 4B movement is purely a feminist movement, which South Korea adopted, and they're not going to have a South Korea in 30 years from now.
Do you know what the 4B movement was started because of?
It was started as an onset from a feminist mindset, and also as a branch off from feminism in America, when they said, no, we're not having control over the man. We're going to just subvert the patriarchy. Remember in the beginning of the debate when I said
you're ignoring the actual reason why the 4B members. Hold on. You can say that the 4B thing was caused by feminism, sure, but the whole reason why it was called, the whole reason why that movement started is because of South Korea's extreme rape problem.
No, that's not why. The reason why.
Yes, it is. Look it up.
No, hold on. I can debunk this easily without even looking this up. The reason why that happened is because when you have a minority that happened and the horror stories are greater, it's the same thing that the LGBTQ community had. They're saying that we're not hurt enough, even though we're a minority, so we're going to change whole swaths of systems and bathrooms for less than 2% of the populace. So this also debunks your abortion argument when you're saying it gives safe health care for people to have an evacuation. Elective abortions are at 98%, and rapes and all the other shit is less than 2%. So you're justifying the majorative claim because of a minority we have to move mountains for. This is the
part of the rape problem there is literally the fact the part of the rape problem there, and the fact that of why the 4B movement was started is because of the fact that the police aren't actually prosecuting the rapes. So you can't use the fucking police statistics to justify that the rape isn't a problem.
Oh, hold on. So I can't use the same statistics you're using. We're just going to use word of mouth. That's even a worse argument that you're making right now.
So,
Go ahead,
hey.
make a better argument. Try to
Go ahead and say something on that, Lethe, and then we'll go to the
There
next
was
one.
already a birth decline in South Korea before the 4B movement started. The core reasons for the 4B movement would be, I'm telling you that this was an issue before what you're complaining. The country itself was more patriarchal. The issue that they were having is more femicide and violence, digital sex crimes, and systemic inequality. This is what caused the 4B movement. So it was a push against massive aggression from men in that country.
Yeah, so real quick, Marte, because I'm about to absolutely smoke them. The approximated reported rate per 100,000, and this is from the UN ODC compilations, national statistics, and secondary sources such as World Population Review from the years 2022 to 2025. In South Korea, the amount of rapes per 100,000 was anywhere between 10 to 13.5. What are the rapes per 100,000 in United States? 37 to 42. So it's almost triple or quadruple the amount of rates from South Korea to America. And comparing that to England and Wales, it's 117 to 120. That's because of the whole mass immigration thing, bringing a shit ton of Pakistani Muslims. You know what I'm saying? So, like, this whole thing, the 4B movement is bollocks. But yeah,
all right, I want to get to the other question.
Yeah,
I just want to get to the other questions. If you guys had something you wanted to answer to that quickly, go ahead, Lethe.
No, the birth rate already started declining by the 60s. So the fact that we're getting here in 2026, well, like say 2023, is just laughable that was the cause.
So,
all right, hold up, Marte. We're gonna go to the next question. So we're not circling on the same one for too much, because there was a part 2. If you could bring up the part 2 for that. So I guess this is like assuming if birth rates are a problem. How would feminism solve this, and how does it solve it while keeping the society that allows feminism to exist? And then an example, importing Islam and the third world.
I'm waiting to hear this.
So, like I said, it's an economic issue. It has nothing to do with feminism. The way that it would be solved technically, like if we want to go like the intersectionality route. And like equate that to feminism, even though it's not related to feminism, would be by pushing for solving economic issues, like the fact that the minimum wage hasn't been risen since like the late 1990s.
If it's an economic issue, why do poor couples have more kids than rich couples?
And also, I just answered your economic issue when I said when we flood women in the marketplace, employers are more likely to pay men less, and that's how economics work as well, too. You're getting absolutely dogpiled here in smoke. Go ahead.
So
why do poor couples have more kids than rich couples, Vigilante?
Right, that too. Yep.
Literally poor education on sexual health care, just poor education all the way around for the most part.
All right. So our next question comes in from could you I started there, thank you. From the Big Daddy Pod says, I sent you 10 that part, yeah. The affirmative side talked about multi-generation families with grandfathers and such. In other words, fathers aren't necessary. Feminism eventually does away with grandfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Cooked. Crickets.
So I guess the question would be: do you guys think that feminism eventually does away with grandfathers?
Not necessarily.
What?
Why would feminism do away with grandfathers?
Yeah, we're kicking men out of the home because we're making marital escape more easily with, the no-fault divorce. Women are initiating it at a rate of 78%, kicking men out. Men aren't initiating that. That's a future grandfather that could have been.
Think people are going to say single?
Also, stepfathers. You're talking about stepfathers to replace the original father? How's that? Your solutions are getting worse.
So
yeah, so if you do this...
Well,
if you
just
do
the
this whole
question.
surrogacy and all this kind of shit, like literally the grandfather will not be around because the father is doing the surrogacy thing and all this kind of, he's jizzing into a cup at a sperm bank, and then like you're never going to meet your father. So in terms of like actually raising the kid, like you just go the next generation. If you do that for like multiple generations, you're not going to have your grandfather around. You're not going to have your father around.
Do you think the primary number of people that do like fertility clinic stuff, if that's because they're single?
I'm talking about this whole plan of like the original feminists that I brought up, where it's like we need to do away with this marriage structure for women, and we need to create artificial ways for children to develop and all this kind of shit. You're getting away, or you're removing like this whole aspect of like the nuclear family or the whole community where it takes a village and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we
You're
accept
getting rid of
that as
grandfathers, you're getting rid of fathers.
if we accepted that as the entire core of feminism, which isn't the case, and I've given you multiple other authors and people that have founded organizations based on feminism that are perfectly fine with marriage and think it works perfectly fine with feminism. So the idea that if
not
a
Christian
woman,
marriage though,
I don't care, bro. If we get to the idea that if a woman doesn't find herself being happy in a relationship that she's in, the child doesn't lose access to the grandfather of the father that the child already had. Nor do they lose access to her father.
Also,
if a woman doesn't need a man like if a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle, and she can just outsource all this stuff, she doesn't even need to get in a relationship with the guy. She can become a doctor and like freeze her eggs, and then she's gonna like pick out from a catalog like the optimal fucking sperm and all this kind of shit. Then do that whole fucking shit business and all this kind of shit. Where's the grandfather?
What's the percentage of women that are doing that?
Yeah.
Also,
this is the artificial way to destroy the nuclear family.
The principle.
Okay, the traditional marriage thing.
We got a couple.
Go ahead. Go ahead and give your last word on this one, Vigilante. So we can get to the other
on the whole, like traditional marriage doesn't fit within the feminist framework. It still does, because the reality is that the whole feminist framework is just negotiated consent. That people can still consent to doing fucking traditional relationships. I mentioned this in chat earlier. Like, I'm in a fucking traditional relationship and I'm on this side. Like, the whole point is being able to negotiate and like state what you want. So the traditional relationships still fit within that framework.
Okay, can I just get like 2 seconds? I'm going to read this as fast as possible. So, Miss Firestone thought like his sex argued biological family itself had to be uprooted unless revolution uproots the basic social organization, the biological family, through which the psychology of power can always be smuggled. The tapeworm of exploitation will never be annihilated. She called for the artificial reproduction so that the dependence of the child on the mother and vice versa would give way to a greatly shortened dependence on a small group of others, breaking the tyranny of the biological family. Simone de Beauvoir, quote, "No woman should be authorized to stay at home to raise her children. Literally going against autonomy. Society should be totally different. Women should not have that choice, precisely because if there was such a choice, too many women would make that one." Sheila Cronin in 1970 as well said, "Since marriage constitutes slavery for women," which is what you guys all advocated with your opening statements, marriage is slavery and all this kind of shit, it is clear that the women's movement must concentrate on attacking this institution. Freedom for women cannot be won without the abolition of marriage. 1971 Declaration of Feminism. Marriage has existed for the benefit of men, and it has been a legally sanctioned method of control over women. We must work to destroy it. The end of the institution of marriage is a necessary condition for the liberation of women. Therefore, it is important for us to encourage women to leave their husbands and not to live individually with men. So, like, this is multiple feminist literature, multiple feminist leaders, and even you yourselves. Your opening statements were like had this whole caricature of that, like women are slaves in marriage, and we like all these Christians want to lock them back up in chains and all this kind of shit. So stop talking bollocks.
You're misunderstanding like the opening statements. Sure, we can grant you that there are a couple extremists that have said like do away with the marriage thing in general. Marriage itself isn't fucking slavery for women. Marriage without the option of leaving is what makes it effectively the same. That's the part that makes it.
Nobody's arguing that. That's
like,
never existed. You never not had the option of leaving. When has that ever not occurred in history?
Again,
when you didn't have the option.
Difficult
when
for
you don't
women
have
to get divorces, and if you don't have any fallback,
yeah, that's not what he's saying. He said didn't have the option.
There is no
So-
absolute here.
So
Nah, I'm
real
not saying
quick,
that. Go ahead.
let's
Go
get
ahead.
to the next question here. So Tiny, could you? I think that's it for PayPal's and Cash Apps at the moment. So let's get to the super chat questions. Rowdy Gowdy with one of the crazy questions, like always. What's more feminist, team sports or video games?
Neither. Women are trash at games.
Kind of agnostic on that, but I would say video games maybe. Yeah, for sure. Video games more feminist.
Martha, they tried to do like a sports team of just like pure women, and they got absolutely decimated by the boys. So even in video games, it's the same.
What do you
thing, women are
guys
better.
think on the
I agree. Same
Leafy and Vigilante? What do you guys think?
I'd say
Here, I'll give a
video
meme
games
answer.
in
Team
general.
sports. I'll give the meme answer. Team sports, because it's all about working together, and feminism is about expanding the ability to work together, and that's required in team sports.
Okay, so when women work for the police force, they have a
Me
different.
and my wife kill it on Fortnite, bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Women have a different physical requirement to get in there, so there's different levels.
I would just say video games in general. Like, there's something for everyone. You get to make a choice in what you want to do. If you want to play Fortnite, you can play Fortnite. Nobody's going to tell you because you're a woman you can't do that, or you can just go play Stardew Valley. So it's a very feminist proposition that you can just pretty much play whatever you want to play.
I don't think it
Plants
is.
versus Zombies action.
If you look at it,
obviously the reality is video games. I was just doing the meme.
It's a
answer.
great meme answer.
But if we look at the reality of video games, men monopolize that industry when we talk about looking at the championships and all this stuff. Because I kind of watch that, but yeah.
I mean, like if we're
Daniel's-
talking about competitive esports, yeah, for sure.
Daniel sends in for $5. Says male ex NBA stars signing up for the WNBA. Do we blame feminism? I didn't even know is that real?
Yeah, two people signed
Apparently
up.
it's real.
Two guys are going into the WNBA because they're identifying as a woman, and the WNBA, the leader of the WNBA, I think it's the director, is saying, "Yeah, we believe in trans rights and men can identify as women." So two men stepped up to the challenge and they're entering the WNBA. They're going to dominate, by the way.
And this is from feminist literature.
I don't know that one blonde chick. I always see clips of that one blonde chick. She's pretty
She's
good.
pointing. She's pointing her finger.
She's
would
pretty good. I mean,
it would be incumbent
But
on women
she's
and
against that shit.
feminism to boycott playing in the WNBA and let the sponsors take the hit if they allowed for that.
Yeah, but this is a core teaching to feminism. This is what I said in terms of destroying the biological sex. Here's another quote from Firestone's book, The Dialect of Sex. The end goal of feminist revolution must be, unlike that of the first feminist movement, not just the elimination of male privilege, but of the sex distinction, not gender, the sex distinction itself. Gender differences between human beings would no longer matter culturally. Here's Simone de Beauvoir's famous line from The Second Sex in 1949. One is not born, rather becomes a woman. Emphasize socialization over pure biology while still acknowledging reproductive realities.
So
both the two prominent Firestone and Beauvoir are both doing the same thing of saying trans women are women.
So do you believe in like what Louise Perry said, and that actively championing lifelong monopoly in marriage as a pro-woman and pro-child institutions that tame male promiscuity and provide structural support for
They're
mothers?
subversives.
So you
They're
say
subversives.
that's... Do you think everybody prescribes to this or subscribes to this?
This is the original, like, first wave, second wave feminism. This is all the literature that they supported.
Yeah.
Like, anything else that you try to read out now, like, oh, like, these feminists are Christians, they're all subversives. Like, the churches that fly the LGBT flags.
I never said they were Christians. I don't know.
Yeah, they say they claim
I just want to say real quick, sorry, we got a raid over on the Rumble side. Shout out to Radio Baloney. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that big time.
So, Lethy Water Guy, you did lie because
And
you
then,
did say feminism is Christian, and now you're saying it's not Christian. So go ahead.
I never said this. Where did you get this?
Earlier in the debate, if we rewind this, I asked you, or it was either you or Vigilante. I said, "Is feminism Christian?" You said, "Yes, it is." And now you're saying it's not. You just literally contradict yourself now.
I said it's compatible.
Oh, go
It is
ahead. You guys go
compatible.
ahead. Let affirmative
It's
have
not-
the last word on this, and then we'll move to the
It's
next.
Vigilante who said that. My bad. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said it's compatible with Christianity. I didn't say that it
Right.
I didn't say that it. Yeah,
No, you didn't say
the
compatible. You didn't say
no,
that. You
I
said
said
it is.
compatible because it was whenever I said it in the Q&A because I said it when I was talking to Teriak because I was saying that it's compatible with the traditional relationship in Christianity, Christian relationships.
And I agree that it is.
Proving our point again.
All right. So coming in from Senior Missile Monkey says, affirmative. How does feminism help families if what's encouraged is that women choose to not have a family? In other words, how does it take a village if there's no village to take care of?
So no matter what you do, there are going to be women that want to have kids, and there are going to be women that don't want to have kids. Same as there is men that don't want to have kids, and there are men that do want to have kids. So the idea that feminism will allow for more ideal relationships and hopefully better picking of suitors, you will have better outcomes and a better village as an outcome.
So to a response real quick, if you're deleting 60 million babies and decreasing the population of people you can date, you have less suitors. And then if they're dating the only top 20% because their standards are going up so high where it's all delusional. And then we have body positivity where they don't see themselves as obese because you have to accept them, which decreases their dating market even more. This destroys your whole argument of more suitors. What are you talking about?
Again, like I said, this utopia of these feminist bitches, they want to get rid of the fucking nuclear family, and they just want a woman to be able to pick from a catalog of like this sperm and all this kind of shit, and it's just her and the kids. She's a strong, independent woman. She don't need no man. Where's the village?
So
Pest control.
I don't believe in the hypergamy that you're speaking of, Marte. Maybe that's the world you live in, but women aren't just choosing the top 20%. People get into relationships all the time.
This is true. If you look at the metrics on dating sites, and not to mention this, if you look at this, the choosing is in 80% to 89% of women select 7 feet tall, which is only 17% of the population. This is also pointing to that as a reference to. I can also demonstrate and just destroy your whole argument on how this is a proof positive for what I'm talking about.
All right.
Cooked.
Oh,
fuck.
No, if you're talking about if you're talking specifically about the dating app statistics, those statistics also go the other way, where men select for attractiveness and stuff as well. So, like, those statistics go both ways with the dating app stuff.
Men have less choice if it's only the 20%. The math ain't mathing, bro. Crazy.
All right. So, next question. We have here more Mr. Northumberland for the $10, and thank you, by the way. Should gender roles exist outside of relationships? If men are expected to intervene on behalf of any random women in trouble, since men should be protectors, I think he meant to say, what should women do for any random man?
I mean, wouldn't necessarily consider the protector thing like outside of relationships a gender role. I mean, women oftentimes like whenever it comes to like situations like in bars and stuff, other women step up for other women as well. Like when we talk about like stepping up to protect other people, that's just generally something that you should fucking do, whether you're a man or a woman. And whether the person being victimized is a man or a woman. It's not like a general gender role thing. And I would say that's something that should be done in and outside of relationships.
Vigilante, you picked the sloppiest way to answer a question that I'm going to destroy you on right now. What are men both better suited at than women are? When it comes to protectorate positions, are men better suited at this than women? Because all you did was bring up a slimy example of like women do this for women. Okay, great. But men for women or women for men, the opposite sex, who's better suited at the protectorate class role?
I mean, it's not about who is better suited for it. I mean, I can grant that men are typically speaking.
Who is?
Men are
it's not about. I'm asking you a question. Who is which one?
I was about to go into that. I can grant that men, typically speaking, are more muscular and better suited to step in these situations, but that doesn't that is absent of the reality that we should all do that regardless of gender.
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking, men are going to be more muscular and better suited to handle these situations.
No questions,
Like
Your Honor.
basically, what this question is getting at, what you used to again went over your head is that like men would that's even in today it's still an expectation that a man is even for a random woman will put himself in line. This whole concept of like signing up for the draft, that like women having no privilege, they're oppressed. Women are oppressed, all this kind of shit. But even for a random woman, a man will still step out of his way to go and protect her if she's in danger, all this kind of shit. But there's literally nothing you can name that a woman should do for a random man. And you still think that you buy into this propaganda that women are oppressed and, oh my God, like,
so
I literally said that
if I had the same thought process you have.
But then what should a woman do for a random man, Vigilante?
Hey, the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun
pest
is
control.
a good person with a gun. And literally anybody can have a firearm. And if a woman decides to protect a man with that firearm out in the street, good on her for doing so. But I don't think it's incumbent on anybody to do so.
What's more optimal in society? What should we lean towards? Who protecting?
I mean, as far as I understand, the 2A people think everybody should have a gun, so that is
yeah. What we should lean towards is everybody having a gun and fucking being able to step up for somebody in these situations.
Great, we've created equality in society. I should tell my wife, "Hey, I did it last month. You should go check on the burglar." That's wiser than me going down. It's equality, right?
That's entirely up to you. I would not
No,
promote anybody
what's more
going
optimal?
down.
It's entirely up to me. What's more
So
optimal?
you understand we live in a society with technology.
Whoever's better with a gun.
What's more of a detriment to relationships? Should we encourage that if I take the night shift and stop the intruder this month, that I should say it's your turn next month? Is that wise as a prescription, since we're talking prescriptions?
Again, prescription-wise, I don't suggest anybody go check on the burglar. You should have cameras and be able to call the cops. Call
This
it a day.
slimy invasion isn't going to work. Which one?
Whichever one's better at shooting. Literally. Whichever one who is better at handling a gun.
This is ridiculous.
All
Okay,
right,
let me give a very, just real quick, easy. Let me just give it a very
Okay.
simple example. Like
Last word
an
on this one,
expectation
so we
would
can go
be
to the next one.
a man holding a door for a woman. Like, what would be the equivalent? Like, what's the equivalent to chivalry from women?
There you go. Yep.
I don't think there is one that I'm aware of.
Oh, ain't that a quinky thing? But men are the controller abusers and women are the oppressed. Ain't that? We have chivalry, but what the fuck do women have? Nothing.
All right.
Exactly.
Part of feminism is wanting to
Yeah,
get rid
because
of
no woman has ever held a
chivalry,
door
so-
open for me, whether or not I want them to. Like, it's just common decency.
We have a
All right,
word
real
for men
quick.
being kind and
So,
generous.
what's
We
the
don't have
next
one for women.
question there, Tiny? That we got? Do we have another question there? Draco comes in. I think this one's for Lethe. Working in child services. Wait, did Lethe say you worked in child services?
Yeah, I did work at child services. I don't
Yep.
anymore.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, I don't remember that part. Maybe it was when I went to go pee there quick. That's probably what it was. But working in child services, did you abort the abused and neglected child or hold the parents accountable? Oh.
Yeah, because we abort live children. That's a goofy ass question. But you hold the parents accountable, and usually the kids end up with a family member, hopefully. But in the worst cases, they end up in a group home, and that's a terrible outcome.
Realistically, we should abort the parents.
Wouldn't
So-
disagree with that.
The reason why it's a bad premise is you're saying it's a bad outcome. I come from a group home. I'm an example of this. Yet you're saying that these people do not deserve life. And then not to mention this, but you're going to do a trade-off where you're decreasing dating market, 60 million deaths. I'll remind you again, to where people have less option. We're still going to this. You're going to keep running into this wall. Teriak, I know you're going to answer this.
Yeah, again, like this whole aspect of like, oh, there's going to be suffering or there's going to be pain in the child's life. It's just better off that we just kill the kid. Makes no sense.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like we go back like fucking like thousands of years ago and all this kind of stuff.
Did I argue
where
for
there's
killing
literally-
kids?
There's like black plague, there's mass starvation, there's mass disease and all this kind of stuff. Horrendous living conditions. but people were still able to have kids and actually produce populations and all this kind of stuff. And we talk about like this whole thing of like, and this is another thing that the feminists do, like that they'll say like, oh, like women, like with the stats they'll pull, they'll say like women who are in like impoverished families and all this stuff, they didn't get an education, but they worked in the house and they were like slaves and all this kind of shit. But then what was the equivalent for the poor guy? He was fucked into a mine to go dig for coal and all this kind of shit, where the fucking mine shaft could collapse any second. He gets crushed to death. But again, men are the oppressors. But my simple example that I just used was this whole thing of like, we have a word where men are kind and generous to women. It's called chivalry. What is the equivalent for women? There ain't one.
Common decency, and it works both ways. But from what you're saying about the men fucking off to work in the mine, that is why people wanted higher birth rates, so you can get more serfs to go in there and fuck off down the mine and die for the profits of the wealthy. That's why they want more people.
This
He
destroys
wasn't
your
educated either.
But this destroys your argument as well too. As far as men workplace deaths, which is higher, women or men?
Men.
Oh shit, Teriak, call pest control, bro. Let's do it, bro.
Yeah. So should we work to like
more physically
equal out that
demanding
outcome?
jobs.
Should we put more women
Yeah,
on
Leafy answered. I
oil
don't know
rigs?
if you could hear him.
We don't want more people dying in the workplace. We want to create better conditions for everybody to be able to work where they need to work without dying.
How do you prevent more deaths when only mostly men can do these industrial jobs? No, because men have to repair and maintain these machines, which are still dangerous to even have to do. You'll never be able to eliminate this. Do we replace this with women then? Who else better than do this than men?
I think.
But bear in mind, Marte, women can protect men, even though they can't work on these oil rigs.
Correct.
All right, real quick, we got one last one, kind of just responding to one of Leafy's answers to the question earlier. Leafy, if I can't protect my wife and kids, my only expectation from her is to get herself and the kids out of the house and run for safety. If I can't handle it, she definitely can't.
And that
I
was
think
the
that was
dichotomy
referring
I
to like
proposed.
when you're knocked out and yeah.
Yeah, I would hope that she would, if there's no kids to protect, she would not just leave me to die. Hopefully she would try something. She'd go look for someone. She'd do something to try to help me. But ultimately, if there's kids involved, the primary thing for both of us would be to protect the children. So if she's going to just abdicate her, as Marte puts it, gender role altogether and just say, fuck off all that, that's not a person I want in my life.
Gotcha.
No, it's like if you're walking down an alleyway and there's a bunch of habibis and like they're clearly going to kick the shit out and all this kind of or rape your wife and all this kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
You tell her, you say, darling, run the fuck. I'm going to buy enough time. I'm probably going to die. Yeah. You go and fucking like, make sure you live a good life and all this kind of shit. This is basically it for me. You know what I mean? I'm basically going to fucking
bring extra mags.
No, generally
it's nice being an American. We don't have guns over here, but that's basically reality that a lot of European men have to face.
Funny, amazing hypothetical. If all these individuals are going to take you out, what's to stop them from letting a couple of those people you were talking about go after your wife while you try to stand ground?
That's what I'm talking about.
Literally nobody gets helped.
You basically play the fucking like defensive lineman kind of thing. You play goalie. Any guy that tries to run after the woman, you're going after them.
What's more
and then
optimal?
they're eventually the woman gets away and they get so frustrated and all this kind of shit, they kill you. That's your fate as a dude. But again, we're the oppressors apparently.
All right. All right, so that is going to wrap up our Q&A for tonight. I want to say thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what helps me keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Was there another question?
Yep.
Did this come in last second? I missed it?
Yeah.
Okay, question for all. We'll do this one real quick then. Question for all. You're all guys, humans with superior intelligence. Who is making you dinner tonight? Will it taste good? Who is washing the dishes?
It always tastes better when somebody else makes it.
I was literally eating dinner that my girlfriend made me at the start of this debate and throughout the debate. Anytime you saw me looking down, that's exactly what I was doing. Like I said, I'm in a traditional relationship.
Usually I cook, she washes dishes, but I like my cooking better than I like hers, so.
Men are the best chefs in the world, just saying.
Yeah, I was
we
about to
have
say
all the
Michelin star
restaurants,
chefs are
like-
men.
Yeah.
And I cook better than most places. When I eat out, I'm like, this is a poorly cooked steak or this is poorly cooked and all this kind of stuff. I cook better myself. You know,
I have the olive branch equation here where I can say that I cook better than most people I know, but it always tastes better when somebody else makes it for me.
It's only the case when it's my grandma.
My girlfriend thinks I'm the better cook.
And
but
Lethe does it right too, because I hate fucking washing dishes. I fucking hate it.
I'm too damn tall for that shit. Me hunched over a fucking sink.
It sucks.
Painful.
Okay. Well, I remember years of being a single man washing my own dishes. It sucked. I hate it. But all right. Sorry. So are any of you planning to stick around for the open panel?
I got to crash out, unfortunately.
Oh, no, please don't tell me you got to run. That's unfortunate.
Hey, I got to wake up and work out 4 a.m. in the morning.
That's
oh,
fair.
well, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah.
Vigilante, you said you're going to stick around for a bit?
Yeah.
How about you guys, Teriak, Marte, you sticking around for a bit?
Hey, I showed up with my boy. We like to leave. You ever saw the Boondock Saints? Those guys didn't split up. They fought till the end. So, Teriak, kudos to you, man.
That's what's up. That's what's up. All right. So
Respect
what's
to the
happening next? What's happening next, everyone, is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It's going to run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm going to drop the link for anyone who wants to join the panel. Come test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just obviously come ready to think, question, debate. And if you're coming up to try and troll, spurg over everyone, bring personal dramas, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit. All right. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you guys go subscribe to all the debaters. Okay. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reason battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right. Let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few. Oh,
yeah. I'm about to dip, so I want to.
Dave Alyssa said he didn't read his question. I just want to make sure that his question got answered because I saw that in the chat.
Oh, cool.
Just double check for Dave Alyssa.
Let me see.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just saw that.
It's okay. It might be. I'm scrolling. It was a super chat?
Dave, now's your time to respond, bro. He just said he didn't answer a question. Hopefully it is. If it's not a super chat, you're wrong, bro.
Well, either way, I want to take this opportunity to thank Speakeasy for providing the platform and allowing us the opportunity to sharpen our iron. Once again, it's always a great experience and a learning experience. Much respect to Marte and Teriak for all the shit talk we had. I think we had a lively exchange, no love lost, and hopefully we get to do it again at some point. And to Vigi, thanks for being my partner in this and helping me out with the prep. It's been a jam.
Let's fucking go. Like I said, always a pleasure, and we're going to roll the outro here. We'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongues, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. This is the season. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through life with skill, precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
And we're back. And so far, only got Daniel in here. Wrath said, I just got in, and this is the glayest shit I have ever heard. Thanks, Wrath.
You said that a
Welcome
while
back to
ago.
being quiet and listening comes in from Abby. Thank you, Abby.
Back to the kitchen, Ab.
Original Vintage 5 says, for the body bag fund. Good debate, gents. Thank you, Vintage.
Hi, I'm Avarice.
You have a show.
What's up, Avarice?
What's up, Avarice? This is one of the best two-punch tag teams from Marte and the Leprechaun I've seen. Total lib takedown.
Hey, did I get to tell you today was a fantastic day for me too? I got to see a total grid takedown.
My man.
Wait, you released it?
It was released on Cool Vic. The chat was lighting up. Just fatality, fatality, fatality. Rachel taking shots. It was glorious.
Damn, we missed it because I was in battle.
But
Oh.
luckily, you didn't miss it.
We'll have to go back
because-
and watch it after.
Well, luckily, you didn't miss it because Speakeasy has access to it. You could actually watch it right here.
Yeah,
on,
we could watch it. Yeah,
on Speakeasy's channel at any time.
Plug. There
now
you
that
go.
it's out there.
I do want to say
Plug.
I have
He
the
has
best.
the Dropbox.
I have one of the best debate partners on the planet, so kudos to him. The guy's a fucking legend and a boss, Teriak. All the way from Carolina.
Right to you too.
Yeah.
Kudos to every debater in this one. It was a fucking banger.
Did Leith Caiusberg?
No, not very much, really. We did
Then you didn't do good enough.
probably the very first add-on, but
Good Lord, Avarice in here.
too early.
Yeah, you didn't do good enough.
You're right.
Father, let's fucking go, bro. Good to see you on the lineup, bro.
Yeah, you notice how he's hiding behind an M?
There's two M's.
What would you rather me hide behind?
Turn your camera on.
Well, I would turn my camera on, but my internet sucks hot ass. And if I did that, it would just be cutting out repeatedly.
That's fair.
Oh, well, that's because you should get better internet.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, there it is. You see?
RoboCop.
Oh, Patrick Bet David is moderating?
You just found that out?
Through you. That's
well.
crazy. Okay. Let's fucking, I appreciate it, Avarice. Thanks for the news.
Well, I'm there
news,
every Friday for news.
I was going to say that. Speaking of news, you're the news guy now. There you go. Yep.
So I'm actually quite excited this Friday. There's a whole lot of production I've been doing. You can ask Easy. I've been not sleeping. My wife is so angry with me.
Let's fucking go, Avarice.
So yeah,
Bro, you gotta make sure to get at least a little bit of sleep.
why? I can do that when I'm dead.
I would say let's fucking go speakeasy. Let's hear from
Exactly.
the last verbal combat in person, which I need to attend next time. The guy, I don't know how much sleep you had, speakeasy, but that was a big undertaking, and grid shit looked like minutia compared to what I saw. So good job, man. That's awesome.
Speaking of Grid, he's gone now. I nuked him.
Appreciated it.
I don't know. I don't even know who that guy is. I don't think that guy exists.
Crazy.
Not that I know anything about anything, but that's time. So thank you, Speak. Thank you, Avarice. It was amazing. And
Yeah, get your shit internet out.
looking forward to doing it again.
Yeah, man.
Shitter.
Is it suck
The
that
next
bad?
the next VK Live is going to
Not
be
that
in
bad.
Austin in December. We're trying to figure out the exact date to line it up with the debate con that's going to be happening that time.
You said next
yeah.
December?
No, this December coming up.
No, I mean 2027.
No, this
Oh.
December.
I was like, oh, I can plan it.
Wait,
That's my
Terry,
birthday.
It's still far away.
Teriak, isn't the finals to World War debate in December too?
No, I think
No,
it's like next
how
month
about-
or like the next World War II
Yeah.
or something like that. Like the two finals actually are part of the World War II thing.
Hold on, I have
Like
it
the
up on
fight,
my
yeah.
computer. I can look.
I just want to make sure, like, I'm not having it be split. Like,
Um,
I think it's like
where the
September.
fuck is it on the website?
anyways,
Does it
I'm
have the
showing up to
website up?
speakeasies. I don't give a fuck. I'm
Oh,
showing up.
September 12th.
Okay,
September 12th.
verbal combat it is.
I don't give a fuck. Show it to Easies.
Mama.
So Austin means you're absolutely carrying.
Yeah, we're not dropping shit in the parking lots like other people. So let's fucking go.
Yeah,
We're not dropping Blue's Clues.
I'll have security with me too.
Well, I'll be packing, so one more.
Robo.
My name is.
As
All
far
right,
as the state,
guys, I'm
July,
dropping. I don't fuck up the stream.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, you're good, man. Vigilante, I don't think that there's anything. No offense, but I don't think there's anything left to pick at after me and Teriak just got through. I'm trying to be as objective as possible when I say this. So.
Yeah, it's so objective.
I'm having issues. I don't know how to
Trying to be-
access.
What are you trying to access?
Add to Dropbox. Is that how I do it? Add to Dropbox.
Yeah, I've been having issues too. Just trying to find this thing. It's not seeming to go my way. I will get it.
It's probably menstrual.
It probably is. I'm looking all over for. I don't know why I can't find what I'm looking for.
You said you sent the video to it, right?
Yeah, it's in the Dropbox. You have to just access. I gave you. I mean, I have it right here. It's in the Dropbox with everything else.
Oh, files.
Go to in Avarice Studios. Go to Grid.
I don't know how to find Avarice Studios, bro.
It should be one of your folders.
Shared? Is it in shared? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
shared.
it should be in shared.
Bro, just send this to me an email. Wants me to fucking pay to get more storage and shit just to look at this shit? That's retarded.
Not to look at it. What do you mean to look at it? Just pull it out.
Yeah, I can't open it until I fucking get a bigger plan. It won't let me.
Yeah,
What?
Dropbox is yeah. That's why I don't use Dropbox. Dropbox.
No, I
is
have
not-
no. He's on a business Dropbox.
Oh my god, you're not getting it. It's
No,
my
Dropbox-
Dropbox though that I have to use
Yeah, no.
to access it.
when you're using Dropbox, when you open something somebody shared with you, it goes through your and downloads.
Yeah,
to
but
your
he
Dropbox.
can just pull it out though. You can just pull it and put it on your computer.
He's not getting it, does he?
It's a business. It's a company Dropbox. It's not like an individual one.
Okay. Well, you don't get it, so I don't know what to do.
I can't email. If I emailed it, it would be parts.
Use
It's too
Google Drive.
big.
Google Drive or OneDrive are usually better
You don't
for
have-
sharing stuff.
There's the parts.
Wait.
Here. Here's parts.
Easy. Are you trying to open it on Dropbox? Or are you dragging and dropping it onto your desktop?
I was trying to open it on Dropbox.
Yeah, try drag and drop it onto your desktop.
Let's see if this works.
That's what I tried to say.
Well, you didn't say that, motherfucker.
I did. I did.
No, you didn't.
I
No,
quite
the
literally.
fuck you did.
How do you think Teriak got that idea? Because it's quite literally what I was saying.
Download versus stream.
Okay, shared.
OP, I'll be right back.
Let's see if this works. No, it just opens the file when I do that. Yeah, when I do that, it's telling me
I DM'd you. I just DM'd you.
files.
And I DM'd you two downloads, part 1 and part 2. You have to WinRAR them at the same time though.
Shared. Yeah, when I click and drag it, all it does is give me the link to come to here. You know what I'm saying?
To answer the super chat. I mean, yeah, I do believe some of it. I
literally sent it to him in parts in Discord. So
all right, let him answer.
I agree with like
Versus parts.
I agree with like the first, second, and like I'd say most of the third wave feminism. Where feminism in general kind of loses me is like a lot of the fourth wave stuff. I think like the only thing that's really come out of fourth wave feminism, even to a degree, and I wouldn't even say that it was all the way good, was the Me Too movement. And the reason why it wasn't all the way good is because obviously a lot of people got hit with false accusations and shit. Generally speaking,
Like Batman.
First and second wave feminism are literally just are the ones that were meant to just give women like legal rights and shit, which was like the primary part of it that was actually needed. I don't remember what third wave's purpose was right now.
Yeah, but you do realize that a lot of that shit is propaganda. Like women weren't allowed to own property, they weren't allowed to go to education. Like that's all bullshit.
It's true in certain. So non-married women in a lot of areas weren't able to own property at the point in time during feminism. There are exceptions, but
what areas are you referring to?
So I had it in my opening statement. I closed my notes. Hold on. No, I was in the rebuttal that I had. Hold on, give me a second.
Well, while that's down, I have it up and running down below on the bottom tray if you want to. Like a G6.
So, like for example, in 1896, Wyoming granted women the right to vote. That's one example of like an exception. Another example of an exception there would be the Married Women's Property Rights Act in New York in 1884. Like these are examples of like exceptions where certain states provided women with rights that generally speaking only men would have, but the rest of society didn't necessarily have those rights. Like there were exceptions to this, like when you were married.
You're speaking of laws that were enacted, but you're not referring to any laws on the books that prevented any of those things.
Yeah, like fundamentally, like this whole aspect of like a woman like getting the right to vote and all this kind of shit, like that's a special case because like a man has to sign up for the draft, otherwise he's not able to vote. So like women weren't required to sign up to the draft, that's why they weren't allowed to vote. But women that did sign up for the draft, they were able to vote.
I don't know if there were like laws specifically prohibiting women from owning property.
Because like here's the thing. Vigilante, like here's the thing. Like, let's focus on the voting thing. Like this concept of like trying to like expand out and make sure that everybody has the right to vote, even if they're fucking an immigrant and all this kind of shit. Apparently, and like, that's how crazy things are getting. Like we should like reduce the amount of people who are able to vote down to skin in the game, meaning like owning property and all this kind of shit, as well as like a competency test.
Yeah, you realize I don't believe in that, right? I don't believe that the right to vote should be based off of property. I do believe that there needs to be a. I do believe
you're citing laws.
I do believe in the idea that there needs to be some sort of test in order to be able to get the right to vote. I don't think that like owning property, for example, is like a good enough test for that, especially like in today's economy where like the vast majority of people can't afford to fucking buy a house that because the economy is just so fucking shit. I don't support oligarchical systems like that because it's, in reality that's what that is. It's an oligarchical system. I'm perfectly okay with doing like a civics test in order to make people in order for people to qualify to vote. I'm okay with people having to pass a like a propaganda recognition test to be able to identify when
that means me or fight me. Everything else is peanuts.
Sorry,
Sorry, I had to restart my OBS and it's fucking around. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We can only have one black guy on stage at a time. I was pulling a hammer. DEI.
Shut
DEI.
up. Fuck off. Put it
DEI.
on there.
DEI.
Avarice,
So,
don't make me take your keys.
Oh, what's up,
Yeah.
Tomahawk?
The bulldog is bulldogging. Hey guys, how's it going? How's it going?
Correct, Tomahawk. Like,
you're citing
like
antiquated
whole thing of, like,
laws
viewing-
that allow
viewing-
things.
viewing this shit in terms of like true gender or like sex,
Okay,
on
yeah,
terms of like
I
women
got
versus
you.
men, all this
Okay,
kind of shit is what
Anderson, you
causes
wanted
issues.
Tomahawk on the stage.
I
Yeah,
don't
worry,
disagree.
I got it.
That's
Oh.
why I don't disagree. That's why I don't support the modern feminist movement. Is because
But that's always been the
modern
case with feminism.
there so there were prior in like the older feminism, like the first few waves of feminism, it was the extremes viewed it that way. Up until like the fourth wave of feminism, the war woman fucking
Centered and woman-centered
superiority, the woman superiority movement basically is when that basically came the identity of what feminism is.
So how come
is
feminists
fourth wave
didn't stop
feminism.
that? Why didn't feminists say, "Well, hold on, we've got enough," and stop themselves? Why are we in fourth wave when third wave seems to be where things reach their peak of acceptance?
So there are still some issues that haven't been resolved or like didn't start getting resolved until fairly recently. Like there are states that didn't have marital rape illegal until fairly recently. My state of Ohio is one of them. Marital rape wasn't illegal in Ohio up until 2024. There are still states that penalize marital rape as a lesser offense. Things like this are the reason why the feminism movement still exists.
But is that a right, though? Is that a right that feminism is still trying to achieve?
So feminism isn't all about achieving rights, it's also about equality under the law.
What are women missing for that
what I'm trying
equality?
to
The state's
trying
not
to
actually
point out-
properly punishing marital rape.
But what I'm trying to point out is like this whole thing of like, if you view everything under the guise of like men versus women, like that there will always be a quote unquote need for, because it's like no two men are equal, let alone a man and a woman. They will never be equal. So it's like this
Yeah,
false
this is why I hate.
pretense that you do it on.
This is why I don't like feminism, and I don't like the manosphere movement because I think they both fucking suck.
But this is why, like, this whole thing of like the feminism, this is what like feminism will inevitably get to. Like you're saying, like fourth wave feminism, you recognize, okay, this is it. Like fucking, like it's too extreme. Like they're listening to all the extremists and all this kind of shit, and it's just batshit crazy and stuff. This is what it inevitably leads to.
Yeah, these are extremes that exist on both sides. You have people like Andrew Tate, who do this exact same type of shit on the fucking men's side. Like these are extremes on both sides that are going to exist regardless, unfortunately.
But I don't hear people on the man side really condoning on a whole what Andrew Tate does for a living. They may take some of his words and say, yeah, he makes some valid points, but in terms of encouraging behavior like Andrew Tate, most manosphere people don't encourage that behavior. So what would the feminist equivalent would that be?
I mean,
earlier in the debate, you mentioned your partner mentioned Destiny as, you know, someone that lives the lifestyle
yeah,
that lives the lifestyle of feminism, of feminists, of that equality thing, and yet you would really wouldn't.
Example, he gave his fake name.
Yeah, I
Say
mean,
again?
you can use feminism or like use like polyamorous relationships as an example of like the feminist equivalent.
Equivalent of
Stephen
Andrew Tate,
Colbert
and
is a cuck.
but feminists and feminism encourages polyamory. They don't disavow that lifestyle the same way that manosphere people disavow Andrew Tate's lifestyle. They
The
don't
majority of
suggest that
the
they
majority
don't
of the manosphere style people didn't start disavowing Andrew Tate till charges started popping up. So that's yeah. Up until he started getting charged for his shit, the majority of people accepted what Andrew Tate was saying and parroted it.
was
You're muted,
saying.
Easy.
I said his lifestyle. They
Intentional
don't.
mute, easy.
Yeah, I was telling my wife to bring me food, so
Rat ass.
Yeah, real quick, I think it's funny that people are railing against Andrew Tate's lifestyle and feminists hate that, but then they're allowing all these Muslims, which is Andrew Tate's main primary religion, into offices and being okay with something more patriarchal than what we have in Christianity.
That was actually my new question in the Q&A, which is how does feminism fight back against the patriarchal dominance of Islam? Lee says just import Islam to fix the birth rates. Islam doesn't like feminism. How does feminism fight against that? How does feminism keep itself relevant
From getting kicked off of
in a
building.
culture that actively dislikes it and wants it destroyed?
Right.
Needs it destroyed.
Needs it destroyed.
There is a feminist movement going through.
What's up,
I'm
Guani? How's it
already
going?
met Mark there.
What's going on, Marte?
There is a feminist movement
That was a bloodbath,
currently
by the way,
sweeping through the Islamic countries. The specifically like the most recent one is Iran. They are trying to do away with the whole the feminist movement in the Islamic countries is trying to do away with the whole like where the fucking covering shit 24/7 and all of that. They're trying to do the same thing in Islamic countries that has happened here. And then
You do realize they're going to fail, though, right?
This is almost the most DEI panel I've seen. Just one girl, and then it will be.
Why is it DEI? Because there's people of color? That's stupid.
Oh, and then there's also a guy from Europe.
I don't necessarily think, to answer your question, I don't necessarily think it's going to fail. It might fail. You might be right.
Well, they don't.
The reason why it would, if it does fail, the reason why it would end up failing is because they're set up in a way that's better suited to destroy movements like this because they're authoritarian governments, which
they're more militant about it. They're less tolerant and are more willing to use force than Christian nations are. Yeah, that makes sense.
They have the monopoly on force, bro.
I mean, I am somebody who's somebody who's very anti-Islam. I rail against Islam just as much as, or I would rail against Islam if there were fucking Islamic people in this space.
And yet, your partner said import the third world to solve the birth rates, which includes Islamic countries.
Importing the third world will just turn the place into a dictatorship.
Marte, you and Terry killed it, by the way. You guys killed it. You guys killed it, by the way. Absolutely.
Appreciate it, man.
You know, we might not agree on a whole lot, Marte, but this topic, y'all murdered it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I think some of your points could have been a little bit more structured, but that's more so just my own critiques than you're handling it. So, but that was cool. What you guys did was great. I heard.
Wait. Are you referring to vigilantes could have been more structured or what?
No, both of you, you and Terry. I wasn't a big fan of you guys kind of just talking over them. It would have been a little more structured and trying to hit more to their points, because I think there were more holes that you could have poked in their arguments than what you guys were doing. But
just imagine before this, there was and I Speakeasy contest to this. This is getting kind of, we're attacking each other. There was F slurs being thrown, and I was like, oh, this is about to get personal in the Discord before we even got here. So just to let you know, like, if that hadn't occurred, I wouldn't have been so relentless and over talking to the degree, and it would have been so emotional. But that's what led up to it, just to hear the behind the scenes stuff. Speakeasy knows, he's seen it. So
there was a lot. There was a lot of trolling involved.
I
heard. Yeah, there was a lot of.
On
It was a pretty
What the fuck is this
exciting
guy
group
doing?
chat.
I thought I was going to miss the panel with 3 black guys on it.
It was
sorry.
It was literally like the group chat has like over 1,000 messages in it, and like the first 3 is like just easy organizing like the setup and all that stuff, and the rest of like the 997 messages in that group chat is just all trash talk.
So did all
I had it open. I had it open for a minute. I was reading and stuff while they were going back and forth. I leave that chat, like I leave it to look at something else. I think I got away from the computer for like 30 minutes. Come back, 146 messages.
Oh my god!
So it says something about DEI, and the only thing we were missing was a lady, but we now have Mrs. Ava Rice.
We don't need a
All
lady.
DEI panel.
I'm just wondering how we had such a mixture of color added to the panel.
Oh, well, there's
You were
the
too
first
white
lady
for
is
us.
you.
Oh,
You were too white for us.
At a mixture
Yeah,
of color, they
it-
call us a crayon.
Oh, dang. Man, I've been working so hard to get you guys out of here. No.
I believe it. I mean, you are kind of the devil, but I believe it.
Oh shit!
I believe it.
Vigil,
I've been working especially hard on Tomahawk.
Hey,
I've been telling him how
hey,
evil
I-
he is.
Hey, I do have a
the
question
avarice
for
of
Vigilante,
avarice telling me to not be in the space or whatever. I don't know.
Hey, I do have a question for Vigilante because you guys, I was a little confused when you guys were
Oh,
talking
he
about
doesn't represent
gender roles.
Luigi well.
Like when you guys were talking about the gender roles, were you on board of like it was an equality thing when it came to the gender roles in a relationship? Like, is that where you were landing on and thinking that that was better for modern relationships?
Yeah, so it's more of that, like whenever it comes down to the roles in the relationship, it should be a negotiated thing, and where that comes into being able to be a negotiated thing, that leaves room for traditional relationships. Like if that's what you guys negotiate and that's what you want, that's what you can have.
Could I ask you a question?
Yep.
Could I ask you a question with the negotiation? I'm a little confused. So you're saying like you and your woman would sit down and negotiate, like, okay, babe, look, if somebody breaks into the house, we need to negotiate on who is going to protect us. Is it going to be you?
Excuse autocorrect.
Or is it going to be me?
It
Let's
automatically
negotiate. Are you saying like are you really saying like or like an example? I've been with one woman for 30. I've been married for 30 years. Like are you also saying like when you're out with your girl, your negotiation is going to be, because one time I was out with my girl and a dude grabbed her ass. So should I negotiate with my woman and say, okay, hey babe, do you want me to say something, or do you want me to protect you in that? Or I mean, what do you mean negotiation? Explain that to me.
Hold on, Clever. You're in a lasting relationship for 30 years? That's not very
30 years. In fact, I'm getting ready to celebrate my 30-year anniversary next week.
I know her and I met her. So
that's
just
not very. Hold on. That's not very black of you, man. You should not. You're bucking the stereotype, dude.
He's asked a good question.
Let Vigilante answer.
My kids know they daddy.
Dig into this. So hold on. Does she make more money than you?
Go Vigilante.
No, hold on. Let Vigilante answer. Let Vigilante answer. Let him answer.
Yeah. So when we're talking about negotiation, like this is something that would happen in like the dating phase, like the whole like discussing your expectations in a relationship, like part of the natural dating phase of a relationship. That's where the negotiation of roles happens. It comes way before marriage. It comes way before like you move in together. It is when you guys are starting to understand like the expectations you guys have and like where you want the relationship to go.
But that's not the same. That's not the same as somebody breaking into the house, bro. And you guys talking about, you're like, hey, on our date, we're gonna sit. I would like to know, babe, we're on this date. So, if somebody breaks in or a guy grabs your ass while we're out, what do you want me to do? I mean, are you the kind of guy? What if she says, you know what? I think it should be 50-50 if somebody breaks in the house. Are you the kind of guy to be like, yes, that's a good for modern relationships, right?
That's what I was saying.
Is that something to discuss during the dating phase? If something happens like that you can.
No, that would be I would say like how you're gonna protect the house and stuff. I would say that would be something to discuss like when you guys are moving in together. Like because it's like it's not as black and white as like the man should always be the one to protect the house, right? Because like there are instances where like maybe you have guns, like obviously like outside unless you're teriyaki in fucking Ireland where they don't have guns. Like if you should have a gun.
The IRA doesn't have guns.
Listen, okay, that's the whole ordeal. But like Home Alone is able to defend his house without using a single bullet. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like you don't necessarily need a gun. Like you can have a fucking baseball bat or whatever, right?
What you guys need to do is you guys need to have like when you guys go dating for you single guys, you guys need to treat it like Rodeo Drive, right? You need to have the girls line up and you just pick one, right? Like Rodeo, like they come out at you like a clothing line, right? And you go, I want that one, right? And
Like
you take
the Bachelor or some shit.
Right? Well, that's what I did.
Like
Vigilante, though. Vigilante, if we're being serious. If we're being serious here, the generality would probably be men, because remember I gave you the stats. Women being disarmed is at a rate of 65%, men 11%. So if we're looking at the odds of a probability happening, if you were to offer a prescription, would you offer the neutrality of saying either or? Doesn't matter. If you're offering the nation a prescription for the next tidal wave of propaganda, which one would you push for?
No, I mean, like generally, you're right. Like generally speaking, it is going to be the man that's the one that's going to step up and like do the protecting.
There you go, Blondie.
Like,
there's your answer.
There are different like there are going to be cases where like it would be the woman like say the guy like fucking sucks with shooting a gun. You're not going to want the guy to fucking pick up the gun and go fucking defend the house if the chick's the one that's better.
Wait. But Vigilante, that's okay. So you're arguing from a woman's standpoint, like on something that's on the way out. Let's just say there's no gun in the house. Listen, I've been with a woman and having a family in the household for a long time. Let's say you might not even be the best fighter in the world. But will you sit there and if you had to go hand to hand, are you saying that, you might not be good at shooting a gun, you also might not be good at fighting, but who is going to be the one to take on the assailant, dude?
That's a good
question. You are
question.
the girl. Even if you can't fight, fool, who's going to do it?
Yeah, I'd rather have easy high on fentanyl fighting off the assailant than my wife.
Easy,
bro. Vigilante, that's why I gave the example of like you're down the alleyway and there's a bunch of like Habibis. Like I basically gave you a situation where there's no chance where you're going to like come out of this essentially. What happens in that situation is like as the man, you're saying, babe, you fucking run.
Got him.
I'm gonna buy time.
Yeah, right.
I'm always carrying like one weapon or another. Like that, I have multiple knives. I literally have it's wrapped up right now. So, but this is a homemade rope dart. Like I have multiple weapons that I'm always got at least one of them on me.
But you know the protection one is kind of really too easy because it's obvious that the man's going to protect. But I've been with the woman for a long time, so here's another question I have for you in this regard when it comes to the gender roles. In our household, somebody has to be able to make a decision that has to go along with the house, and even if the man and the woman do not agree, which has happened with me and my wife, right? In your mind, do you both don't agree? I don't care how much you negotiate, you don't agree. Who makes the final decision in that scenario?
There has to be a tiebreaker.
Yeah, so like assuming that you like you guys have tried to come to a compromise and
there's no agreement. No agreement.
Yeah, you can't come to a compromise. Honestly, in my opinion, I'd say whoever makes more money.
You wouldn't even have a woman if you made less money than her, fool. That's what you don't
she'd be like, later, I got OS.
Damn, man.
Yeah, so you mean to tell me that if a
guy... Well, wait, to be fair, though...
Decisions.
I think Vigilante will probably agree. To be fair, in most cases, then that's gonna be the man, right?
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
in
in
most
most
cases.
cases, that's going to be the man.
Until trends, as we're seeing with society now, until we see that a lot of women these days are going to be out earning men. So you're going to have a woman making the final. You would have a woman making the final decision, and the woman could just be like, "Oh well, I mean,
Hey,
the guy may be
Vigilante,
the
can you
guy
move
may
your
be
head a little
invading, but
more to the
let's
right?
see what he has to say first.
Hey,
He could be breaking
Vigilante,
in,
for
but
me, can you move your head a little bit more to the right?
What?
Can you move your head just a little bit more to the right?
Oh, me?
To the
No,
right?
Vigi.
Oh, Vigi.
No, the other way.
That would
Yeah,
be the
yeah.
left.
Keep going. Okay, you're left. A little bit more.
You
A little bit more.
Are
Okay.
you trying to get me off the fucking screen?
Wait, hold on.
Hey, Vigilante, don't let him fuck with you like that, man.
No, I'm trying to put
He's
you and
getting an
Carriac
FBI
next to each other.
profile.
No, I'm trying to put you and Carriac next to each other. Head to
That's
head.
messed up. That's
Oh,
messed up. Don't let him fuck with you like
Yeah,
that,
you
man.
guys are
That's funny.
leaning in next. Yeah, Carriac, go back to your position, please. I got to get you guys.
Nah, I'm actually going to lean the opposite way now.
Opposing an affirmative.
But I was
Hey,
trying
no,
to get a
Vigilante,
good
because when you talk
Polaroid.
about when it comes to like the real world, when it comes to like real world relationships, right? And I'm going to assume if you are in a relationship, it's a very short one, or I'm going to assume you're not with a woman. I can tell you right now, right off of the jump, I have seen relationships in my time where the woman is out earning the guy, or she's the breadwinner, and she really does make the household horrible. Horrible. You know what I mean? Because
I'm
they're
gonna
not.
say one
really
thing.
depends, right?
I'm gonna say one thing because I'm not in moderator mode anymore. Because Vigilante knows that me and him are not on the same side, like politically and worldview wise. But
Yes.
I actually agree. One part I am gonna agree with what Vigilante said. Is like, yeah, if you dudes are with chicks that make more money than you, sit the fuck down, bro. She's the man of the house, bro. Like,
And you know what's sad? Those men are unhappy. Those men are unhappy.
Yeah, exactly.
They
That's
are
right. That's
very
what I'm saying.
unhappy.
Go get a fucking wife that makes less money than you, because this ain't working, buddy.
Hey, and you know what?
I
Got
have
him at home watching the
multiple
kids while she's out banging the guy that she actually respects.
And then
I have mentioned multiple times, man. I am in a more traditional relationship.
But even then,
My
Guandi, I'll
girlfriend's
even
literally
address
my job.
this. Have you ever, Guandi, had a female boss? What are the likelihoods of her being a bitch more than just a man, right? In society?
Oh boy.
Hey, no, wait, no, it's not. I'm gonna say it's very high, and here's why.
And I think Vigilante would even say that he liked, because I think you'd be, because you were open about the girl you used to be with. Like, this is way more traditional than that girl you were with, and you probably like this relationship a lot fucking more, right?
And if it is traditional,
No,
that
the
means
one that you know, that one was still kind of the same way. She was just more of a bitch.
Yeah,
I know, but wasn't she like? Maybe I'm thinking wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of someone. Wasn't she like a girl that like made money off her body and shit?
Oh yeah, she did do that.
Yeah,
stuff,
that's what
which,
I mean.
like,
Yeah.
my relationship prior to that, like, also did that. Like my shit's definitely on the internet.
So you get played.
But I'm just saying, compared those type of relationships to this one, you'd say this one's better, right?
I mean, I generally like.
Hey, be careful!
Don't
She's
really
listening.
care if my partner fucking does that kind of stuff, but like at the same time, like it's
You
like
like it better that she doesn't. Come on.
Come on, man, admit it.
You know it.
Admit it.
Look.
Listen, guys, I've been working on Vigilante for almost 3 years, all right? We're bringing him over.
If Vigi, your pet
argues against
the
his
reason I don't care is because I am an exhibitionist.
What?
Yeah, but you can't say Vigilante that you don't
Oh,
care if she does the
geez.
OnlyFans shit and all that kind of stuff, but
Come
at the
on,
same
man,
time, you prefer that she doesn't.
Right, that's crazy talk, man. You're not making no sense. You're like in circles.
Wait. I didn't hear that. This is the first one time I've heard this from Vigi. Vigi, did you just say
We're
you're
bringing
a
him over to our side, guys.
No, I'm an
No, what?
exhibitionist.
Yeah, does that mean
Is that just a fancy
No,
word
you're
for
thinking
cock?
of you're thinking of
Or a cock-
voyeurism.
What do they call that?
You're
A
thinking
cock-
of voyeurism. Exhibitionism is more of like you like doing things in public or like it when people are watching.
Oh.
Oh,
Like a
okay.
cuck.
So,
Wait,
so you would like me to sit
No,
down and
that's
watch
not
Wait a
considered
second.
have sex with
So
your
he
girl?
likes
the
cocks
people-
watching him. That's what.
Yeah,
he
right.
It's the people that the cucks watch.
Hey, vigilante! You know, like right now, like this is what the manosphere is about. You're getting clowned on, Haas. Don't. This is why you can't have a girl that does that, because feminism tells women to put themselves out there, and then we men don't respect guys like you that have women like that. We talk shit.
Wait.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, I was gonna say I respect Vigilante. I respect Vigilante. Not
Hey,
not
at least-
every
hey-
choice that he makes, but I respect him.
At least he admits to it, man. Like I respect that more than most other guys that say, no, I have a good relationship when secretly they're all destinies.
By the
Or
way,
the reverse
that guy-
destinies.
That guy Gwandi, I know him before I was in law enforcement. He's the guy that talked me into being a law enforcement officer, so he knows me from way back.
Oh, you two go way back, huh?
I dated his sister, by the way. Yeah, bro. Yeah, hey, I must
Gotta
be a
love this.
guy if we're still on good terms and I dated your sister. So
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly. No. And it's funny that you have a story like that now, man.
Wait.
Like you're one of the few guys that have a story and of a connection of that.
So scale of 1 through 10, 10 being yes, I would, 1 being no. Vigilante on top of a train.
What?
Like doing it on top of a train?
Moving,
Yeah,
yeah, moving train.
Moving train's a little bit more probably not. Because that would be
You're
extremely.
just basically
risky.
asking him, do you want to die while you have sex?
There's a few more questions to this. I got a few more. Okay, on the Louvre.
I prefer to do it in places that with the least risk. Like when
It's a
you're
glass
talking like
building.
public.
I'm just wondering.
Probably not, just because of the risk of getting arrested.
No, no risk of getting arrested. Just everybody's gonna see you do it.
Oh, then sure, I don't fucking care.
Okay, Woodstock. In the middle of Woodstock.
I don't.
What I want acid.
I'm just trying to get how many people before it's just too much people.
Well, if he said it's okay to be on the internet, I mean, there's no limit to the people, right?
Yeah, you could say the
Well,
Super
no,
Bowl.
it's different on the internet because you're still incognito behind
I'm
this
sure
world.
he.
But in front of people like Woodstock, with thousands of people on watching, that's a big difference.
So like, I wouldn't do it in a place like where there's risk of other people trying to jump in. But like, if they can like openly see it,
bro, this is
I don't care.
That's fair.
Bro, what the hell am I in right now? This is weird to listen to, bro. It's crazy.
So
At least we got him moving towards. I don't want dudes to touch my chick. That's good. Right? That's good.
So my ultimate question to jump on top of this: would you do it at the Super Bowl halftime show?
Why do you guys want to know these?
Yeah, make it like the
here's
Bad
the
Bunny
thing. I actually made a bet with somebody.
You guys are starting to sound like degenerates trying to live fucking curiously to him.
I'm actually proving a bet. Hold on, I'm actually proving a bet. Okay,
It's all a hypothetical,
No, I'm
Speakeasy.
killing
It's a
two birds with-
hypothetical.
I'm killing
Okay.
2 birds with 1 stone. Right, hear me out. So this guy earlier today on
That's
X
like
got-
the guy who tricks the girl into flashing him because he's like, I bet your tits aren't even that nice. Because he really wanted to see her tits. It sounds like you guys really want to know about where he's putting
Don't
his
hate
pee-pee
the
in front
player,
of.
bro.
Yeah, Well, I have it. So this is a twofer for me. So on X today, I got in a debate today with this guy that I posted that Andrew Wilson thing that he posted, the 5-minute clip, and the guy
Yeah, the
said that's
5-minute fundraiser.
Yeah, the guy ended up saying that's the cringiest thing he ever said. I said, "You want to bet? Watch." And so I just made the cringiest thing he'll see today, and now I just have to clip it right and put that on, and I go, "Now you've seen the cringiest thing today." So I'm
On
killing
the
two
average
birds
show.
with one stone.
Oh, is Tiny back there? Or Avis, you have the keys. My hand's full right now.
What do you want me to
You
do?
can bring Clever back up.
He's back up.
What up, Clever?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I don't know what happened. My laptop acted stupid.
If JS is here, I'll quickly bring Tiny up for a react.
Wow.
Don't do that to Tiny.
I was joking. This is one of my favorite scenes of all times. I've never seen JS move
Listen,
so
we're getting the simp out of JS. All right, don't be reminding him.
I don't think that's possible. I went to DebateCon. All right, he was hand in hand with Mr. E. All right.
No, he was not.
Yeah,
No, he was not.
Hey.
No, I'm gonna speak as a witness to JS the whole weekend. JS was good. All right, the whole weekend.
Good opening a beer. Like, what's good? Starting your day off with a beer and ending it with beer? Is that like good?
Oh. Yeah, that's good for vacation time. Fuck yeah.
Oh,
everyone's quiet now.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone's
No,
quiet.
I don't mean. I thought everybody was still gonna say something. Hey, Vigilante, listen, I actually have to still talk to you about your whole stance because you and the other crazy nut job. Were you on the same page with him about like the Bible talking about killing babies and that was okay? Were you on that same page with that guy on that same thing? Because he was all way off.
So there is a verse that talks about it, specifically in the context in the context of cheating. We were talking about the bitter water thing in Numbers. I don't have it up right now. But that's like one example where it like talks about abortion. Now if you're talking about like the bashing the head against the rocks thing, I don't necessarily know the context about what he's talking about because I do try to incorporate the context whenever I talk about religious stuff.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when you guys bring that up, I just wish you guys would have substantiated that. I don't know anything as a person who is a scholar myself. I just wanted to know where you kind of stood on that because I don't think that you guys actually properly or even articulated a good answer for what is the benefit that feminism has brought to relationships. And it seems like on every single metric, it actually seems like it's actually hurting more relationships than anything. And you guys are bringing up like same-sex marriages and all this other. That's
Marte was the one bringing up same-sex marriages.
Gender roles, right? Like we can't do that, right? You can't have like lesbians in a relationship and then talk about gender roles, right?
No, so we weren't the ones bringing up same-sex marriage. That was Marte and Teriak. I think same-sex marriage is like I would say it's tangential to the topic, but it's not really related. The LGBTQ movement is separate from feminism. You can argue that it's tangential to it, but it's not. It's separate from it.
That's false. I even clearly articulated that. And the reason why I said this is because the definition, I'll be real quick about this. My definition of feminism is the move towards egalitarianism while tearing down patriarchal structures. What more representative than I would say a pure testament than a lesbian relationship, because there's no patriarchy. There's no man there. It's nothing but women's decisions and choice and freedom. There you go. That's why I set that standard. And it fails even worse than heterosexual relationships.
Oh, way worse. Even worse than gay men's relationship. Like lesbian relationships are even more violent than two gay men if men are so because that's kind of the position you were taking too. Like you were arguing against like your own self-interest or the own interest of men, right? Because even gay men's relationship is not as violent as lesbian relationships.
They're frilly.
Yeah, if we're talking about a testing ground, two women would be the most feminine relationship you can ever even surmise. right? Because there's no man.
Right.
It should succeed.
Like
How
I
it
said,
doesn't. Right.
like I said when these stats came up, right? Like that, the problem with those statistics is the fact that it doesn't factor in for only only women on women relationships. The polling in that data is exclusively just asking lesbians and shit exclusively just have you ever experienced domestic violence in a relationship. There is a decent portion of the lesbian community that became lesbian because of the fact that they experienced violence from men.
But
you know, that's
real
not
quick.
actually. Wait, hold on a second, Marte. Hold on a second,
Yeah,
Marte.
yeah.
That's
Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, real quick. I'll be really quick about this.
Okay. Go ahead.
Even if I concede and throw this out and I say, you know what, I'll concede. What if it's the same all across the board? How come lesbians have to outsource everything in that relationship? Somebody breaks in the house, you have to get a gun, bat, because they don't have the power or force capacity to do this. If they need a baby, outsource to Planned Parenthood, sperm donor, something else to do this. The batteries go broke because you don't have a dick. We got to go ahead and get new Energizers. Everything has to be outsourced because it doesn't include the basics that Christ and God gave us. How come everything has to be outsourced? So feminism goes against our natural biological structure to give us everything, because women can't give a woman everything. A man has to complete the circuit. That's what I'm saying.
So
that's a lesbian.
Good point, Marte. But real quick, Vigilant. I wanted to stay on the point that we were talking about, because you said that the reason why that they're reporting that because they got violence from a man, but your statistics are incorrect, because we're talking about the reporting of cops coming out, the arrest, and in the end, when we look at the criminal side of it, because domestic violence is a criminal side, it's not that they're reporting it. Cops are showing up and having to deal with lesbians beating the shit out of each other. That's where the statistic
100%.
comes from. Your whole premise of saying, "Oh, well, it's because men were beating up on girls." That's not where that statistic comes from, bro. The reason why it's more likely that it's the case is because it's coming from the cops showing up, the arrest that's happening.
Precisely.
And
just real quick, while you look those stats up, Vigilante, real quick, I just want to clarify in terms of the religious arguments. The Psalms quote that Kai was reading out, like that's like Psalms is just literally a book of songs, and one of the quotes I was reading out was from basically a war song where it's talking about like that the Babylonians, that's like, we will literally fucking like smash your kids' heads against rocks kind of thing. It's the same thing if I
Psalms 139.
Okay.
Oh, 137 maybe. It's 137.
It's one of those.
Yes,
but I wanted to look it up myself because I was like, wait, that's not right.
It's basically a war song that's saying that it's like the Babylonians like singing to them, saying that we're going to fucking smash your kids thing. We want to wipe this out and all this kind of shit.
Fighting with their enemies, bro. It's talking about fighting against the enemies of Israel, bro. That's what it's about. So when Homeboy brought that up about the dashing of stones and trying to make it that it's about abortion,
it has nothing got to do with abortion.
Had nothing to do with that.
And then even the one that Vigilante was reading now in terms of like the woman drinking the dust with the water and all the stuff in the tabernacle, like that's a whole kind of like ritual, because at the very end that it says, then the woman is to say amen, so be it. So it's like the fact that the woman's there, basically it's put pressures on her because a woman who actually has cheated is going to be like, fuck that shit, like I'm not going to do this. So it's basically a test for the woman. And that's why I brought up the Solomon thing, in terms of Solomon wasn't actually going to split the baby in two. It was a test for the women, because the mother of the child wouldn't want to see the child actually die in front of them or get cut in half right in front of her. And that's why the woman who says, no, give her to the other woman, that's when Solomon says, give her to the woman that thing. You know what I mean?
Right, because he realized that was the real mother. That's the truth, bro.
Exactly.
Good job, Tariq. I'm very impressed.
Very kindly.
To add context to the verse in question, the 8th and 9th verse is literally, "O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed, happy the one who repays you as you have served us. Happy the one who takes and dashes your little ones against the rock." It has nothing to do with any sort of abortion. Like Teriak was saying, that's for the enemy that was keeping the Israelites captured.
That's
and
right.
in sort of doing to them what the Babylonians or what the Babylonians were doing to the Israelites who had captured them in a time of war.
That's right.
Tomahawk, I'm very disappointed right now. There's no black on black crime right now. We're getting along. We're disobeying the public ordinance right now. I can't believe this.
I already called Clever out for beating the stereotype of being a father in the home. Like, what the hell is happening, dude?
No such thing. No such thing. No such thing. Although Marte, although I know this is a little bit off subject, but although Marte, I have seen you in the debates with the other black folks that want to call you a coon because of some of your views, but I find myself half and half on your side because I grew up in an all white spot and I was made fun of because I speak proper English. I was called, oh, you're trying to talk white, all that kind of shit from my own people. So
yeah.
So I understand where you're coming from on that one. I think it's sad that you're a little bit against us so-called black people, but I do understand where you're coming from, bro, because I've experienced some of those same things that you did.
I think he's against NWAs, not black people.
But here's the thing.
I don't understand what you mean by black people. What you mean, like the people from India? Because there's people in India that's darker than me.
Here we fucking go. But Gwandi, real quick, you're gonna muddy the waters real quick. I do know that you grew up in a white neighborhood because when I dated your sister, she was like, if you talk to her on the phone, you'd think you're talking to white customer service. You guys had great grammar and spoke well and articulated yourself well. So yeah,
from a good family.
I don't date niggas. I mean negresses, whatever you want to call it, but.
You're black.
I come from a family that we don't have any ratchetness.
Twitch doesn't punish it.
There's no ratchetness in my black family. There's no ratchetness and no thuggery in my black family.
I can attest. Yeah.
Truth. But that's why we get along, though. But I will say, Marte, so I give you up for your bravery because our own people can be the most cruelest and racial against us. Some of us who are not captives to the slave mentality, I guess I should say.
But going back to feminism, the black woman has been the most masculine in society right now.
Oh my God.
And this is what I fight all the time. Black women on panels. But feminism, since we're on the topic of feminism, has made the black woman the new monolith of masculinity to the community because they kick men out of the home. So they now have to be the new man and father. And this is why we see this strong black masculine woman on the uprise right now in black communities. And it's wrecking us.
Strong independent woman, and I don't need no man.
And it's wrecking the black families. Absolutely the truth.
Yeah.
And that is feminism because they decided, sorry, white boys, but they decided to follow the white woman in her quest of feminism. And it totally ruined the black family. Because
why you brought up Margaret Sanger, right?
I agree.
Well, wait, can we actually... Oh, wait, my camera's on. Real quick, can I actually... let me give you a little bit of a critique, Marte, about that, what you brought up there, the Margaret Sanger thing. So the Margaret Sanger, when you're doing the quote about the proposed Negro project, that's like literally what it's called.
Yeah.
Right? And like, so what'll happen is the quote is here, let me bring this up again real quick.
I still got it. I read it.
Yeah, we do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and then later says, and the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea, even if it ever occurs to any of their rebellious members.
Yeah, because she was a
right?
racist.
Right. So, and then there's the like interpretation people try to use where they're like, no, she's just saying that because they're going to think this, we don't want them to think this. And the best person to help them understand it is a minister. Right. But the problem is so that's fine. You could grant, say, sure, some people have that interpretation, but then later, Margaret Sanger, she is the one that quotes Du Bois in the passage that's in her Negro Project, and Du Bois says the mass of ignorant Negroes still breed carelessly and disastrously, so that the increase among Negroes, even more than the increase among whites, is from that part of the population least intelligent and fit and least able to rear their children properly.
Wow.
So when she says that abortion is meant for the unfit and then quotes Dubois for what unfit means, she's literally saying she wants to eliminate the black population. That's what you have to bring up, is that reference she does to Dubois, because like he's a they're straight fucking blatant saying we need to get rid of black people, and she uses that to reference when she's talking about unfit people. Right? She was more snaky about the way she did shit.
The problem with this is, though, Speaky, is that when you Google, sometimes Google leans feminist or liberal, and that's the problem when you Google it. So you have to, like, I guarantee you probably had to
You
go
have to put in the work. Yeah.
You have to put in work. I didn't have time to put in the work, so obviously I got the neutral answer, which is bullshit. So of course,
Yeah, that's
I
crazy.
appreciate
So
But we already knew that she was a racist.
It was in go look at Margaret Sanger's birth control review in 1932, and you'll get it there.
That's right.
And then she later quotes that in the passage in the Negro Project proposal.
Well, and not only that, Vigilante's stance was in feminism. I know he talked about third wave, fourth wave. The reason why there's so many different waves is because they're women. They can't make up their goddamn mind, right? So with that being said, even with Vigilante on that note, like, he could not answer, or they skirted around some of the things that the founders of feminism were saying. I think Teriak was bringing out a bunch of quotes that they were saying, and you ran from them quotes. So, like, if you're going to get up here and say how feminism helps the modern relationship, but then you hear Teriak actually reading what the founders and the people who started this stuff, these women that said it, and you deny what they're saying, then your whole stance on feminism helps modern relationships falls on its face. You have no standing at all, because you have to address what the founders or the people who are pushing feminism were saying.
The trailblazers.
Well, the whole reason there is the multiple different waves is because the waves mark the reorienting of the focus of feminism. So, like, first wave feminism is literally just like getting the 19th Amendment and getting the right to vote and getting the legal protections. Hold on, I'll actually pull up a breakdown of like what.
But you do realize that most men couldn't vote, right? And I think men got to vote what?
Yeah, most men couldn't
40 years before, or something like that.
It was like 9 or 10 years before, or less than that, actually, something like that.
Less than
I thought
that,
it was I thought it was the ratification of the 14th Amendment. Or is that for us, Marte?
That's for black folks, bro. That's for black folks.
You're talking about the 3/5 of man thing?
Yeah, 3/5.
Yeah. But that wasn't really. We really didn't get the so-called true right to vote, I guess, till the Civil Rights Act, which I wish they would get rid of.
Okay.
It's funny because that mirrors Islam, how you need like 3 women to be a witness or something like that for them to have that vote. And then for black people, it's almost the same thing. But yet, even though this mirrors Islam, they want that to come in the country, which mirrors slavery being 3/5 of a man. So this actually goes against the feminist talking points when they say, well, no, we want them because of, the socialists and all that. But they're pushing Islam as a Trojan horse, and it demugs their whole claim of, no patriarchy, which Islam is.
In the Quran, it tells you could beat your wife. I mean,
right.
And Lee wants you to import Islam to fix the birth rates?
Yep.
Oh, it's crazy. It gets worse the more you dive into this. When you let women vote, they're mostly blue, so it's just bad.
Well, that's because they vote on their emotions, and the left really pushes their crazy ideology.
Yeah. So to quickly explain the different waves. So first wave feminism centered on legal inequality, especially women's suffrage. The key milestones.
Can you give an example of what they didn't have? What law that they were not equal with men on? Like, what law was it that what law was passed that the first wave was looking for?
The first wave was the main things the first wave was working towards were the women's right to vote, Also
like all
property
men,
rights,
right?
and yeah, like they
Right,
wanted,
right. Not a big
like
deal.
because men had just gotten the ability to vote, they wanted women to be able to vote too.
And you mean, and so we
uh,
men, we men decided it was okay for the women to vote, right?
Uh, yeah, pretty
And that
much.
was another quote
Yeah,
that I
pretty
pulled
much.
out that
He said, yeah,
that a
pretty much.
huge the whole
Uh,
aspect with the feminists, like they even admitted that it's like women like scoffed and like they ridiculed and like they were disgusted by the idea of like women pushing to get the vote, because
Yes.
the whole aspect of a man being able to vote was that he had to, like, if a man in America right now, if he says I'm not signing up for the draft, he's not able to vote.
He's fucked.
So that's
Well,
a privilege
who's
that
gonna-
women have over men in America today. But feminists don't want to ratify that.
I mean,
and-
most feminists would argue either one of two ways on that, and that's either make women have to sign up for the draft too, or get rid of the draft completely.
But they're not advocating for that.
Yeah.
You're not entirely wrong. It's more something that's that's just
that's the
or
main
get
point.
rid
It's
of
only,
it,
some,
whatever.
it's
the
only
kernel
something
of
that they
truth
say
here.
if it's only something that they quote, that they comment on if asked. But that's
Yeah,
that's the
it's a
problem.
response.
Is
But they
people
have
have
no
to ask about it.
intention. They have
No,
no
I don't
intention for
disagree.
actual
Like,
gender equality. What
Sorry,
they actually
right.
want is to destroy the family, and this is for like
True.
from all the founders, and this is what they're pulling from all the literature and all this kind of shit. They want
Hey,
to
the
destroy the
founders of
family. They want to
BLM
destroy
said that.
Christianity.
The
It
founders of
started-
BLM
So, and then the other things that the first wave of feminism was focused on was like property rights and marriage law. So like pushing for the marital rape thing and all of that. Second wave was largely like social and cultural issues, workplace discrimination, reproductive rights, sexuality, domestic violence.
Vigilante,
And
can I ask you a question? You said reproductive rights, right? So if the
Yes.
feminists wanted equal rights, what are the equal rights, reproductive rights that men have with women? Do they advocate for that?
So that one is a little bit more complicated. Like,
It's
especially
always
around
more
the topic
complicated.
of abortion. That one's like the most complicated one. That's the one we're still fucking dealing with, right? Like,
Can you explain what the complication is for giving men 50% of the choice over the baby?
Good question,
Yeah.
Tomahawk. Good question.
What's complicated about that?
I mean, the problem when it comes down to it, right, is like on the actual, like, whether or not the woman could get the abortion, is it leave like having the man be able to have to sign off on it violates the woman's personal autonomy.
But what about
like,
the man? It violates his seed. Like, we put the seed in that woman. That's our kid too. What?
Not to
all
mention,
I'm
not to
asking
mention,
you, Vigilante. Well, here's what I'm asking. In your recollection as a person that's down for feminism, right? Can you give an example of feminists advocating for equal reproductive rights for men?
Yeah, heaven maxers.
Avarice, come on. This is gonna be crazy.
You crazy, Haas.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna let Avarice have this.
Yes, Avarice, go for it, Haas.
There's no way you're winning that. When Avarice brings that up, bro, I even agree with him. So I'm like, whatever.
No, but real quick, I don't want us to move fast because like Vigilante, see the way like you're struggling. Like this whole thing that you've been fed, where it's like we just want equality amongst the genders and all this stuff. Like that is complete bollocks.
Yeah,
that is a lie.
Exactly.
Yeah,
By virtue,
getting ready to test that logic.
by virtue
whole
of
reason
you
why
struggling to
there's, like,
find an
not-
answer and saying it's complicated is the very contradiction that we talk about.
Right.
That is the problem.
Right.
With feminism feminism doesn't address the men's side of the issue of equality. The equivalence,
It does in
the
certain
equivalent
aspects,
the equivalent
it's not
problem
this
to
one.
this is alimony, is child support, the very things that the manosphere brings up as the other side of the issue. You talk about, women's autonomy to their body and their choice of the body because they're the ones that are birthing the child. feminism and most family courts talk about, the man has, whenever there are any sort of family disputes about the child, first of all, women typically get the child most of the time, and secondly, by getting the child, they're also then forcing the men to give up their bodily autonomy in the form of their resources, in the form of their support of the child itself. They mandate that. They force men
No,
to
so
do that. They don't give men the
statistically speaking,
choice versus they give women all of the choice. They don't.
Statistically speaking, whenever it comes down to court decisions, the courts strive for 50-50 custody. And
That's
I would
a
have to
lie.
find the statistic. I would have to
That's
find the
cap.
statistics again. When
That's
men
cap.
actually challenge for custody, at least in America, statistically speaking, the majority of the time, men get 50-50 custody with
cap.
kids in America.
That's cap.
So, could I real quick? I want to ask you guys, the whole panel, this question. So you're gonna see a big movement of this. I catch them when they're small, and I see where it's going. I've watched these patterns happen over and over. A big movement now from these chicks. It's gonna start on TikTok. It'll come over to YouTube and all this afterwards. Is women saying, and dudes are saying this too. The male feminists are saying it as well. When men consent to sex, they consent to abortions.
Oh.
And this is the new thing.
Go.
And this is going to be a big
Ow.
fucking thing that they're going to come for now.
retarded.
And I want you guys to all understand that, because they're going to, and listen, it's going to be a tough one to fight, because they're going to say, all you men knowing that abortion's on the table, when you have sex, you're consenting to those abortions. Just understand that's going to be a hard one for you guys to fight. I want you to be ready for it. I'm telling you right now.
I actually put out content in regards to this by saying that if women don't consent to sex, they also don't consent to abortions. So it's like there's two ways you can fight this. So you can say that, or
they would agree with that, Marte. They would just agree. Yeah, the women that don't consent to it, they don't consent to abortion because they're not having sex. They would just agree with that. No, there's a different line of attack, and I'll talk to some of you boys. I'm gonna add it into the debate class we're doing Saturday about how the best way to attack this, because this is a
Yeah, that's gonna.
You guys get. I do want to hear your guys' opinion too, but this is gonna be a hard one. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's gonna be
very
difficult.
simple answer. If
It's
they want to
one
go
of
to
those.
a new age way of doing things, I want to go to an archaic way of doing things. I'm going to go back in my garage, go get my baby steel club, and I'm just going to start clubbing them. All right, every single one of them, bitches. All right,
You're mine.
Head, all right,
you're mine.
So just real quick, that's what they're answering to, Tim. No, that's what they're answering to.
Yes, Tim is
They're
right.
answering.
I was getting ready to say the same
If
thing,
women
Tim.
have sex, they consent to having a child. But they have the option of not having the child. So the argument is, I have both those options, and you know that. So whatever, when you have sex with me, you're consenting to both my options. That's what they're saying.
You're consenting to taking my seed.
Wait,
with the option to abort it. That's what they're going to argue. I'm telling you, this is a harder argument than you guys think it is. I'm telling you right now. I'm not going to give you their side's arguments though, so fuck that.
No, it's fine.
When a woman consents to sex, she consents to motherhood. That's the other thing that I wrote down too.
But they're just gonna say, well, I just consent to having an abortion. I don't. What are you gonna say?
I would
they
say
consent
I
to
would also
motherhood.
say
No, I
the
don't.
other side was that
Abortion.
you were deceived. He
So-
deceived you. She
All right.
she deceived you. Her whole
Yeah,
plan.
but
was
Guani,
to
this
kill
is the
your baby.
logic. When a woman consents to date, she consents to date grape. That's the logic, basically. It's like that would sound stupid, right? It's like that's the stupid logic that they're using.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How am I wrong though?
That's crazy.
You consent to this date grape because you consented to the sex. That's how stupid it sounds, right?
It does. I get what you're saying, but then there's an answer that they can give you to this that it's not gonna sound so stupid. You guys really think about it. That's all I'm saying. I want you guys to be ready for these guys, because that's a new thing coming. I'm seeing it, and I know where this goes.
It's funny.
That's gonna be a big one used.
It's funny because I recently saw on X.
I've been up for 4 days. I've been making videos after videos after videos.
Hey, you can't leave yet. You're gonna miss out on the stream, the next stream.
Can I just sit in the back? Can I just? Sit
Well,
in the
you
back?
can, yeah. But
Yeah,
I'm just saying we're gonna be we're gonna be wrapping up shortly, and then
Okay,
going to the other stream so we can
I'm
play
gonna.
that video.
Okay, I'm gonna
And
make
then
like
we're going over
tiny
to.
and sit.
I
Okay,
think
I'm gonna make
Teriak, you're
like
streaming,
tiny and
right?
sit in the back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mr.
So what I'm
Irishman.
So what I'm gonna be doing in the next
Okay.
like 10 minutes here is all right. If you want to sit in the back, sit in the
Yeah,
back.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
exhausted.
All right, go ahead.
I'm pretty
What
much.
we're gonna
I'm
be
pretty much
doing in
gonna
the
leave
next
once you
like
end.
in the next like 10 minutes, we're gonna wrap up, give everyone their last word, and shout out their channels, all that. And then I'm gonna raid this stream to another stream I'm scheduling because we're gonna play the video Avarice made about grid, and it's just so that everybody has a place to go for just that video if they want.
How long is this video?
It's about 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can't stay, but
Yeah.
But I'll see it later.
Yeah, it'll be up
What's the video
available
about?
for everyone. So what I've been doing is I'm just working on the thumbnail right now. It's almost done here, and then
What's the
I'm gonna
video
schedule that live. It's about Grid exposing his fucking lies that he does.
So, real quick, I do want to answer the DV
Darth
homosexuality statistics that were brought up earlier.
okay.
So I did look for that, and I found the Department of Justice page that you're talking about. The problem is that the actual study, like where it brings all of the numbers together and actually like has the numbers available, is no longer available. So I can't verify what you're saying. And the only thing that is actually available still is the self-reported surveys. And whenever it comes down to the self-reported surveys, the one who is the highest rate of experiencing domestic violence is bisexual women by a significant margin. It's like 60%.
Bro, but you're not going off arrest and stuff. So those statistics, those statistics aren't valid. They're not based in something.
No, that's literally what I was saying as like the counter earlier. Like those statistics, because it is a self-report survey, those aren't valid. I see what you're talking about with like there used to be a Department of Justice study on the arrests. But like when you go to the Department of Justice page and click on it and go to pull up the full report, both links are broken, both the version with the graphs and
decided on getting rid of it.
The
graph
and the actual full survey are both unavailable.
Speakeasy. Hey, this is to Speakeasy and to everybody. This actually is the second time I've actually been in a panel like this. I think the first time was after I had a discussion with Marte a while back. And I watch a lot of debates in Speakeasy. I will say, watching the debate that with Marte and these guys, you are a great moderator. I've seen shitty ones. I've seen good ones. And like I said, this is my second time being part, but I had to get into this. This is a topic that I'm passionate about. So because I'm an advocate for men. I don't like it when I see feminist men argue against their own self-interest. It makes no sense to me whatsoever, especially when it comes to women, relationships, and abortions. I don't understand how a man could even think in his mind that, I'm okay with not being able to have a say-so in my reproductive rights when I get a woman pregnant. That's just crazy. That's crazy. So I don't really like women. I actually don't like feminist men. I think they're stupid.
I just said if without juice top and just have my lifestyle. I just said if it's too late, I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
Fucking Avarice.
Vigilante, you knew that this was going to happen when I was debating alongside Thomas Shelby. We knew what the results were going to be. Just going to leave it at that.
You guys lost. And you affirmative guys, y'all lost bad. Y'all didn't
I put it inside chat and I put it in the chat just so I can prove I'm not bullshitting the links.
Yeah, I see
so
it.
You guys can
I
actually
see
see
it.
it.
But Vigilante, you were a good sport, man. I appreciate you as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you were good. Hey, the fact that you sat in a hot seat right now, because I know I hit you with some crazy questions, and you were
supposed to be a free hot seat, but
Tariak and Marte was beating the crap out of you, and you still stayed in the game.
I don't run from debates.
Yeah, they were
I do
giving
shoot
they
for
were
fun.
giving each other fire before they even got in here. And
Oh,
yeah, vigilante is used to being one of
Getting his
the
ass kicked?
solos. No, just one of the solos on the opposite side here. Like he knows
I
when he
respect
comes over here, it's going to be
I
more
respect-
right wing.
I respect Vigi a lot for coming onto these debates, man. It's
Yeah.
great.
I do
Well,
too,
and, you know, he's
actually.
willing to answer the questions.
I keep
like
telling
the
him
fact
I'm
that
going to
he's
bring
willing
him
to
over one of these days. All right.
My next debate that's going to be on here later in the month against Kung Fu Joe. I expect the afterpay to be significantly worse than this.
What's the topic?
You want here? Let me get you the exact
Go ahead.
one for that one.
I
The-
debated Vigilante on civil rights, by the way, too. That happened between me and him.
The
too.
topic is
Hey,
laws.
Marte, you know,
Laws that enforce Christian values.
Go away.
Laws that enforce Christian values are not anti-Christian, and he's taking the negative side.
That it is
They-
anti-Christian?
that it is anti-Christian?
Well, I'm anti-Christian anyway, so it's cool.
Well, he's certainly not going to win points with the conservative side whatsoever.
It's gonna be a good matchup. I'm excited for that one.
Steelboard's already told me whenever he's going to be hopping up on the open after.
He's going to roast your ass.
He
real
definitely
bad.
will. Yeah, he definitely will. Those are usually his topics.
Speakeasy. I got to set up a debate with that guy with 300K followers on Instagram. I'll message you to set this up. This guy's a complete a-hole.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have someone for that climate change topic, by the way? You asked in the Discord.
Everyone's on the same. You're all on the same side. There's nobody that's like saying it's not a serious issue, which I thought. I thought more people would be on.
Conservative spaces because there's some conservatives that think it's not real.
More people keep like so. I was looking for somebody who would say that climate change is not a serious issue, and most people keep saying they're on the side of.
I'll take Tomahawk. I'll take
that
Tomahawk.
it is a serious issue,
bro. You need to go to the right wing spaces.
Wait, isn't that what you said, Tomahawk?
No, I would be on the other side. I would agree that it's not a serious issue.
Oh, then I read your message wrong.
Oh, here we go. Speakeasy. There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, because you might have found
Okay,
something.
It's not that
I'll
serious.
get this set up in the next couple days.
I guess the one clarifying question I have is it's not a serious issue in terms of. No, I've got some ideas behind that because it revolves around the fact that climate change activists don't call out China and the Asian countries and also nuclear. But yeah.
So do you believe it's man-made?
Man-made? The climate change stuff?
Yeah. Do you believe that?
No, I think he's on the opposite side. Right?
It's not. I'm a guy that I don't
I
think it's
do.
man-made. I don't think it's man-made. I think it's just a natural
It's not
occurrence.
man.
Well,
So
how about
I
the
think-
Three Gorges Dam in
I
China?
can give like the argument for that a little bit. So it's not that it's man-made. It's more that it's being enhanced by actions that we are taking. So obviously, like there is some degree of climate change that is natural, but like our release of fossil fuels into the atmosphere specifically are accelerating climate change and making it worse.
Fracking is base.
Tomahawk is right to an extent that a lot of people don't put a whole lot of focus on like China. China on its own is actually like one of the countries that's like doing the most towards moving away from fossil fuels actually now at least. However, the one that needs to get more shit now isn't China, it's India.
Yeah, and so we have all of these people that are trying to make a whole big deal about, places like America or most of Western countries about, climate change. What are you going to do about climate change? Are you going to go to India to tell them to stop being bullshitted? No.
So hate my problem with climate change activism is the fact of how much of it is focused towards consumers when the majority of our fossil fuel output is military and companies.
Right. I can agree with that. Although I'm one of those guys that I am more of a. I know man does a lot of stuff, but
no,
I would just be focusing on
the numbers.
Like that is such a political pond. Like
I don't know if you like know the numbers or anything, but like the consumer output of like fossil fuels is like 25%. So like the encouragement of like the Biden administration towards like pushing for like consumer vehicles to become EV by like 2030 or whatever the fuck it was is retarded, because it doesn't actually help the issue when the majority of the issue is corporations and the military. Like the efforts they did towards like making government vehicles, specifically EVs, like the USPS vehicles being moved towards EVs and stuff like that, does help. But like the majority of the thing that we need to do is putting our efforts towards corporations specifically.
As for
My
regular,
simple question is, why isn't nuclear being pushed as an alternative fuel? We've been using it. We've been using it since World War II.
and I got it real quick.
We split the atom in the 30s. Like,
Well,
what are we doing here?
And you know,
I'm not the climate change person that's going to disagree with you on that. I think we need to push more for nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is one of
That
the.
should be a debate soon.
I agree.
Yeah, that's why I said it's not really a serious issue. Partly because climate change activists don't know what they're advocating for. We got solar, we got wind, we got all these other alternative stuff. When nuclear is the best option, and they're not pushing it.
The reason why a lot of like the Green Party people and like the majority of the climate change activist people don't like nuclear energy is because the risk involved with nuclear energy. But the reason the risk involved with nuclear energy.
What do they say the risk are? What do they say the risk is?
We have nuclear carriers. What risk?
Reactor leaks and stuff like that. Reactor leaks and stuff like that. Things like Fukushima.
Yeah, which was caused by an earthquake. A natural disaster.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. So first off,
don't put it on fault.
Before you guys get too much into this, I see that there's some good climate change debate to happen. So make sure you guys message me and let me know your stance on it, so I can get either another 2v2 set up, or at least another 1v1 on this topic here. But I'm gonna be wrapping this one up because, like I said, I got to do something in the morning. I was supposed to do a hot seat tonight. I still owe you guys a hot seat.
I'll be showing up for that.
But I totally forgot I had to do something in the morning, and I have to do it. I have to be there for it, so I need some sleep. But we're gonna raid this stream over to another stream to do a short stream quick to have the Avarice video that he made of Grid and all his fucking lies.
Surprised it's not a premiere.
In one spot for everybody. Grid one.
Yeah, Grid one.
I don't know nothing about this debating space, but I've heard of him before.
Wait, hold on, Blondie. You debated me on Grid's channel when
yeah, that's right. I thought he was.
That's how you heard it. That's how
I thought he was a nice guy. Like,
he's boring. He's hard to remember. I get
it. The guy that looks like a Timu Kill. No, that guy's not good. Yeah.
Thank you, Speak, for being a wonderful host and moderator, man.
But hold on, Satan was a cool cat at one point until he was outed as kicked out of heaven because deportation works.
That's not
right?
biblically true. That's not biblically true. That's not biblically true.
Real quick,
not telling you the
let's start with
Hold
hold up, guys. 1 second, boys. Let's start with Vigilante, Teriak, and Marte, since they were the main debaters. Shout yourselves out where everyone can find you and everything, and then all you guys down there, you guys can shout yourselves out as well. Go ahead. Vigilante, since you're the only affirmative left, you start.
Yeah, the Vigilante TV. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok. I'm actually starting to stream again. Today was actually like the first time I streamed in a while. I'm going to be more consistent on it. I primarily, like Easy said at the beginning, I primarily do debate streams, and I do gaming content as well. You just like Teriak and Marte, you guys will see me in the Word War Debate series.
Fuck yeah, another one of those dropped today with JS in it. I think yours is coming up either tomorrow or the next day, right?
No, mine's Saturday.
Saturday.
Teriak's is the 13th. Yeah, the 13th. So tomorrow.
Yeah, Teriax is tomorrow. That's right.
You boy. But I guess I'm next. Couple of things. So you can find the lovely leprechaun with his rainbow in the background, thunder lightning, Washington Memorial there, all like monument. Sorry. Find him on YouTube, X,
Not a true
Twitch,
American.
all the usual places. Tareyak. Appreciate Easy having me on. Real quick, in terms of that thing with the feminist thing, where like you consent to the abortion. Is the counter argument that you're thinking that if the woman consents to sex, that means she consents to the STI?
Oh shit!
That is one of them.
I'm telling you, man. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it then.
I'm
like I
gonna
said,
be thinking myself because there's gonna be some
See,
wacky.
that is one they can't escape from, right?
No,
That
they
is
can't
going to
escape
be
from
some
that one.
wacky,
Exactly.
some wacky
Exactly, you know what I'm saying?
examples, counter arguments, man.
I'm just saying. So again, appreciate you having me on. Again, appreciate you, Marte, for being a stellar partner. Hopefully, we get more 2v2s and all this kind of shit. If you ever need a sniper backup,
Please.
let me know. Also, as salutes to Vigilante for having the courage to step into the arena, as they say. And again, obviously, gracious host, illustrious host, Easy as well for putting this on as well. First 2v2 and Swords of Reason history made. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm gonna run off and quickly get something to eat before the stream starts, kind of thing. So real quick before I go, Marte, quick question. You know what an Irish goodbye is?
No.
This fucking guy.
This guy, right?
Terry,
No.
Just say fuck you as a friend, Terry. Fuck you. Hi, bro.
That's not what they did in the Boondock
Point,
Saints.
Terry, but fuck you. That's a black goodbye every fucking
That's a black
every
goodbye.
night, by the way. That's a
Oh,
black
damn.
goodbye. Try to
I
switch
gotta
it.
go get me some menthols.
Oh,
Hey.
shit.
Yeah, because we not seeing our kids anyway.
Before you wrap it up, make sure to go to the link on Andrew's site and donate to the Go Earn or whatever.
Yeah,
link,
the
and go
GoFundMe.
support the Wilsons link.
Yeah, Wilson's and Candace Owens. We
I've
needed that.
removed my
Yeah, that shit's locked in. The 300,000's been paid. This shit's on the go, baby.
Yeah,
so
I'm
we
excited,
get
man.
behind
I'm
that.
gonna.
removed my Cash App from my site until the whole 3,000 has been reimbursed through the website. So I'm just gonna go out there and make sure your money goes there too.
All right, Marte, where we find you?
It's my turn. Speaking of Andrew Wilson, the reason why Teriak was chosen today is because he didn't show up. He did Irish Goodbye, and Andrew Wilson had to take his spot as me and Andrew Wilson destroyed Fatty and the powdered, musty, crusty, dusty guy. So that's why that debate happened. So Teriak owed me one. That's why he showed up today, which he'll forever be my boy as well, Speakeasy. But non-biased, by the way. He's still not biased. But going into this, it's funny that I had to face a vigilante today when we just had an episode of Woke Autopsy with the director of Citizen Vigilante, Uwe Boll. Most controversial film, #1 film in the nation right now. Go check that out with my co-host, Cool Vic. The last point I'll make is, if you guys want to know where to go debate on Speakeasy's platform. I'm not going to make this about me. I'm not going to tell you where you can find me, but I'm just going to say, you know where to find Speakeasy. Go see him as far as like seeing the entertainment. Don't go to anybody else's channel like Grid or anybody else's. That shit's dead, by the way. Come here and see this. This guy puts in a lot of fucking work. This guy just did IRL verbal combat, everything else. Go show him some love. In fact, super chat. If you don't
I
super
want
chat,
to go
that
next time
platinum-
that happens, man. I'm gonna go next time that happens.
I'll wrap this up real quick. But once again, instead of making this about where you can find me, where you can find Speakeasy is right where you're seeing this right now. Go sub to his channel. If you don't sub to his channel, Ixnay from my channel. There you go.
Based legends. Tomahawk, Daniel, Clever, you guys want to give yourselves a shout out where people can find you, anything like that?
Yeah, I'm in the chat as Senior Missile Monkey. My name doesn't match who I actually am, but at this point I don't really care. But yeah, I'm Senior Missile Monkey on YouTube. Tomahawk pretty much everywhere else, but YouTube's the oldest account I have, so that one was for something else. But yeah, you can find me there. I typically do One Piece React streams. I dabble in some other gaming streams every now and then, but mainly it's right now mainly it's One Piece React streams and discussion streams on either Friday when scans come out or Monday if it's a break week. Monday/Tuesday.
That's cool.
Legend.
Cool. I guess I'll go with myself. Hey, listen, I'm a nobody. I don't have I do have a Facebook, but I don't do the whole like the debates thing. But I will say I am an engineer by trade, but my side hustle, which has been for a while, I am an internet marketer. I do affiliate marketing. I build blogs, rank websites. I build funnels, lead magnets, the whole nine. And at this point, I use AI to do a whole lot. I've got some of my own projects going on. I actually have some GPTs that I built to help people, to walk people on how to build their own blog, get their own lead magnet, email sequence, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I do on the side, but I'm not one of those guys that's out there and got my face all over YouTube or nothing like that. Speakeasy, for the first time you coming on your platform, you are an excellent moderator, bro. From this point on, I will follow you. You'll probably see me pop in every now and then and say what's up, Marte. Of course, I don't watch
anytime.
You listen and watch for you, bro, because I want to support you in what you do. Even though I think some of your it's only the black stuff I think you're crazy. Everything else I think I agree on.
So you hate facts. Got it.
Well,
Marte's known for his hot takes. You know?
Yeah,
he's known for his hot takes.
Like you kind of like you dislike us people of color, but
no, the culture, not the people.
No. I do understand where you come from, because listen, the black community is fucked up, bro. I've seen you in the debates with other black folks. I never popped in and said nothing, and they act ignorant all the goddamn time. So,
they prove the point. Yes,
they prove the rule. They prove the stereotype.
They prove the
each
rule.
time.
They prove the stereotype. So that's where I'm at. But I just want to give mad props to Speakeasy. I don't know anybody. Follow his shit. I was very impressed with you, bro. You will see
Appreciate
me
it. Appreciate it.
See me again. I'm glad I found you.
Also want to say
that Marte, though, by the way, just to let you know, I found you through Marte.
Also just want to say that I'll also appear on panels every now and then. Recently, I've just been working a lot and chilling. But yeah, I'm gonna start coming back on the panels and stuff because this is really fun, and I need to hone my skills.
Hey, we get it. It's summertime, and if this isn't like your main source of income, I get it, right? Summertime, that's when you're out doing the most hustling, you're out touching the most grass. I get it, bro. That's how summer is.
Man, like the internet thing is my side hustle. It's my little income on the side that I got my boat, I got a couple cars, I got a nice house. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
That's what's up.
Daniel, let's go.
I buried this guy last year.
Oh, that's sad. What a beautiful.
I know.
Man, I'm sorry
Look at that guy.
Yeah. Sorry to hear about that.
Beautiful. What kind of dog is that?
That's a pit
He's a
bull.
little
What kind of pit?
staffy.
I thought so.
Oh, he's a staffy, dude.
I love those little dogs.
Damn, I'm hearing some crazy.
Dogs are the best. Dogs are the best.
Not all dogs. Some dogs are dumb as fuck. Like
that's true. My buddy had a boxer, and this is the thing. Most boxers I met are smart, but my buddy's boxer was the dumbest fucking thing I ever met. I still loved it. But that thing would run. That thing would run into walls. He did the craziest shit.
Thank you, Easy Man. Your platform is always so great to talk to people on. So great.
That was nice to meet you.
I appreciate it.
I hope I get to find you on YouTube, bro.
Oh yeah, bro.
For the fuck of it.
Yeah, and Clever. If you're not in the Discord too, join the Discord. Everyone always links each other in there. Join the Discord.
If I go to Discord, do I just search for your name?
Yeah, or
Bear Cave.
If you go to the YouTube chat, one of my mods will put it in the YouTube chat for you.
Or I think it's in the description too. So
there you go. It's right there.
Yeah, it's in the description.
Yeah.
So, that's you have
cool.
in the description. So go read that.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm getting my actual computer on Thursday. I've been waiting to
Nice.
actually do this shit. I have disability because I have epilepsy, so I can't go driving and doing job stuff. So I'm just planning on making this, which I have so much time on my hands, just into a regular thing.
Yeah, bro.
You should.
So
You
And
should.
any help
Need
you
your
need, you
voice out
just
there,
let me
man.
know.
Need
Any
your
help
voice
you
out
need
there.
with it, let me know, because I'm more than happy to help my
Okay.
boys with getting their shit going.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
not
If
that
I
good
do
at
that
the
kind of shit,
YouTube
I
thing,
will
bro.
not
But
turn into a Michael clone.
hey, I'm not that good at the YouTube thing, but I know how to find an offer and make money off of it on the online. Just talk to
That's
me
how
about
you
Well,
do
I mean, I don't talk a lot in the bear cave, but that's where I am.
I teach you what I know, man. Show you how to build a funnel, get your
That's what's up.
email
Cool.
list, and get your audience, and boom, make some money,
Yeah,
bro.
that's what I want to
That's what
do.
it's about. Networking
Mhm.
is important. Trust me.
Yes,
Part of
yes,
Anything.
I trust you.
part of the advantage of being in this space is all the wonderful people you come in contact with. Even
Everyone's
Andrew
very
Wilson
cool.
himself. Like
Actually,
on
yeah.
Verbal Combat, both Rob and Andrew both come on here and go and just
Yeah.
eliminate people. So
You
it's
never
great.
know when they're gonna pop in on you.
Yeah,
I'm getting a
exactly,
character
exactly.
on
There's
VK,
Captain Zariak.
so I'll get my
All right,
VK
boys.
character.
I'm gonna throw y'all into the back so we can raid over to the next one. But I
I'm
appreciate you
gone,
all.
but
God
thank you
bless
though.
you all. God bless. God bless. God bless. And listen, you beautiful chat, you. All right. If you're not going to be coming with us to the next one and then over to Terry X, I just want to say thank you all for joining us tonight. It was a fucking banger of a debate. All right, we're going to be going over to the next short stream. It's going to be just about 30 minutes. We're going to be playing the video that Avris recently just made. He put a lot of work into it. All right. If the mods could actually share Avris's channel, give everyone a moment to go over there and sub up there too. I'll share it in the next stream as well. But yeah, it's first off, video's fucking greatly done. Completely exposes all the fucking lies, this goof going around. All right. But yeah, I'm gonna be sending us over to the next one here, and then we are gonna go to Terry X after that's done. All right. So if you're not sticking around, all right, which you should. If you don't, you're stupid. But if you're not sticking around, remember what I always tell everybody. Okay, it could be 30 in the chat. It can be. Oh wait, one more thing before you go too. We're gonna be doing movie night in the Discord tomorrow. Well, tonight now, but so it's gonna be starting at 9 p.m. Um, it is gonna be the new. We're gonna be doing a watch party for the new scary movie. All right, that's gonna be at 9 p.m. starting. All right, so if you guys want to come watch the scary movie with us, you're more than welcome to join. All right. And then also in the Crucible Discord in the Foundry, I'm doing part 2 on Saturday of the debate lesson that we started last Saturday. I have 10 modules I put together for my debate lesson. We got to module 6. We were just about to start module 6, so we're halfway through. So we're going to be doing part 2 this Saturday at 6:30 p.m. So if you want to be a part of that, you have to be in the Foundry, of course, and talk to one of the mods there to be able to talk in the debate club. All right. But yeah, it's a great group of fucking people. Everyone was bouncing off each other. Everyone seemed to have said they learned a lot, and they really enjoyed it. So I'm glad for that. Put a lot of work into it. But yeah, be there for that if you want to come in. I'll teach you how to win any fucking argument you're in. Okay, got a lot of stuff going on. Okay, got a lot of stuff going on. But anyways, listen, it can be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube and Rumble, hands fucking down. All right. I love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And oh wait, we need to do something. We need to switch it over to this. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?